time off to stay at home and provide care. So according to the current economic system that we have, women are a deficit, or things like giving birth are a cost to society. So there is something fundamentally wrong that we have there, and this is not a new discussion. It had started early in time. It's back in 1968 when Robert Kennedy had shared his opinion about the gross domestic product and how it actually fails to describe and to measure the things that really make life worthwhile. But we are still working with the same economic metrics. We are still measuring progress and success in similar ways. And that's me somewhere there in Amazon in 2008, looking for genuine living and looking for maybe an untouched humanity and nature. I wanted to see how people live beyond traditional consumeristic models. But what I found, amongst many miraculous things, was people like nature being completely degraded, and people trying to mimic the Western way of living. And let me go quickly. I started loving economics when I started connecting to the roots of it. And I like this, and think here makes absolutely sense to share it, where the root of economia is to manage the household. How do we manage our home being the earth? And then it became for me straightforward, a study that I could understand far beyond the ways we understand economics as financial. And an existential question: who do you think manages our household right now? Our planet. If we consider our household, this planet, it's interesting to imagine that economics is actually the practice, the craft, the study of how do we properly take care of it and how do we manage resources. And all this has led me somehow through other paths to this. This is the donut economic model that was developed actually by a British economist, Kate Raworth. It came as it built upon a lot of studies of feminist economics, ecological economics, but also traditional models of understanding balance and thriving on Earth. And actually, it became, it created a lot of interest around the world because of its simplicity to capture in only one visual what we say that is humanity's 21st century goal, which is how could we meet the needs of all people within the means of one planet, within the means of one household. So how could we achieve that? And it beautifully and simply, in a way, brings all these questions together, the ecological pressure and the social justice, by putting this visual of two rings. And if you see, the inner ring is called social foundation. And we want to imagine that the Earth's resources are stemming from the center of the model and going outward as we are trying to meet the needs of people, as we are trying to make sure that everybody has health, access to food, access to clean water, education, political voice. So as we are trying to cover these needs for everybody, we are using resources and we are moving outwards. According to the model, we want no one to be in the middle of this whole, because that means that they don't have enough to sustain a basic life, basic needs. We want everybody to be from the inner ring and above, and slowly moving outwards. That means that they can have the decent life. And however, as we're moving outwards, there's this ecological ceiling. that actually represents the Earth's carrying capacity, and the scientists have measured that with 9 indicators called planetary boundaries. With these indicators, we measure how much the Earth is in balance, what is the capacity of the Earth to restore its balance and come back to provide and be in equilibrium. So as we're moving outwards, meeting our needs, we actually start pushing this ecological ceiling and moving out of it, overshooting, and creating, for example, withdrawing fresh water for our use, converting land for housing and farming, losing biodiversity species, putting pollution in and chemical pollution everywhere. So with this model, what we are looking at is how could we actually live between those rings in this green shaped space that looks like a donut, and it's the space between the social foundation and the ecological ceiling, the safe and just space of humanity. So it's a model that talks about moving away from traditional ways of understanding progress with endless growth, of trying to constantly growing our economies, but finding a balance instead between two rings, making sure that everybody has enough while we don't overshoot the needs of the planet, the capacity. And actually, this is how we are right now, and the latest measurement that I need to update is even worse. These red wedges that you see show how much out of balance we have brought the planet, how much we have overshoot in these different dimensions, in these different metrics. Our way of living, our way of consuming and producing is creating this impact. But at the same time, collectively, as society, we don't manage to meet the needs of all people. All these red inner indicators show that we fall short to sustain the basic needs to everyone around the earth. So this visual became a tool for communicating. Kate Rayworth calls it our first collective selfie that brought to ourselves as society a mirror to see how we are actually operating. This is actually our picture. This is our existential image of how we are actually doing on this planet. And it opens up questions of how we can redesign the economic system that we currently have and look for ways to make more circular and regenerative economies, that they allow for resources to be reused, but also how can we make sure that the economies we design distribute value and they don't hold it in the hands of a few, so they are much more equitable. Oh yeah, I'm already there. So 2017 when was this book came out, and it created a lot of interest because of this power of visual and also opening up the conversation of a completely new way of understanding economics. And 2018-19, it was already starting to being picked up in local government level. In cities were the first places where this concept starting to be translated into practice. I guess this is not a coincidence. Cities, in contrast to national government, national economies, are more manageable and at scale, where small change can have big impact, and you can see that quite quickly. And I was back then working with the city of Amsterdam in their circular economy strategy. Amsterdam and the Netherlands have a very advanced, for quite a while, agenda on how to become circular cities. Circular in this case talks a lot about how they manage resources and waste. Here, for example, you see a very high-level scope of how they are creating a map showing resources moving from one point of the city to the other when it comes to the food system or construction here, and showing where materials go and where can be repurposed, where can be demolished and used again. So creating concepts around this. And when we were working with them, having this vision of trying to create a fully closed loop of resources, they started to understand that in their narrative they were lacking a lot the aspect of social justice. So, okay, maybe we can create an optimal system that manages to circulate resources, but how can we make sure that all these technologies and all these solutions that we are bringing up are going to be inclusive and are going to be sharing the value between many? How can we make sure that our city is going to be just? And that's where it was the right place and also the timing to bring this new economic model, the donut, and start working with the different city actors, the local government, the local businesses, the community, to see how we could translate these ideas into practice. And when we started working with the donut, that you saw, it's this two rings model, it was important that we make it practical for cities to work on and move away from this big picture that it provides about the whole world into something that they are able to discuss and make it day-to-day tool. So if you imagine this band and these two dimensions, the social and ecological rings opening up and unrolling, you can see that this creates actually 4 lenses for a city to study and look at itself. So it's the social at the bottom, the social aspect and the ecological aspect. And then there is the here, this is the city we are working, we live, and then there is the world. So it has these 4 different looks and perspectives of the city. And actually, if you imagine that into a question, that's the question we started in Amsterdam, and it became then the main way to work with other cities too, is how can our city, Amsterdam, become a home for thriving people? So how can this place make people thrive? And in a thriving place, so what is our environment? While respecting the well-being of all people, being aware of the impact we have in the whole people of the planet, and the health of the whole planet. And if you look at that a little bit more, you will notice that these are 4 different questions. There is this aspect, the lens that focuses on what matters for the city, how can this city make people thrive, what are the people of Amsterdam need to be happy and to thrive, how is that different from Athens or Copenhagen? This is where we look at all the different dimensions of locality for people. Then we look at the ecosystem, the habitat we are part of. This is different if we are in Athens next to the sea, or if we are in a Nordic area, it's a desert or a mountain city. What are the properties that this ecosystem has? How could we mimic them? How could we integrate them? How can we take care of the local habitat and thrive within it? So these are 2 aspects of social and ecological here. And then we have the global aspects, which are usually not something that cities look at. So there is the indirect impacts that the city has from the consumption of products and resources, the clothes we buy, the food we eat at the supermarket and at the restaurants. Where does this come from? Usually for the places in Europe or in the US for high-income nations, the way that economies are designed, most of these places have been produced or extracted and transported from elsewhere. So can we look at these more indirect, hidden impacts that the city has through our consumption to the whole planet? And similarly, who are the people that were involved in the value chain and in the production of all the products that we use here in this periphery, in this locality, but actually they're impacting the lives indirectly of all those people that were involved to make them. So starting with this, we created a long journey of co-creation. It had to be bringing different people of the city together to understand the big picture and have conversation between different themes and dimensions. We looked on how to integrate social and ecological benefits when we design strategies. For example, how can a strategy about housing could have positive impacts on health or gender equality? How do we design taking into account gender equality, climate, air pollution, education when we are creating strategies on housing, for instance? And we moved forward with bringing more people in the conversation. These are like practitioners and businesses that they bring their knowledge from the ground. We developed a whole measurement tool based on these 4 lenses that helps the city to measure their progress beyond just budget and money. So how do we do in social and ecological indicators? How do we progress and what is our impact on others? And we worked with 3 value chains: the food, consumer goods, and construction. And I'm gonna be quick now just to give you an example of a food strategy that we developed. Amsterdam was one of the principles was, how can we shorten the food value chain? So let's bring food closer to the city, try to shorten the value chain, eliminate food that comes from very far away. So create areas in the city and around the city that allow for food production, create links between producers and residents, and more education and campaigns for how to grow your own food and have healthy food diets. I'm gonna move quickly because I think I moved. And then there was a whole, at the same time, coalition that was built from the bottom up of the community. A lot of different community groups and businesses came together to create and support the city in this journey of becoming a city that lives within the donut. That was a great timing, a momentum that happened. And so there were parallel activities. On the one hand, the city was coming in with a strategy, and on the other hand, there was an organic network of actors that was emerging from their own self-organization. And there are many interesting projects. I wanted to bring this one to show how this can become also a business concept. United Repair Center actually is a business that provides repairing to big companies, repairing clothes, by hiring people that have been excluded from the labor market. They provide to companies like Patagonia, North Face, Lululemon, the infrastructure for repairing. So they collaborate with the big brands while training people that have been either refugees or from other vulnerable groups. And they work in this field of circularity, let's say. And they have a particular business model of being owned by an independent foundation. So also the actual design of the business also speaks the same language of how they can make sure that their mission is going to continue staying in that way. So passing that and giving the floor to the rest. But just to close, for me, this experience and the experience I have seen in other cities is many times people ask, what does the donut bring different to the existing efforts of sustainability that the cities have, or all the other dimensions that they are working. And for me, what I've seen being very powerful is that it gives them language and narrative, that it's a story that brings different people together. It becomes clear what's our vision, what's our goal. We want to live in this balance between the two rings, and it becomes much more clear than abstract notions, and it touches people's hearts. So it has become a tool for many to create social change. So giving the floor from me to hear the story of Bad Nauheim to Yuge, and thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Electra, for this really comprehensive introduction into the donut and the way it's been implemented in Amsterdam. So today our session is called Envisioning Safe and Just Cities through Donut Economics. So today I would like to just dive into one aspect of how we implemented the donut in Bad Nauheim. And yes, so because we're a very small town in the middle of Germany, just a quick overview that everyone knows what I'm talking about and where we're located. So we're in the middle of Germany, just north of Frankfurt. So we're kind of reaping the benefits of being close to this very prosperous economic area. We have a population of 34,000 inhabitants, but we have a bit of a special situation that we are a visitor town. We have a thermal spring and spa, so in the summer we can host up to 60,000 people in the city. We have a lot of agricultural land around, and yeah, so this is kind of the context of where Bad Nauheim lies. As most of the Western democracies, we are a representative democracy, but when we started working with the donut, first we also we adapted the donut to the local context, like in Amsterdam, together with the city administration decision makers. We adapted the donut, but we also wanted to use the donut to envision a city in which people want to live in. So we wanted to really include the ideas and needs of the citizens. So we decided to have a large-scale citizen participation, in which we wanted to co-create this common vision together. And we wanted to be representative and inclusive, and I put a question mark there because obviously it's a challenge to do that. We're 34,000 inhabitants, and we decided purposely not to do an open call, because normally when you do an open call, the people who sign up are the people who are always heard. The voices that they're always the loudest are the people that come to the forefront and voice their opinion. So we wanted to make sure that we would reach people that don't always have a say. So we decided to take a representative sample of 5,000 inhabitants. That was a number that was recommended by a university that we worked with. We formed a representative sample in terms of gender, age, and so forth, and invited them by letter to contribute, to participate in this process. We did not expect that we would have 130 signups within the first 3 days. So we had to kind of stop the sign-up process in order not having to disappoint too many people and cancel on them. But that was the first hurdle in terms of representation, because obviously the people who sign up first are a specific kind of people. Maybe younger people would have waited a bit longer. So in terms of people invited, we had still a very large number of elderly, white, middle class, educated people. So there is kind of, representative. Is it still representative? But anyway, this is how we then continued. We had a large kickoff workshop where we invited all of those 130 people, and we tried to make it as inclusive as possible. Similar to this event today, we provided childcare. We made sure that it was on the weekend where the most people could attend. Then in this workshop, we actually 110 turned up, so there's always a bit of people who sign up and don't come. And this is where we kicked off the co-creation phase of the process. And in the end, throughout 8 months, we had around 90 people that continuously participated. But that wasn't all. So we obviously had those 90 people that we co-created specific measures with, but during the same process we had different feedback loops with different stakeholders, which include the local businesses, which include the local NGOs, and at the end, when all the measures were created, it went out again to the entire population. So we had an open online participation where all 34,000 inhabitants could then feedback on all the measures that were created. So this is kind of how we try to be as representative and as inclusive as possible. So this is just a picture of the kickoff workshop where we had tables based on the 6 ecological dimensions that were defined in the previous process. So as you know, we learned there are 9 ecological dimensions, but in the adaptation to the local situation, there are things that that were taken out, like ozone layer depletion is something that the impact of our city was minimal. So this is something that kind of came out of there, and because we concentrated on really the areas of influence of our city on the different dimensions. So as you can see, we have 6 ecological dimensions. Within each of these dimensions, so we formed 6 groups according to those dimensions, and within these dimensions we co-created measures to improve on that dimension in the city. But obviously there are only 6 of the ecological dimensions. How did we ensure that all the dimensions of the donut, including the social dimensions, were included in the decision making? So this is kind of the tool that we used. It's in German, sorry, but so on the left you have the measures that were created, which are then run through like an assessment system in which you determine the potential impact of the specific measure on the different other dimensions. So you had to make sure that whatever measure or policy that was created would have positive impacts, or at least you would be aware of the potential negative impacts that it might have on the city, on the different dimensions, right? So this process brought us to this figure. So in the kickoff workshop, we collected around 600 individual ideas. after these 600 individual ideas were collected, we clustered them. Some of them were maybe the same, some of them were very similar. And once this was done, we ran it through this donut assessment tool. And through this, we filtered out the measures that had least impact on the different dimensions. So obviously this was a limited process. It's not supposed to be covering everything that the city does, but maybe the most pressing issues that come to mind. So through that process, we eliminated or we broke down it into 60 prioritized measures, which then the people continued to dive into deeper and co-create 21 projects and policies that were supposed to be implemented in Bad Nauheim. So here you see the 21 co-created measures. It's not supposed to be readable, but maybe as an example, Electra told me to provide some examples of what those measures were, and I think these two maybe illustrate quite well kind of on what level those measures were at. So one of them was depaving of unused road spaces to increase the natural ability of the environment to store water, and this was a measure that was very much directed at the city, at the administration. So this is something that the administration had to do or is doing right now, is to really have close look on where can we improve our local ecosystem, as Electra also introduced earlier. Then we had other measures that were on the level of the citizens. So one whole point is all the parents to schools, to kindergartens, they're taking the car, but what can you do to reduce this traffic that is not necessary? So there was one area of what the municipality could do is to provide information to in schools, in childcare facilities of the options that parents have to not use the car, but also to hold the individual people accountable for doing things or implementing things for themselves. And because, as you probably know, there's a lot of this notion of I pay taxes, or in Germany at least, I pay taxes and please municipality, you do. But we know that in this whole transformation and creating the safe and just space in a city, it needs everyone in the city to act. And so that's one thing that we also put a large focus on, that we develop measures that are not directed to one stakeholder group, but really also highlights the importance of working together towards a common goal. So that's my example from Germany. And I think we have the time later to take questions and yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And while the slides are set up, I might add, I didn't introduce, so what I do for my work is I teach economics at university, a bit outside of Copenhagen, and then I work with city development, urban development, on bridging research and practice within the built environment particularly, so on the kind of relationship between housing and affordability and its ecological impacts. In a way you can say it's the perfect donut problem, because I work with a question on how do we house and create homes for everyone within what the planet can sustain. Okay, let me just see if this works. This is me in 1989. I was born in Copenhagen. It was the few months before the collapse of the Berlin Wall. So I was born into a world which was crumbling and a new one which was emerging. It was also the year of the creation of the internet. The hypertext protocol was created this year, and it also happens to be the year of birth of the International Panel on Climate Change, because a few months before, James Hansen had gone into Congress in Washington and told that the past 12 months before my birth was the warmest that science had ever recorded in human history, and it was caused by our emissions of greenhouse gases. So you can say that from then on, humanity knew about climate change. Of course, you can say we didn't really listen as a global culture. So 20 years later, in 2009, I was along with 100,000 others outside of the COP15 climate summit in Copenhagen, and two things happened. One was that this planetary boundaries paper was prepared by Earth system scientists from Stockholm Resilience Center and a global network, trying to answer the very difficult question, how much pressure can humans put on Earth systems before we begin to push it over the boundaries? And they didn't know how many there were, they didn't know, but they published this paper trying to quantify it. And they came up with the 9 ones that Electra already shared. And the big, massive protest that gathered around Copenhagen was gathering under the slogan, system change, not climate change. And unfortunately, we got the latter, and we're still fighting for the former. So for me, it became a crucial moment, partly seeing that picture, which really made an impact. I was a young student, and I decided to go and study environmental science because of reading this study and reflecting on the failures of our institutions to address the problems, because the Copenhagen summit was a big disaster. There was no binding agreement, and in many ways the Paris Agreement, the success of that came out of the complete collapse of the Copenhagen Agreement. There was no binding targets, and this was the time, maybe you remember, that Edward Snowden released these files showing that the US had been spying on all the other participants in the negotiations, so they already knew that Angela Merkel would set her targets, and so they were basically gaming the system, trying to commit as least as possible. I guess history repeats itself, because now it seems we're back in a similar sort of situation where the main economy in the West is completely sort of moving away from any kind of ambitious commitments to making the planet habitable. So it seems a full circle. But anyways, this is the context from which I got interested in donor economics, because inside of Bella Center, this also, the reason it failed, it became clear to me, was that it was framed in the language of economics from an understanding that climate was a kind of problem which was like a win-lose, or about gaining who pays the price, who takes the cost. And in a way that the whole discussions were framed in a way that all the countries were trying to see if it was possible to sort of get away with not contributing, which is from a planetary and ecological perspective, of course, is the wrong sort of idea, because in the long run we all suffer from this, but of course in the short term the costs and benefits are not evenly distributed across the world. So Kate Raworth was sitting inside, and she also saw this picture, and she came up with a donut, drawing a ring inside of it. And then a few years later, after having studied environmental science, I decided that economics was really the field of study that I needed to understand, because it was the language of politics, or the mother tongue, which was actually blocking the kinds of transformative economic policies that was clear from a sustainability perspective. We were always told that it was too expensive or not economically viable. So I decided to go to England and study economics, and Kate Raworth was one of my economics lecturers. Then came the Sustainable Development Goals. They were integrated into the framework. the book came out 2 years after I had gone back to Copenhagen and started putting these ideas into practice. Donut Economics Action Lab was founded. And on the back of that, also seeing from what they did in Amsterdam, what Electra presented, we founded an initiative to try and get a Copenhagen donut to use this framework to measure our impacts. I wrote some books, one on co-housing and one on cooperative enterprise, which I'm happy to talk with you about later. It's not the topic of this talk, but just so you know that that's the work I've been involved in for years, and Electra already showed this. So what I'm going to share now is a bit more sort of the context of our work. But before then, I just wanted to sort of take a look back and see where does this idea of planetary stability actually comes from, because yesterday we went up to the Acropolis, and you can imagine that 5,000 BC, when they built it, that actually the kind of climate stability that we've had for the past 12,000 years, it's called the Holocene, that's the stable, healthy state of our planet's climate that humanity has known for the past 12,000 years. And if you look at where climate science is telling us we're headed, right now it's towards 2.7 degrees or even 3 degrees, which means that we would be outside the temperature band that humanity has known for the past 200,000 years. We're moving out of that safe space. So that's what defines the planetary boundaries. So it's wild to imagine that actually we're leaving the kind of conditions that the people who lived here thousands of years ago were enjoying. And we have already left the Holocene, which they call it. So yesterday we walked up and we walked past this temple who you might recognize. This is Hygeia and Asclepius, the gods of health, of course. And for me, health is really the important word in thinking about the kind of economy that the donut is trying to aim towards. Another way of thinking about the planetary boundaries is like the vital signs of the planet. So when we go to the hospital, and if we're in ill health, what we're measuring is like our oxygen levels, our blood pressures, and you can think of the whole planet as having these sort of vital signs. And if there was a doctor, if we asked Hygeia to kind of diagnose where we're at, she would say that our blood pressure is way too high. So it doesn't mean that we're going to die tomorrow, but it means that if we don't reduce our pressures, we might have a stroke. So the way I like to think about what we're trying to do with donut economics is to try and imagine a kind of safe way home, or a descent which is attractive and desirable and presents the sort of kinds of reductions in production and consumption that we know we have to make, but present them and imagine them in a way which actually seems realistic and desirable for people. Some people call it degrowth. There was recently a study published that actually most people really like the policies of degrowth, but if you use the word, less people like it. So clearly using that kind of framing has a communication problem. But basically, if you look at the research, and if maybe some of you are in that field, I would say it's basically the same kinds of policies that we're talking about. So by now, many cities across the world works with donut economics. The first was Amsterdam, the second was Barcelona, and the third was Copenhagen. So we thought, is this going to be alphabetical? But luckily, it wasn't. But we were very inspired by Amsterdam and Copenhagen, and I think there is a thing with cities. There's a kind of healthy competition. So Amsterdam and Copenhagen, for decades or even centuries, have had this kind of competition. We're both naval cities, and we used to be at war at one time or another, and it's sort of very kind of similar. So when we saw that Amsterdam was doing this, we didn't want to miss out. So we also had to do the Copenhagen donut. So it was quite a slow process. There was an overwhelming majority that wanted to commission a kind of report. We already do these yearly these status reports. So the decision was made to kind of turn the already existing status report into a donut portrait, adding some of the elements that we didn't already report upon. Yeah, so we also did workshops like Electra and Yuga showed. This was quite a key moment for me. This is Catherine Richardson, who is one of the lead authors behind the Planetary Boundaries paper, who joined a big event where we tried to take stock of where we were as a city. And yeah, so now we report every year across the city on the donut. This is some of the data. As you can see, in the middle bit, we still have lots of social shortfall, and that's because we chose particular measures which are more sort of drawn from the already existing policies. When you look at the national donuts, the studies across the world, Denmark is one of the only countries where the kind of middle bit, our social goals, are completely full. That's because using the Sustainable Development Goals, we're actually, we're relatively well off. Except now, inequality has risen to a level that means that actually there's a small red wedge even on that. So it didn't really make sense making the Copenhagen portrait to use those metrics. So we decided instead to go for more particular, more sort of ambitious social measures, you can say, on things like housing, which is becoming unaffordable, on job security and health especially. So like Yuge, I made a slide which has too much information and too small text, but just to show that the kind of document, it's like, for an economist, it's like a real treasure trove of data. So we measure everything from like income to education, housing, the planetary boundaries, the circular economy in the construction sector, and so on and so on. So it's a 160-page document, which of course most people don't engage at that level of detail, but it's very useful to inform policy discussions. This is the building where I now work, which is the home of the Danish Architecture Center, and all of our work is sort of framed around working on how do we solve the big problems of cities, because we know that cities are one of the main sort of emitters of carbon and one of the key drivers of ecological destruction. The building industry accounts for 30% of CO2 and half of the waste in EU, so it's a huge problem for a thriving future to have this kind of pressure. So that's the main work that I'm working on now. So I brought some examples. This is Donut for Urban Development, which came out of a collaboration between mainly Danish universities and companies and Donut Economics Action Lab, trying to sort of scale down on a sectoral level what would it mean to build within planetary boundaries. And the kind of key message is that for a country like Denmark, it's really not possible because we've already used our fair share of the carbon and ecological budget. So where does that then leave you? This material is all online and it's open source, so you can look into it if you're in that field. But these are some of the project examples. We did manage to, there is a project which managed to have the lowest possible carbon footprint of like a new built house, but even then that's still beyond the budget. So that kind of shows you how difficult it is when you apply these absolute sustainability limits, because we've waited for so long and left it until last minute to start addressing these things. But still, it might be a valuable exercise to think about what kind of construction methods could bring us down as low as possible, and generally the Danish building industry has been quite successful at that. So these are some of the recommendations that came out of that, which is not very surprising. The very big discussion right now in Denmark is around this, to reuse existing buildings. We have the European we're ahead in terms of square meters per person. We actually have, I would say, more than enough space, but the problem is that it's unevenly distributed. So housing in Denmark is more of a problem of distribution than a problem of production. I don't know how that is, if it's similar here. But if we are to transform the existing buildings, maybe we could transform office buildings or unused former kind of industrial buildings into housing with a much lower footprint. So that's the Donut for Urban project. And the big discussion now is around should we have a building moratorium, a stop on new build in Copenhagen, to unleash these sort of forces to focus more on retrofit. And that's quite a popular idea and gaining more popularity. The other project I wanted to share is beyond the roadmap or reduction roadmap. It was an industry level campaign that came out of this realization. And this is the 5.8 is the kind of accepted target for climate emissions for new builds that we would need to impose in order to follow the Paris Agreement. And most of the building industry ended up signing this to lobby for stronger regulation from our government, which is the first time in Danish history that an industry have actively banded together to demand higher and more ambitious regulation, which is really interesting. I find that was possible for us to achieve. We have the opposite problem with the agricultural lobby, where they keep sort of weakening the regulation and lobbying for less pesticide and fertilizer regulation. But the building industry is quite ambitious, and all we need really is sort of policy to set ambitious targets, and then we know how to deliver. So that's that campaign. It's also freely available. This is it's in Danish, but I'm going to translate it. Yeah. So this is the former Minister for Housing who just ran to become the head mayor of Copenhagen. She said they're beginning to match the arms industry in the US lobbying power. That's what she told about us in this campaign, because we were so successful at sort of lobbying for her to make the policy adhere with the scientific targets. So she's quite concerned about that. She lost the election as well, so I don't know if we played a small part in that, but who knows. So the main point, I'm not going to go through all this, but the main point that came out of the work is to say that we haven't really been able to separate economic growth so far from energy use by sort of efficiency measures. So we have to think about sufficiency, and that's the basic idea. So to move beyond just thinking about buildings, beyond net zero, and beyond only looking at CO2 to kind of full planetary measures. And the way we've done that is by applying this pathway, say this is how much we need to reduce our emissions. But to really, if we were serious about getting back within planetary limits, we also need to restore and regenerate ecosystems. And that's why we end up with this sort of butterfly framework that came out of the last report. It's all online. If you're interested, you can download it, the whole report. And it implies different kinds of aerial distributions, different ways of protecting nature. So I wrote an essay for this, sort of imagining, kind of like what we'll be doing in a moment, imagining. So one thing is having a budget, which is very important in economics, but another thing is imagining the kind of pathways of what would it actually look like to transform our cities and our industries according to this way of thinking, and it sort of outlined the kinds of events, sort of imagining the next decades, what would it actually look like and feel like if we mobilized a mass movement towards ecological sufficiency. We made a summer school, and I posted a link in the video, which I won't have time to show, but just so that I can share it with any of those of you who are interested. You have to.
Alle deltagerne til Donut-sommerkurset er lige kommet, og jeg må indrømme, at jeg ikke helt troede på det, før vi startede her i dag.
Somehow I'm not able to go ahead, but it doesn't matter. So I'll just end on this to say, when I went to Acropolis, I realized when I teach economics, I always start with what Electra shared, which is where does the word come from? And obviously it comes from Greece, from Xenophon, who said it's household management. But there was also another book on economics, which was Aristotle's. It's the Nicomachean Ethics. And in that he distinguishes oikonomia from krematistics. And krematistics is the sort of accumulation of wealth understood through money, and he was very critical of that. He said, economics is about household and needs and sufficiency, and krematistics is about speculation and trade. And I think this distinction has been completely lost today. So today, actually, a lot of what goes on in economics and economics institutions is not really economics, it's krematistics. So if there's one thing I want to leave sort of you with today and thinking about, is that we need to reinvent the economics as understood as household management. So you can kind of think of that term developing from here, from Xenophon and the ancient Greeks, and then being transformed in the Industrial Revolution in England by Adam Smith and the classical economists to think about the whole nation as a household. And by now, what the donut is challenging us to do, what the planetary boundaries is challenging us to do, is to think of the whole Earth as our home, as our household, that we, if not manage, at least need to respect and learn how to stay within. So that will require a new kind of ethics as well, and it will require a new kind of politics. And that was what I had to share now. And Electra will tell us what's next.
Should we do the time traveling or have a little time for conversation?
So we give people a chance to
Yeah. We wanted to hear from you a little bit if you have any reflections, any questions that are in the room to discuss or ask. Is there anyone who would like to ask something? We have a little time. Yeah, let me give you. Can I take this? No, paros. No.
First of all, thank you for your presentations. And I have two questions, actually, that any of you could address, I think. So firstly, Electra, you mentioned circularity as a compatible concept and tool with the donut economy. And I wanted to ask whether the growth as a different, let's say, but also similar concept could also be compatible with a donut economy concept. And another question that I have is, for example, you talked about like systemic change, and systemic change really needs from us to question a lot of things that we take for granted now. And one of the things that came to my mind is the role of big corporations in our economy, and how like big enterprises, or whether big enterprises could participate in an economy that is viewed through a donut concept. Thank you.
These are good questions. So to repeat, the first one was, what's the link between donut economics and circular economy, as well as degrowth? These were mentioned in our presentations. And the second one is, what's the role of big corporations, whether they could play a role in systemic change? I leave this here. I will start with the first on the circular economy and give you the floor to you so we can have a discussion.
I can talk about companies.
You can talk about both, but yeah. Yes, indeed. In my presentation, I saw how circular economy became somehow an entry point for the city of Amsterdam to start integrating more the concept of donut economics. And I can take a little moment to discuss that. Circular economy is a concept that is very much focusing on how can we eliminate waste. Practically, which technologies, which recycling and repurposing types of processes allow us to create a system that mimics nature and doesn't have waste. When something dies, becomes food for something else, and we keep on having this kind of circular loops, as we say. What I had also mentioned in the presentation is that the big difference with the donut economics is that it brings forward the aspect of social justice. Many criticize circular economy as a concept that is a bit technocratic, as if we could practically with technology create a perfect system that circulate resources, but we can keep on having capitalism, therefore keep on producing and consuming at the same speed, as long as we can recycle and we can create business models that allow us to repurpose. So the big difference is that donut economics speaks about the way value is distributed and creates ideas on how we can meet the needs of all. So it's a very different conversation. And that's where the aspect of degrowth comes. In the countries, in the places we have worked, like Amsterdam, Copenhagen, where economies are massive and they have big purchasing power, and actually are places that have a massive impact, a massive imprint on the planetary boundaries, as we say, a big pressure on planet because of their consumption power. In these places, degrowth is an option. In donut economics is not named like that, but we do speak about how can we do systemic change and reduce the consumption patterns. And then there is the conversation that Jakob brought up, whether degrowth as a concept is appealing or creates immediate fear and repelling activities, because we are not used to understand, we associate the growth with something negative. But these are concepts that are in the same space. I hope you understood a little bit how they sit next to each other.
Yes, thank you, Electra. I actually want to add one thing, because everything that Electra said is exactly kind of how it was a good positioning of things. One thing I would like to add is also that obviously in terms of donut economics, one of the big claims is supposed to be regenerative, right? So you have the circular, you don't want to, less waste or no waste, so do less bad. But really, donut economics goes one step further into doing good, so being regenerative by design. So coming from doing less bad, also this notion of net carbon neutrality and stuff, like really go beyond the thinking of stopping when we've stopped doing harm, but actually moving towards doing good and designing that into how we do things.
I would say I agree with what's been said. Another way that I think about it is the donut as the picture really is a goal. It's a goal and a measure. So it tells us where we want to go. It doesn't tell you anything about whether it's possible or how to get there. But that's so. When Kate Raworth came up with the idea, it was out of the question, she was working at Oxfam, it was based on the question, what should our position be on economic growth? Oxfam is a global organization, so, and the way she put it is, it's like staring into the face of the Medusa. She was completely paralyzed by this question, because the answer is, it depends where you begin. So if you're in a country like mine in Denmark, it's pretty obvious when you look at the data that we need to drastically reduce our pressures. But if you're in a country in Africa, if you're in a country in Asia, it might be that what progress looks like also for the next 10 years will show up as some kind of growth in GDP, even though we all know GDP is a very poor measure, because it lumps together good and bad. So I think that's the difference, you can say. But definitely in sort of highly industrialized countries and economies like ours, I would say the difference is that then we need to sort of spell out a degrowth pathway to move towards a safe and just space. That would be sort of the way I think about that. And degrowth as a field of study has a lot of really significant decades of research into how that could look. And then in terms of companies and systemic change, that's why I did the work on cooperatives and different ownership structures, because I really think that the key design problem in the present sort of economic system is the company design is based on the fact that in our present economic system, which is capitalist, it's completely possible to get ahead by externalizing ecological and social costs. In a way, burden shifting is the main economic strategy. It's the way you accumulate profits. So there is you could say there's a design flaw of our economic system, which then translates into a design flaw of many companies. So it seems that we need to sort of completely redesign that, and who knows if it's possible within the existing economy, how far you can get. But at least if you look across Europe, the examples of companies who have the best sort of social ecological effects usually are governed and financed, owned in very different ways. So that's why I think that's an interesting space. And we have colleagues working on business design within Deal and broadly, if you're interested in that.
I would say simply the answer to your question, if big corporations can be part of such movement or systemic change, the answer is no, as long as they are designed in the way it is. Everything else would be greenwashing. They need to look deep into the way they are governed, they owned, and they move money if they want to be part of systemic change. So they need to transform completely their design. And that's why we work. Yeah. Shall we have Stephanie?
Hi. Connecting to your question, I founded a zero waste consultancy, and we actually support big corporations to turn their waste into value and to operate within planetary boundaries. And so now my question is, how can I, as a business owner, participate with donut economics, and like, how can I take a first step to actually integrate what we're doing to the donut and then help businesses to transform?
So the question is how you, as a business consultant, working also with businesses, could start bringing this concept into practice with them and support them, or yourself in bringing them into the donut. I hold this one, and maybe we take another one. Ella, Maria.
I was just super curious to know, how did you manage to lobby in that way in the construction sector to have such a high result?
Maria is referring to the work that Jakob presented on the lobbying that they did as a group for the construction. Is there another question? Somebody want to? Or we take it from here? Okay. So the first one on businesses. Again, I think this is similar to what we said before. Because this is an appealing concept and many businesses want to be green, do good, be part of the wave of the innovation, we are careful how this is becoming practical. And again, it goes back to really look into the deep enterprise design of these businesses. So we have developed tools to work together with business owners, with consultants, on how they can study and rethink the way they are governed, the way they are owned. So it's deep root into the design of each of those enterprises. In that way, they can start operating according to or integrating principles of donut economics. It wouldn't be a simple path just to take the model and start measuring themselves. It would be looking in deeply and systemically the way they are operating. And this is work that, if you noticed a little bit, I touched upon on how businesses can integrate their mission and their purpose in the way they are designed, in creating stewardship structures, owned by many, so that the value they create can be distributed to many. Having a clear, let's say, 50% of their income being returned back to their purpose. So create different financial and governing models that lock their mission, so that they don't get back into a traditional capital and also investment mechanism that they're usually locked in with shareholders and all that. So it's a process, and I'm happy to share with you some of the tools if you have the possibility to have these discussions. Okay. And the second one was by Maria. And
I can try and answer. It's a quite a good question that requires a longer talk, but which luckily exists online, so it's no longer up there. So if you're interested, I can share the links. So my colleagues who was spearheading this work are writing a book about how the history of it. But basically, the key elements was one. If you look at the building industry in Denmark, it's very driven by engineers and architects. So, and there's a great deal of very good work on like life cycle analysis. We have very good studies on that, and institutes working on it. So quite good at quantifying. And if you do those kinds of calculations, it's very, very clear what is needed to be done to stay within what science tells us is our budget. So in a way, the case, the logical case is very clear. So a growing sense of tension has been growing within that community when we then look at what we do. Then we also, like I showed, we actually have for decades known how to build with a much lower carbon footprint. The only reason it doesn't happen is that at present our regulations is so unambitious that there's no economic incentive. So the companies who have been spearheading this work and development just got really frustrated, saying, we're never asked to do it. We know we can do it. We know we could do it economically viable. The only reason it's not happening is that there's no policy pressure. So there was a small group that formed and sort of started. And then then adding to that is sort of the effect of peer pressure. So once they started to say, okay, we are lobbying for this, of course, in the beginning, they seemed like a small, isolated group. But the more you got to sign, and that was very sort of, that was consciously designed as a tactic to try and get as many on board as possible early on, because suddenly it tips. It's this idea of social tipping points. There comes a certain point where you don't want to be standing outside saying, actually, we don't care about science and we don't care about climate collapse. That looks very bad. So you kind of get this sort of peer pressure dynamic, which is sort of similar to, I think, the success of why many places and cities started to say, oh yeah, we're also looking into the donut when they saw other mayors doing it or other citizens groups. So I think, yeah, peer pressure and then kind of scientific rigor. And I think there is something about the kind of the field of engineering and architecture which appeals to people who want some kind of sort of logic to what they're doing and who are just frustrated at seeing that what they're building is actually, they're not proud of what they're building. Of course, there are parts of the building industry in Denmark which produces cement and rock wool, which is two big of the companies, which has been fighting against it. So it's not to say that there's no tension there.
I would also like to add that I think in the experience also of Amsterdam, that's what I read is like there's always this notion of when we put policies in that restrict businesses on how to do things or standards in that is kind of restrictive, or you know that there would be something negative, but actually I think in Amsterdam it had the effect that actually the businesses were saying, oh yeah, it's given them a reason to innovate, to think differently about the sector, and it actually didn't create this understanding that all of the businesses are now not doing any business in Amsterdam anymore, but actually it created this kind of competition. We're going to do it better. That's what I read. Electra, you probably know better than me. That that actually created a competition in terms of how can we do better to meet those new policy requirements. So it's I think as you say, policy is very important. Tool to kind of really drive businesses into the right direction. So yeah, this understanding where governance is really important, to drive this change.
I think also, Maria, 25 years of these concepts having matured and a sector having experimented with things that they have become somehow mainstream, that they themselves now push for the even better. That feels a little bit very far away when we sit here. Yeah. Any other questions? Somebody would like to share something? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was really inspiring. I have a question. I'm an educator, so I wonder how this intersects with education, maybe on all levels. I mean, I think Denmark had the folk schools. Like, there's an early education model to integrate ideas of democracy into youth. So I wonder how the whole donut economy sits in relation to education. And my other question, which is not fully formed, is looking at your trip to find pure humanity and finding capitalism. I wonder how donut economics intersects with other knowledge systems, like indigenous knowledge systems. And looking at the map, it's very Eurocentric where these things are being implemented. So what is this dialogue, or what is the interaction between those?
Thank you. These are great questions. I can give you the second. I mean, the first one on education, I can share that when the donut was developed, there were two first streams that it was obvious that it should be implemented. One was get it practical, and cities were the first place of experimentation, and the other was education. So there have been a whole parallel movement and efforts on bringing this concept to academia, to different courses, to schools, because as you see and as you understand, this is a completely new way of understanding the world, new mindsets, new cultural and worldviews. So in all the workshops we do, in all the consultancies that are related to this, we end up like, how can we change the education, how we can upskill people, understand this. So this is a whole other world where donut economics is getting integrated into courses and into curricula. Okay. It works.
Thank you very much for that question. So that's been my key question. So I was a folk high school teacher for 7 years, partly because after I came back from having studied economics in England in a small ecological college with the donut book wasn't published yet, and so no one had heard about ecological economics or those kinds of ideas. So when I came back, I actually left university where I was teaching to go and teach at a folk high school, because that was the place in Denmark where I could teach what I wanted to teach, whereas in mainstream economics department, they were completely uninterested in even integrating kind of ecological science into the curriculum. And Kate describes a very similar experience. So she wrote Donut Economics as a response to the global rethinking economics movement, which was ablaze when I was living in England. It was also in France. It started after the financial crisis, students saying, so we look out the window and we see bubbles bursting and financial crisis, and then we look at the auditorium screen and our textbook, and it doesn't reflect that reality at all. So the book really was her response to what should be taught. But paradoxically, economics department is the one place that's been most resistant to changing the curriculum. So when the last picture I showed was of the summer school that we did this summer, and that happened to be within the economics department in Copenhagen because they had the biggest auditorium which is available, and more than 300 people showed up for that, and it was a week. And for me that was very significant. Partly it was 10 years to the date that I had left my economic education in England. And we tried to do it in a participatory way. We did lots of games and activities, and really drawing from my background teaching young adults. And for those who don't know folk high schools, it's a very particular kind of educational model that emerged. Actually, it was some people who, one of the main key thinkers in this who inspired it was a pastor who went to England to study, and he saw the English colleges like Oxford. They had some text he was interested in translating. So he really liked the educational atmosphere, the kind of small scale, the direct conversation, the spoken word. He didn't like the elitism. He wanted it to be for the people. So he imported that idea, but for sort of ordinary rural farmers' education, which became sort of, it's where the Danish windmill, the first windmill was invented on a wind turbine was invented, the farmers' cooperative movement, that whole thing. And if you look at if you ask any Dane about folk high schools, you'll see their eyes light up, because it's where all the songs are written, the songs that we sing for Christmas are written by this. So it's like, it became a very, very significant part of our culture. And those still exist. And I see very much what we're trying to do now is to say economics is too important to leave to the economists. So you should teach it at any folk high school. Teach it at any school, and because it's about how we live. It's not just a subject of a particular sort of strand of academics. I mean, if you get me started on this, I'll go on forever. But so I'm happy to talk more about education afterwards. It is my main, I think it's the main underlying problem driving these things.
And very quickly on what you asked about the link of the model with indigenous principles. Yes, the model is not like an invention that came out of thick air. It just built upon classical visuals and notions of from buen vivir to how we understand balance on the yin and yang, always circular patterns. And so it was interesting. Kate explains it very nicely on the concepts that it was built to just create another visual that has been always there, but just now puts together those two ideas. It's really not an invention, but really kind of a language and an image that puts together things that we already knew very deeply, and just now uses maybe data and Western language to put it in this dimension as well, in the scientific realm.
Yeah, and also in terms of implementation or putting the thinking of donut economics into action, actually there is this space to also include indigenous knowledge. So there are different places where it's been done. Like, for example, in New Zealand, they've done a Maori donut, where they actually flip around the social foundation and the ecological dimension, because in their indigenous thinking it's the other way around. So there is this flexibility because the donut, as you also said before, is a way of rethinking, of kind of questioning and re-evaluating how things interact with each other, and that it's not a straitjacket of like kind of this is exactly how it's supposed to be. So I think this really leaves the space to include any sort of indigenous knowledge, or so yeah, it's very interesting. If you're interested, look into that Maori donut. Looks very different, but it's, yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure if anyone else wants to share a reflection. If not, you have a question. Okay, and then we're gonna close it because it's.
Thank you very much. It was wonderful to have you here and exploring a journey with you again. And because I have been seeing many seminars or workshops around the donut economy, and sometimes for some of us it's too academic or difficult to apply or understand. And I've seen Electra presentation with the economy, which is, you know, this beautiful Greek word about ecos, house, and the law of the house, and how we can take care of a house. And what is 3 things that you probably do in your household, or you will advise the Greek citizens, fellows here that we are, 3 things that probably you do or we can do in our daily lives to have a better living? Because I have this experience that we sometimes overthinking, over-talking, over-sharing, overdoing a lot of things about everything, but there are very few individuals or people that they really try to make a difference into this environment. So if you have some tips for me, I'll take them home. Thank you.
So it goes down to the individual responsibility. I don't know if something comes to your mind you want to share, but like if we could bring it down and translate.
Yeah, thanks, Adonis. Yeah, I also think about this a lot. For me, because I have a background in science, I think it's a work hazard to overthink. And it's definitely not healthy for you to think too much about the future in the present state that the planet is in. So I can relate to that. And one of the things, I think, apart from taking personal responsibility for your own, the effect of your actions, I think one of the benefits of thinking on a household scale is also that you, or thinking and acting is that you can get out of your worries and overthinking. So for me, the work I've been involved in around thinking about co-housing and eco-villages and studying those is one of the interesting things is that there you actually have a movement which has taken decades where it's not so much like an individual level response, but more of like a community level response. Because the main problem, I think, with looking at the personal level is that if you look at kind of studies of what are the big personal environmental impacts, there are really 2 things that a person can do if we really want to reduce our emissions. One is stop flying, the other is eat vegetables. Those are like the 2 main ones. There are other things, but if you do those, those are the big ones. But beyond that, it's like our energy system, our water system, our housing. Those are things which to most of us individually is like beyond our reach to change. That's things that needs politics and and collective action. So I'm not trying to say it's not important, but I think the interesting sort of middle bit is like, because global politics definitely seems overwhelming and impossible to change. National politics also often does. City politics can, and depending on where you are and who, can sometimes feels like a more accessible arena where you can have some sort of agency. And that's why I think you see a lot of interesting work happening on a city level. And then community level is really taking off. So I think that you can think of it almost like a scale where the smaller scale, the more agency you feel like you can have. But then also what I'm really interested in is like when you then begin to see these different ways of producing, meeting against the resistance of bigger systems or whatever, what happens in that sort of, in that dance, and is it possible to then actually begin to transform the bigger systems, or will it die out? Which is typically what happens to these sort of movements. Yeah, I don't know.
Thank you, Jakob. Actually, one thing I was thinking is one of the It's not. Oh, it is working. One of the main assumptions that perpetuate the current neoliberal capitalist thinking this understanding of existence of the rational economic man, right? And I think what we can do in our everyday lives interact. Is it mine? Okay. Yeah. So, in my understanding, but because sometimes it's so when you're in the community, and it often feels like it's about competition, and it's about you perpetuating your own interest. And I think what we can do on a community level is to show that that's not true, that we really continue to act against this notion that we are this rational economic man and just only act in self-interest, and really not let the system pull us into this kind of behavior. That's, for me personally, I feel it's like one of the most powerful things that we can do to really question this notion of the individual interest above all. Yeah.
I know we need to end soon, but for me it's a really interesting question. I want to add one more thing. So if you think of the criticism of GDP as a measure, one of the criticisms from example feminist economics, and that Electra mentioned, a friend of mine wrote a really good book on that, is that GDP doesn't measure all of the value that's created in the household, in the home, which traditionally and still in most places are done by women. So like the child rearing, the cooking, all of that value is not accounted for. And in a way, I think if one of the ways we can think about this, if we begin to relocalize our economies and have production more in the household economy again, more food production, back garden things, more local electricity production, a lot of that activity actually will show up as a decrease in GDP. And of course that will create a kind of resistance from state and from central actors, because gaining more local sufficiency is a direct threat to kind of centralizing systems of power. And I think when I look at the world right now, especially on these latitudes, and I think what we'll see in the next decades is one movement towards an armoring of state systems, like either you're in or you're out, and a kind of centralizing, top-down, you get this, you don't, a kind of that sort of movement. At the same time, strategies which are sort of trying to break away from that, on moving towards self-reliance, but that strategy becoming more and more risky, because you're no longer sort of protected by in our case, the welfare state, or the sort of central systems that have been supporting us. And probably, I mean, you've lived through this in Greece from the financial crisis. That was an example of where the sort of big European family, you're no longer treated as, oh, we're all in it together, but actually you're getting a lot of the sort of a lot of the stresses which comes from those sort of central systems failing. So I think it's a very interesting sort of conversation about how could we think about supporting networks of self-sufficient or community self-reliance, that's another way of putting it, in the face of sort of moving towards more and more central concentration of power. Yeah, and I've promised Electra that you would get the final word.
Adonis asked, how can we make it simple for household? Think about what you eat and where you find your food, if you can grow it good. Community, organize, create community, be in community, act in community. Find political voice through community, and understand your purchasing power, where you give your money, what you buy. These are our key mechanisms for starting as an individual for me. So simple language would be that: what you buy, what you eat, and with who you organize and decide to live. Because alone we can't do a lot, but together we can go far. So with this message of simple language, I would like to thank you all for being here for this discussion, and thank my dear colleagues Hugo and Jakob, who came all the way to share their experiences, and we hope that these conversations will continue to exist in universities and cities and households altogether. So thanks everybody, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Alexandra, because there's an issue with that. Maybe you sit all down and
okay.
one by one,
you
and then
call
maybe
me.
in the end of the questions,
okay.
we'll come back here.
It's okay. So I'm leaving you.
Εντάξει, okay. Good evening. I think that we can start. So, after a quarter, I think it's okay. So, my name is Dimitris Poulios. I'm an architect and urban planner, and also member of Common Space and Participatory Lab that is organizing the conference. In this session, we have a title called Cities of Mediterranean Beyond the Environmental Issues. As you can imagine, it's a very broad title and that we can discuss everything. So, but mostly I think all the participants focus on issues related to history, elements of culture, elements of infrastructure of the city. So I think that it will be a very interesting discussion. Because we have this issue with the projector that hits in the face, each one of you are going to present one by one. So before we start, today we have 3 presentations from Konstantina Kalfa, that is assistant professor in the of History of Architecture in School of Fine Arts in Athens. We have Firat Gent, who is also assistant professor of sociology in University of Istanbul. We have also Alexander Valentino, director of Laboratory Architectura Nomad and coordinator of the Cool City project in Napoli. We start with Konstantina. You can present either from here or whatever you want. You can sit here. Όπου θες. Απλώς περνάς από εδώ για μένα, παρουσιάσεις από εδώ. Θες βήμα, θες τέτοιο.
Είναι καλύτερα κάθομαι.
Ωραία, εντάξει.
Αλλά δεν είμαι και σίγουρη γι' αυτό. Θα δείξει.
Έτσι κι αλλιώς νομίζω. Θα το κάνουμε πώς, από εδώ που θέλουμε.
Συνήθως
Ένας.
από εκεί, αν το κάνετε από εκεί να πάω. Ωραία.
Ωραία, εντάξει.
Ωραία,
τότε οκ. Έχει και ένα κλίκερ εδώ. Το βλέπεις από εκεί.
Good afternoon. Να το ανοίξω και το δύο ή πολύ. So good afternoon. I'm glad to be here. So in October 1947, the United States sent a team of housing experts to Greece as part of the American Mission for Aid to Greece, which was sent after the Truman Doctrine. And these housing experts dealt with Greek housing reconstruction. Yet this aspect of the aid program remained largely invisible for years and not by accident. It formed a key, highly strategic component of the broader American imperial project, summed up in the idea of self-help. In the doctrine, self-help was described as strengthening the will and the ability of the free nations to safeguard their own freedom, becoming self-supporting and self-respecting democracies. As Truman put it, I believe that we must assist free peoples to work out their own destinies in their own way. The rebuilding of Greece's rural villages took place between 1947 and 1951, and that would be my main focus today, even though I promised I would discuss housing aid projects in the broader region of the Eastern Mediterranean, including Egypt, Turkey, and Israel, which is part of my current research program. I will today focus on Greece because it was the first of these experiments and in many respects the most important one. That said, I will still gesture toward the wider context. The Greek case thus will serve as a starting point for a broader discussion of the issues involved. The central argument of my paper is that today's often enthusiastic experiments with participatory design and with cheap sustainable materials, approaches that emphasize their ability to strengthen community identity, self-reliance, and pride often, would benefit greatly from a closer look at the historical use of such methods. Right? Examining this history, especially in the so-called developing world, makes clear that these techniques were not only practical, were not only sustainable, were not only used for self-reliance, etc. They were also deployed strategically because they aligned with the socio-cultural conditions of societies considered underdeveloped and traditional, thereby eliciting more effectively the desired investment of labor and local resources from the population. In other words, the history of these programs can offer valuable lessons about the limits of such approaches in achieving spatial justice within a capitalist system. Instead of large urban projects, the US housing aid program in Greece emphasized small rural houses, the so-called rural nuclei, which you can see here, built with the participation of local inhabitants and later expanded by them. This approach carried strong ideological and geopolitical motives. By encouraging individual effort, productivity, and local responsibility, the United States sought to advance capitalist values and counter communist influence, which was, by the way, strong at the time in Greece. Housing became a symbolic arena in which the US attempted to demonstrate to the world the superiority of Western models of development, freedom, and self-reliance. Characteristically, referring to the Greek housing program, George Speer, who was the American expert who supervised it, noted, if rapid reconstruction could not be effected, it was possible that the communists would win the final victory in the midst of the Greek civil war, that is. And his supervisor, who was the world-renowned housing expert Jacob Crane, once said, if this is the Engels of Marx and Engels, then it seems to me that the USA is doing a great deal through several international housing aid programs towards counteracting Engels. So housing aid was much more to the minds of the Americans than helping local communities to self-shelter through their own efforts, right? The primary building material used in Greek reconstruction was stone. Stone featured prominently in exhibitions, and you can see here the exhibition of the survival of the Greek people, publications, official photographs, etc., showcasing the work of rural communities who carried it, transported it, and built with it in order to house themselves. A public discourse developed around stone, emphasizing the importance of learning from historical stone-built architecture. And you can see here the covers of the magazine, of the propagandistic magazine of the time, the Battle for Survival, issued by the Ministry of Reconstruction. And you can see how communities are building through stone. The Minister of Reconstruction, Konstantinos Doxiadis, a world-known urban planner and architect, said at the time, "Our people have created not once but twice two perfect architectural styles. Byzantine architecture in particular reached a level of technical perfection, and the great dome of Hagia Sophia was constructed without even a single iron rod, while today's engineer is at a loss in the countryside when he must roof a school and has no iron. Even today, the tradition survives, and there are concerns of the Greek land where local craftsmen need neither timber nor iron to roof a building." This material, you understand, so everyday and common as it was, right, was suddenly presented during the period of Greek reconstruction as something full of potential, even as a source of hope for survival. It promised, first of all, self-sufficiency. It also promised that the country's forests wouldn't be destroyed for timber, and that we wouldn't have to rely on massive imports of materials to rebuild. Stones, bricks, and tiles, Doxiadis pointed out, are found in every corner of our land and can be made very easily, even for free, using just earth, water, and sun, end of quote. The free labor of rural communities would turn this natural abundance into the very foundation for reconstruction. The reality is that the work of reconstruction was very different from traditional rural labor. It was closer to wage labor, but also, unfortunately, to forced labor, like what would soon take place in the exile camps, most notoriously on Macronissos. There, political prisoners, communists in majority, and re-education detainees were made to work under harsh conditions, often in the sun, building military or agricultural infrastructure, and living in extreme deprivation. In fact, the line between productive reconstruction and coercion was very thin, and the same labor that was celebrated in propaganda would also be used as a tool of control and political punishment. The above become evident in the way earth building materials and construction techniques were put to work in development programs around the world. The first scientific uses, or more accurately, studies that transformed the use of earth from a traditional cultural practice into a technocratic object of investigation were carried out by the US Department of Agriculture after the Great Depression of 1929 and later in the late 1940s by the Commonwealth, this one by the Commonwealth Bank of Australia. The goal was to in both cases, was to standardize methods and reduce construction risks so that rural populations could get loans, housing loans, and thus could get embedded into the formal financial mechanisms. These programs often specifically targeted Native American communities with projects guided by the Office of Indian Affairs and at the US Department of the Interior. Large sums of money were invested in such experiments. Experiments were also carried out during the Greek Reconstruction. At least from 1949 onward, different types of soil were studied, and the traditional Greek mixture of earth, straw, and water, which required a long drying period, was replaced with a process that applied pressure to slightly damp, wet soil. The bricks produced resembled traditional ones in shape and size, but were noticeably improved. Far less porous, more weather resistant, much more stronger, and with better adhesion to cement or lime mortars. All of this required standardization of unskilled labor. Nothing could be left to chance or to local know-how and traditional craftsmanship. In Greece, the tests were carried out using metal molds, with small students pounding the mixture into the mold with heavy wooden mallets. And you can see one of these experiments in this picture. In 1951, George Reed, who was the second housing expert who supervised Greek housing reconstruction, observed that further developments suggest that a readily portable hand pressure machine could turn these blocks out at quite a rate. It's not clear whether such a press machine was ever actually used in Greece. However, in 1949, a publication by the Ministry of Reconstruction mentions, alongside stone construction, of course, mentions building with mud and the possibility of mechanized bricks. Also, we know that later, in January 1951, Reed seems to have sent a team of Greek engineers from the Ministry of Reconstruction to conduct field research on various applications using compressed earth. And he also sent them to James Davis, an engineer at the Building Block Machine Company, Inc., who had put a brick-making machine into operation in South Texas. In any case, the history of using the manual press machine in the developing world is extremely revealing, showing just how closely housing aid programs were tied to geopolitical ambitions and capitalist interests. One of the first applications, for instance, took place during the Korean War. In 1953, such a press machine was used in Taiwan, which the Americans called Free China, which was at the time home to the military forces and government of Chinese nationalists. And you can see the press machine here. It's also likely that the same year it was used when the UN supported Israeli settlement in Palestinian territories through the use of stabilized earth. Soon the machine spread widely, and by the mid-1960s, with the support of Nelson Rockefeller, one of the models had been sent to over 50 countries in Latin America, Africa, Asia, and even Europe. Most of these were geopolitically sensitive regions, such as Ghana at the time and South Vietnam during the War of Vietnam. In Vietnam, the machine was integrated into what the US military called civic action, essentially the use of mainly local military forces on projects that would benefit the local population at all levels. So you understand that the machine was, in fact, a geopolitical tool rather than a tool of community involvement and participatory design, etc. In contrast to the apparent naturalness of building with earth, careful design and supervision were absolutely necessary when implementing aid programs based on earth construction, as Crane already emphasized back in 1950. He said, "Let us take the hypothetical case of a community of several thousand rural families in an underdeveloped tropical area. A program is formulated. The program envisages little three-room houses with stabilized earth floors and walls and roofs of homemade tile laid on homemade rafters. Potable water is piped from a mountain spring to a central fountain in each neighborhood. Simple sanitation improvements are devised. Expert advice, both technical and organizational, is provided by the government. The families in neighborhood groups do almost all the work. The stabilizing agent for the earth, the water pipes, and fountains, the simple woodwork, are supplied half as a loan equivalent to $100 per family and half as a grant in the same amount." So you understand that this is a very well-planned process guided by the US State Department, and also it involves mortgage loaning. It involves having people embedded into the official financial mechanisms of capitalism. So this is not a bottom-up enthusiastic initiative taken by the community, but rather a top-down, very well-planned scheme, right? Similarly, a 1959 manual for using a hand-operated brick press in Jamaica emphasized that supervision was essential to ensure work didn't stop due to quote-unquote mental fatigue or quote gradual loss of interest. According to the manual, instructions had to be followed to the letter because any improvisation or initiative by the locals could lead to mistakes with serious consequences for the morale and the entire community. At least one staff member in the program, one housing expert, one member of the housing aid mission, had to take on the exclusive role of motivator. His job was to constantly foster, quote, a spirit of optimism and hope, end of quote. The same goal, fostering hope, was behind the large international exhibition on low-cost housing held in New Delhi in 1954, where houses made of earth, designed by internationally recognized Indian and European architects, were on display. In fact, 2 of the houses were under construction during the exhibition to show that these building methods were so simple anyone could master them. This theatrical demonstration exemplified what architectural historian Farhan Karim, in his book Of Greater Dignity Than Riches, calls, quote, the architectural modernism of austerity, end of quote. Symbolically, this architecture of austerity aimed to convince people that India could stand on its own even with minimal resources. Practically, it succeeded in activating and multiplying local productive capacities. Ultimately, traditional methods were chosen not only because they were the cheapest, but also because they could fit the socio-cultural context. as it existed at the time, and effectively mobilizing and incorporating the necessary labor and local resources from the communities themselves. It was a technical approach to a problem that at its core was political and economic, the international division of resources and labor. At the same time that it celebrated the benefits of the capitalist free world, it delayed the participation of working class populations in the products of capitalist production, effectively depoliticizing the issue. So thank you very much.
With a presentation named From Ruins to Enclosures, Making the City After Conflict.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for being here. It's a big chance for me to speak after Constantina, because I didn't know that it's a big chance, big opportunity. It's a big coincidence that I'm going to talk about reconstruction again today, but from a more sociological perspective and in a totally different context, I guess. Today I want to talk about how cities are remade after conflicts, military armed conflicts. So I focus on how the ways in which post-conflict reconstruction reshaped space, property and political capacities, not only through displacement or destruction, but also through more subtle and generative forms of government. So my case today will be the historic core of Diyarbakir. Maybe you know it, maybe you don't know it. Diyarbakir is the largest Kurdish populated city in the southeast of Turkey. So I'm going to talk about the historic core, Suriçi, literally called Suriçi, the historic core of that city, which has been the epicenter of very harsh and severe, intense armed conflict in 2015 and 2016. So, but my aim today is not to present an empirical presentation. I'm not going to talk about the empirical details because tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m., my colleagues at a panel on Kurdish cities specifically will be talking about the specific details of this conjuncture. So I'm gonna skip some practical and empirical details, and I'm gonna focus on some more or less theoretical questions, such as what kind of power dynamics, what kind of power is exercised through reconstruction in post-conflict cities. And more broadly, how might we gauge the interplay between the state rationalities and market logics that inform reconstruction in post-conflict cities? So by engaging with these questions, I want to show why enclosure as a concept, rather than displacement alone, for instance, offers a more fruitful analytic for understanding post-conflict cities. And, you know, today, as battles, insurgencies, pacification campaigns increasingly unfold in cities, and with such developments, new questions arise about the impacts of post-conflict reconstruction on urbanity and urban experience. So while typically framed uncritically as recovery and restitution, processes of post-conflict reconstruction often serve as vehicles for subtle forms of violence, blurring the line between conflict and non-conflict, or between war and peace. As recent research on war-torn cities such as Beirut, Aleppo, Homs in Syria, or Mosul in Iraq rightly suggests, reconstruction redraws boundaries, reshapes memory, and engenders cities wherein spaces for world-making and self-organization are limited. So, but on the other hand, critical studies often approach post-conflict urbanism with some familiar analytical tools such as destruction, displacement, herbicide, exception, and so on. These are important concepts for sure, but and they capture the violence that tears cities apart and the brute force that empties them of residents. Yet, I believe what they often miss are the productive dimensions of reconstruction. The new spatial norms, legal categories, and aesthetic regimes that emerge precisely because destruction has cleared the ground for them are not being dealt sufficiently within such conceptualizations. In Suriçi, reconstruction did not merely rebuild damaged structures, it has generated a new spatial order. It reorganized relations between residents and the state, and more crucially, I believe, it has dismantled the social infrastructures that I call the commons, that once enabled autonomy and political capacities in Suriçi. So my suggestion today will be that reconstruction in Suriçi, and perhaps more broadly in many post-conflict conflicts, and even in post-disaster contexts, reconstruction operates as a form of enclosure from the very beginning. So drawing on the geographic literature on the commons enclosure dialectic, I argue that enclosure is a generative governmental process that produces legibility, reconfigures centrality, and dismantles the social and political capacities that once anchor communal life. So in post-conflict contexts, enclosure illuminates how new spatial, legal, and aesthetic orders become possible in the aftermath of destruction. In this sense, enclosure is not only a moment of dispossession or extinction. It is an anticipatory practice of reordering and remaking. So now, with these points in mind, let me provide a very brief background on Diyarbakır and Suriçi. So, Diyarbakır is the heartland of political mobilization and cultural production in Turkey. And since the 1980s, it's always been the largest Kurdish populated city in Turkey, but since the late 1980s especially, it has endured ongoing political and military conflicts between the state and the Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK. And its walled old city, Suriçi, is, or actually was, historically dense, socially heterogeneous, and politically significant. It has always been the bastion of Kurdish activism in the city, beginning with the 1980s, as the forcibly displaced persons coming from the countryside of the country fled into the walled city, into the historic center of Diyarbakır, starting with the late 1980s. So in the summer of 2015, following the collapse of the very fragile peace process between the Kurdish movement and the Turkish government, nowadays it's another phase of peace processes going on in Turkey, but between 2013 and 2015, there was another peace process which came to a halt, unfortunately. With the end of this process, several neighborhoods in Suriçi at the time became the site of intense urban clashes between the state security forces and the young militias affiliated with the Kurdish movement. For 6 months, especially the eastern neighborhoods of Suriçi, which was actually the residential core of the zone, the eastern neighborhoods witnessed the barricaded street fighting, and finally, ultimately, large-scale destruction of the built environment. In fact, it was the total razing of the built environment, including homes, including street patterns, including monumental sites, to the ground. Curfews in the area were imposed for months. Around 25,000 residents who live in this eastern part of Suriçi fled, or actually were forced out by the state. And those were mostly low-income families who had themselves been forcibly displaced once again in the 1990s by the state from their homes in the countryside of the Kurdish territory. So the last event was the second of this forced displacement of the community living in Suriçi. So after the clashes ended in early 2016, large parts of Suriçi remained sealed off behind military barricades for months. The government then initiated a mass expropriation in the area. Around 8,000 parcels in Suriçi have been expropriated by the state, meaning almost all the property rights in this area have been transferred to the state. And following this, and in the meantime, the municipality at local and metropolitan level was seized by a state-appointed trustee, kayyum in Turkish, and reconstruction scheme that I'm going to talk about today began under this very extraordinary administrative regime. Before the clashes, Suriçi was an assemblage of diverse urban commons. I do not mean this romantically. So by commons, I refer to material, concrete material and immaterial infrastructures of cooperation and solidarity, as Abdülmalik Simon, among others, argue, for instance. These infrastructures of cooperation and solidarity organize everyday life, meaning these are shared place-based practices that sustain social reproduction, at least in part, outside market dynamics, market valuation, and formal state structures. So most residents in the area were poor Kurdish migrants displaced in the 1990s, as I mentioned earlier. Deprived of formal resources, they sought refuge in Suriçi back in the time, often moving in with some relatives and members of extended families. At the time, in the 1990s, survival depended on kinship, shared homes, and informal work mostly. There were no mass housing policies or social safety nets. Life unfolded under the shadow of state repression and paramilitary violence, which was so prevalent again in the 1990s. Over time, yet, amid poverty and instability, residents of Suriçi cultivated minute practices and relations that allowed them to cope in everyday life. Across my fieldwork since the early 2010s, I observed these practices repeatedly. For instance, women in shared courtyards cared for children altogether. They baked bread in clay ovens, or men shared job leads in local coffee houses. People ran up informal debts at corner shops or tapped electricity illegally. And even scavenging, though less common, was vital for the most vulnerable families, such as the Roma families living in Suriçi. In short, material commons included informal housing arrangements, shared courtyards, semi-private passageways, cul-de-sacs, and the dense morphology that fostered proximity. On the other hand, immaterial commons included relations of neighborship and comradeship, collective care, informal labor networks, trust-based credits, child supervision, and tacit knowledges that exceed tribal relations and kinship ties, which were more common in the 1990s. So what I'm trying to say is that through the construction of those commons, material and immaterial, in sociological terms, the primary relationships based on kinship, for instance, were replaced by more secondary relationships based on urban practices and urban identities and urban experiences. So these practices became the foundation of a new kind of community. Memories, routines, and a shared sense of belonging transformed Suriçi from a mere physical space into a place where social life and communal bonds were cultivated beyond blood relations. Through these intertwined relations, residents nurtured both survival and solidarity. Thanks to these interactions, they developed sentiments of affiliation to and through Suriçi. So these commons did not exist as a direct outcome of an ideology or a political program. Contrary to some accounts that attribute the politicization of Suriçi primarily to the institutional reach of the Kurdish movement, I argue that it was the embeddedness of commons that enabled Kurdish political aspirations to take root and resonate locally. Or in other terms, in more simple terms, it was the commons that makes the politics possible, not the other way around. So commons emerged from necessity and from the availability of spatial resources. Narrow streets, irregular parcels, layered temporalities of use and repair. Over time, however, they produced something more, a degree of autonomy in everyday life. And to understand this notion of autonomy, I guess, we need to consider this notion of centrality. And centrality was key here. Suriçi sat at the symbolic and geographic core of Diyarbakır. As Alvaro Sevilla Buitrego argues in a recent article published in Urban Studies, Centrality in Lefebvrean terms is not merely a topological condition, but a political logic. It is a historically contingent form of collective agency concentrated in and through space. Holding central territories of cities provides subaltern subjects with capacities for world-making and self-organization. In Suriçi, centrality enabled the production of political capacities of the Kurdish poor migrants. And this is the social world that existed on the eve of 2015-2016 clashes and the reconstruction scheme. So let me now move to the reconstruction scheme undertaken by the Turkish state between the years of 2016 and 2022. And let me describe briefly the two dynamics that define it, I believe. One, the selective formalization of property relations, and second, the enactment of a normative aesthetics. So in Suriçi, reconstruction began with a redefinition of property relations in land and housing. The former landscape, as you can see here, these are the pictures from the late 1980s, but it was already similar in the 1990s too, maybe more dense. And the former landscape in Suriçi, and the former landscape of tenure in Suriçi was complex, layered, and often informal. This is an ironic situation because in the post-1950s Turkey, the gecekondu, the informal housing, the informal settlements were mostly built on occupied public land in the outskirts of the big cities. But in the case of Diyarbakır, it was a private land. And all these informal settlements or gecekondus were mostly built on private land and land owned by persons, real persons. But on that hand, there were many informalities going on in these areas. For instance, many residents lacked full legal documentation. Homes had been subdivided repeatedly and repeatedly. Some parcels had multiple overlapping claims. And even though tenancy was pretty prevalent, especially in the later period, especially in the 2010s, many transactions were verbal or trust-based. In other terms, there was no real functioning, effective real estate market. There was no market at all in Suriçi before the reconstruction scheme to a great extent. And it was something that I hear again and again from the bureaucrats at local and national levels. They were complaining about this absence of real estate, functioning real estate market in Suriçi, in the historic core of the city. So in the face of these circumstances, the state's response during the reconstruction scheme was to impose a new cadastral order in Suriçi. Again, as you can see here, this new order was individualized, legible, and fully inscribed within a market-compatible property regime. To do so, parcels were redrawn, titles were reissued, houses that no longer existed were given formal geometric coordinates. Contested or informal claims were often invalidated. Residents who lacked documentation, for instance tenants and informal occupants, were excluded from compensation or resettlement at all. In practice, the messy reality of how people lived was overwritten by an abstracted spatial logic. Of course, this was not a neutral operation. It has privileged certain actors and marginalized others. As reconstructed parcels entered the market, a real estate economy emerged where none had meaningfully existed before, while tenants, long-term informal occupants, and even the rightful homeowners and those with contested claims were excluded from this new order. If following some critical property scholars, such as Nicholas Blomley, Brené Bander, or Omar Razas, if we understand following them private property regimes as dialectical processes involving both property making and dispossession, then Suriçi's reconstruction represents a moment of selective formalization, which erased unruly property claims and produced property rights upon which a real estate market could be built. So property making and dispossession was at play simultaneously during this reconstruction scheme. This is my point. So, but this was not simply a case of total dispossession, as many observers or critical commentaries would be arguing. Rather, it marked a transition into a marketized spatial order in which the subjects and parameters of property claims fundamentally changed. So this is enclosure in a straightforward sense. The commons of use-based tenure and mutual accommodation were replaced with individualized, alienable, and exchangeable abstracted property relations. In doing so, the new property regime produced legibility, a precondition for governmentality, as Timothy Mitchell and some others argue in varying contexts. It has rendered Suruçi legible to the state and the market in a way it had never been. So that was the first dynamic that I wanted to mention, and the second dynamic concerns the aesthetic and spatial vision of reconstruction. 4 elements stand out here: securitization, monumentalization, tourism-centered zoning, and instrumental vernacularism. I will point each of them very briefly and leaving some further details to the Q&A if you like. So the first, and I think the most obvious case, is that Suruçi's new spatial layout, marked by widened roads, open sight lines, and cleared public spaces, facilitates surveillance and anchors the display of state authority. A dense and labyrinthine morphology of the previous Suruçi was reworked into an open and surveillable fabric. Second, select historical landmarks were reconstructed or created to create monumental vistas. These interventions inscribe monumentality into everyday experience through open plazas, sightlines, voids, and vistas. What emerged is a regime of visibility in which heritage is reduced to spectacle and dissociated from its social context. Third, zoning logic of the reconstruction scheme reflects a clear orientation toward tourism. New commercial corridors, hotels, and visitor-oriented amenities were introduced here, and the result is a spatial grammar that prioritizes legibility, spectacle, and visual coherence for the tourist gaze, oriented toward consumption rather than habitation. And lastly, architectural design choices reflect instrumental engagement with what is presented as vernacular. In both the commercial and residential facades, one finds a highly created reference to the so-called authentic. Buildings frequently feature decorative elements, such as arched windows, faux basalt cladding, that gesture toward Diyarbakır's imagined architectural past. So yet, this is a selective authenticity, stripped of its social and political context. So taken together, all these elements constitute a normative aesthetic, a vision of what Suruçi should look like and how it should be experienced. This aesthetic regime renders palatable the violence behind reconstruction. It constructs a visual order in which the new urban reality appears natural and proper and desirable. So this is 2 enclosure, I believe, the enclosure of sensibilities, memories, and embodied ways of knowing the place. So, to wrap up, what are the consequences of these 2 dynamics? First, the infrastructures of cooperation that sustained everyday life have been dismantled, of course, without some material commons, such as shared courtyards, adjacent homes, cul-de-sacs. Many forms of mutual care simply no longer work. Second, the immaterial commons have eroded. Social networks have dispersed. Tacit knowledges and everyday routines have been disrupted. Many residents, even though those who could manage to stay in Suruçi after the reconstruction scheme, they describe a sort of affective disorientation they feel, a feeling that space is no longer theirs. Third, the political capacities associated with centrality have been neutralized. The historic center has been reconfigured around tourism and state presence. Suruçi no longer functions as a political center, nor as an infrastructural center of communal life. Ironically, as Suruçi is built as a historic center, its centrality in Lefebvrean sense is tamed. And finally, new types of residents and users have entered the area, while former residents have dispersed across the city or left entirely. And the community that once anchored there, that political, vivid, lively community, has been fragmented. And this is not an unintended byproduct of the process, I guess. It is part of the logic of enclosure from the very beginning, by design of the state, Turkish state. Okay, so if we frame this process as merely displacement, we capture only one part of the story, I guess. People were indeed displaced and homes were destroyed, but displacement does not capture the productivity of reconstruction. On the other hand, enclosure shows us how reconstruction abstracts lived space, creates new regimes of visibility, generates legible parcels, shifts the social composition of the city center, and installs a normative aesthetic. In that sense, enclosure allows us to see reconstruction as a generative governmental process, one that actively produces a new spatial order and urbanities. I think this generativity is crucial. The multiple violence of enclosure lies not only in what it destroys, but also in what it builds in its place. To conclude, the case of Suriçi shows that post-conflict reconstruction is not simply about repairing damaged physical environment or restoring normalcy. It's about remaking the city, its spatial logics, forms of value, infrastructures of solidarity and cooperation, and political capacities. By thinking of reconstruction as enclosure, we can better understand not only the Diyarbakır, I guess, but also the broader dynamics of how cities are governed through crisis today. So how the aftermath of conflicts or natural disasters becomes an opportunity to impose new spatial orders, new aesthetic regimes, and new urbanities. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much for that. Now, Alexander, it's your presentation. So, Alexander Valentino is going to take the floor now with a presentation in Cool City, Napoli.
Yeah. So should I press something to go?
I think we're ready. You have the clicker.
It's over there on the table.
Sorry.
Thank you. Let's stop. So, just to introduce you the area where I come from and where the project started. Yeah, my name is Alexander Valentino. I am an architect, and I started to work for my city as an active citizen, right? The area of Naples is, do you have also a laser to point here? Anyway, this is the Bay of Naples, and the red button, okay. And this is the Vesuvius, and here is the Phlegraeon field. It's a supervolcano that with a couple of explosions, sometimes 30,000, 20,000 years ago, it has shaped also the city of Naples with the ashes that became tufa. So it's a yellow, quite soft stone to be worked, and the city has been built with that material to raise the walls, and with with the wood taken from the hills of Naples. Here there were chestnut wood, right? So the entire city for more than 3,000 years has been built just with the tufa taken from below and with the trees taken from the hills. And here I took these pictures just today. I'm sorry, they are not the best, but my computer broke and I couldn't finish my presentation. So you see, the city has been enclosed in that space for 3,000 years. The first colony in Naples, Greek colony, was of the 8th century before Christ in this area here, Partenope. And then in the 6th century before Christ, the city developed in this size and has been kept that size for 2,500 years. Just after the Second World War, it developed all over, you see here, and farther. Although the city had almost 1 million of inhabitants before industrialization, today is shrinking, the municipality of Naples, but the larger metropolitan city is today something like 3.5, 4 million of people. What I can say still here with this picture is that between the Vesuvius and the hills of Naples, the Bay of Naples, the entire Bay of Naples actually, is like a funnel taking the water from the Apennines towards the sea. From the far past, this is like Puteoli on the northern part of the bay, which was a very trendy Roman site during the Roman time. Wealthy families were living around here, and it was the metropolis actually during the Roman time, this area, till the very recent past. Everybody had enjoyed the water of the city of Naples, of the Bay of Naples, in different ways, particularly for the thermal baths that actually became very trendy during the Roman time because of the uses done by the Greeks and by other folks before in the Bay of Naples, because here the water is often warm by natural springs. And in fact, you know, there were the ones who developed this technology of the thermal baths in Rome were coming from this area of Pozzuoli in particular. There were even in Pozzuoli, there was, it's not described in this map because it was a most recent discovery. The thermal baths of Plinus the Older was built on an island here in Pozzuoli and was the most trendy thermal baths of the Roman time. My generation grew up in a city where there is no evidence of water at all. And, but looking at the ancient cartography or the ancient writings, you have lots of hints, lots of examples of water. And even in the names of the streets or stories told by elders, you always listen or see water in Naples. But my generation grew up with, you know, cement everywhere, no nature at all. And so at one point, I decided to look for the water in the city of Naples. And although asking to politicians or to, you know, policymakers, the answer was always, but you are a romantic, what are you looking for? There is no water at all, what are you talking about? but as you see, for instance, this is the Royal Palace in Naples. There is a fontaine shaping the site and receiving the name from the giant here. This is the Fontana del Gigante, the giant fontaine. And actually this fontaine is, after having played the water inside the fontaine, is also having waterfalls here and shaping the street until the sea. I'm telling you this because it will be then come from the project, the cool city that I want to talk about. But you can see even picture of basins with people, women washing their the clothes. This is right in front of the harbor of Naples, and fontaines everywhere with a beautiful shape. And this was such a beautiful fontaine to be seen even from San Martino here, the cloister. And Carl III, King of Naples, Carl the first King of Naples, that then became Carl III, King of Spain, took it away when he left the city of Naples to become King of Spain. And this is still a fontaine. This is the city center next to the harbor still. This is the municipality. And I remember this fontaine, which has been also destroyed. This was the entrance to the city in the 17th century. So it was characterized by fontaines in the center and other basins here on the side for the animals. This is something I have always seen in the city, in front of one of the most famous 17th century palaces, and it was it's like a metal barrack. Actually, I found out that it hides one of the most beautiful water banks. I will mention about the water banks in a second, maybe straight away. Water banks at one point in the 18th century became very trendy in Naples and were just a kiosk, but very rich in marble, often described, and very rich, also decorated with lemons or other vegetables. And they were selling the most tasty water of Naples, which is coming from the city center, from Partenope, what I mentioned to you, Partenope, which is, I will tell you in a second. I'm going farther. So what happens is that instead, so I started to look around for the water, and I found lots of water everywhere. The only thing is that they try to, actually they call it, today in Naples, they call it parasite water. And it is water that they try to get rid of, right? So this is what they also try to do here. They just throw cement, trying to stop the groundwater moving. So, and this picture is just to show you that at one point, you know, this is a 17th century building called Poggio Reale, so the royal building, right? My generation grew up understanding that this Poggio Reale, it's either the cemetery, which is called Cimitero di Poggio Reale, or the prison of Poggio Reale. Actually, if you say, I go to Poggio Reale, you think you're going to jail today, or you die. Instead, Poggio Reale was one of the most beautiful buildings in Naples, which used to take the water flowing from above and shaping the building with basins, fontaines, and with other structures like a tower here, which is giving the possibility to water to go to move underneath the street and then come at the same level on the other side. And the history of the water of Naples is going to be destroyed very soon, like this map, because the only 3 historical archives we have in Naples, they are closed, and there is no possibility for anybody to even research about that water. And even, yeah, I must tell you also that it happened at one point in 1861, when the water is not being drawn anymore in maps as well, as it was happening before. If you see the maps of the past, you can always see water and spring and rivers and canals, but from 1861 you don't see the water anymore. And not even in the regional plan of the waters, there is no witness of the water in Naples and around Naples, although there are often open-air canals. So because we didn't like to be pointed as romantic, we decided to find an idea that might take the interest of politicians. And because the water of Naples is very cold, it reaches the city at the 13, 14 degree, we decided, we came up with an idea of using the water and the ancient hydraulic infrastructure abandoned from 1861, because the city has been conquered by the north of Italy, and the people from Turin brought also the French, who started to build an aqueduct, and they were looking for customers. Neapolitan didn't like to buy water because they had it for free, because the city has been built actually together with its aqueduct. So digging in the tufa, reaching the springs, and linking the properties with the springs. And all the houses had their wells to take the water, and even in the streets there were wells everywhere, and nobody had to pay for the water until 1861. It took some time until the French built the aqueduct. In 1878, the new aqueduct was opened, but they didn't find customers because Neapolitan didn't want to pay, so they've forbidden the use of the ancient aqueduct, and slowly they gather customers. So the city of Naples is here, and it takes the water, in particular the ancient aqueduct of 3rd, 2nd century before Christ, is built with a tunnel entering the Vesuvius, Monte Insomma, and giving to the city with an underground aqueduct 3 cubic meters per second. And apart of that water, there is an amount of water coming from the Apennines, which is coming here towards the city, and it's another 3 or 4 cubic meters per second of water reaching the sea. Here in this picture, there are, this infrastructure has been lost. Let's say that nobody can access anymore. Just probably 1/3 of this infrastructure is known today, and but just in plan, not in a 3-dimensional way, and it means that there is lots of work to be done, because the idea of a cool city is to recover this water and the infrastructure to cool down the city above. Urban space, but also private spaces. So because of the lack of green, the city is affected by heat waves and very hot summertime. But I must say also that despite the lack of water of the north of Italy or of Sicily, often it's told in the media about those problems, Naples is not affected by the lack of water. Neither from the water coming down from this area, neither from the water coming from this new aqueduct, which is 150 kilometers from away near Avellino, and which has been built, as I mentioned, in 1870s on the route of the ancient Roman aqueduct, which was bringing really the water not in Naples, which didn't need it, but in Pozzuoli on the northern part. The idea of Cool City is to reconnect these underground situations with the overground. So there is no connection at all today between the little green or the urban factory or the courtyards or the public spaces and this network below. And our idea is to reconnect it again. The infrastructure is there, the wells are often still there, and there is an amount of water. You cannot imagine how much water it causes damages in the city. The entire infrastructure, modern infrastructure, can survive just because of the pumps which are working 24 hours a day. Because if there is a blackout in a couple of hours, metro, underpasses already. Okay.
Sorry for that.
Okay, so I will.
But we have a break later, so I mean.
Okay, so I will. I thought. So there's a couple of pictures describing the entrance to the city. You see there are evidences of the water here and there, and one of the focuses of Cool City is to work at the entrance of the aqueduct in the city of Naples. And we are developing a project with the support of students, of other organizations, universities, in different places of the city, and through several devices and having in account the underground infrastructure in the area of Santa Caterina Formiello. Here we are developing a project to cool down the surface. Maybe you can play with the video in a second. I wanted to tell you because the problem of our problem is that once we get the interest of politicians about the water, they straight away take the water away from us and sell it. And instead of giving it to the community as we would like. Please, can you show the video? Thank you. So actually, this water in particular is not water to be used for our cooling systems, but is the most famous water used as a mentioned by the first Greeks colonizing the city of Naples. And today it's hidden between big hotels built by the new colonizer of the 19th century, as I mentioned, who then came with a new law where water can be given to private to be sold. Earlier in the law of Neapolitan kingdoms, the water was always a social issue and was not to be sold. And so all the springs and all the water access have been closed and given to private to be sold. So, and here is the picture of people taking the water in the ancient time. We found the place full of water. It's a cave underneath the street today. and it's characteristic. This water, it's sparkling, it's iron rich and sulfuran rich. It's good for many reason. I mean, lack of iron in your blood, and the spring has been sabotaged in 1973 when they managed to close it for the cholera. So because of the amount of good water reaching there, coming there, the folk didn't make it privatized. It was fighting for that water for almost a century. And then finally with the cholera, you know, like COVID, everybody stops fighting. And once the spring got the interest of politicians, which earlier were saying, oh, what are you looking for? This is just salty water. You know, you would not find anything. But as soon as they found the water moving again and we drinking it after having tasted, they straight away came and closed it with a new gate. And today the idea of the municipality is to sell tickets for tourists to let them enter the site. But we are still fighting because we want to talk about this water to be able to talk about all the waters of the city, and this is why we will not leave it to them. Okay, thank you. I didn't use my...
Thank you a lot. Maybe you can all come up for the discussion. Έχουμε μικρόφωνο. Any questions? Okay, Thanos here. Any other one? Okay.
Hello. Hello?
Yes, it's okay.
Is it working? Ah, okay. I have a question about the cool water project that you mentioned. On your website, I could read that you want to connect like the water with the people of Naples. And are there any participatory projects involved in the cool water project? And like so to also maybe like enhance like the cultural aspect or the cultural value of water in the city as like a gathering point, for example, in the city?
Maybe collect everything.
Yes. Thank you very much. I was already prepared to do this comment, so I was because I have seen and I know at least the two of you. I know you and I know about your work, and I want to make a comment and maybe you can share your thoughts on this contradictory notion of tradition, history, and all this authenticity notion, because I think that what is common and as a link between your three presentations, which were great and somehow presented different aspects, but they had as a link this the typical Mediterranean framework context of something between modernity and tradition, the idea of reconstruction, but also the links with the past, and all this typical Mediterranean, Greek, Italian, Turkish thing that is coming from, I don't know, from the ancient years as, you know, a blessing, and we are condemned to with this. And I would like somehow to discuss on many times, and I can understand this comment that usually Kostadina makes. Sometimes, maybe we are doing it too. We represent the idea of traditional architecture or traditional techniques or this kind of things, or the traditional participation of the Mediterranean people or whatever. And in many cases, this is not actually something that it was really traditional. It was constructed. It was based on a lot of historical, political, ideological, and many other contexts, and in such a way it might not be even progressive in some cases, or in many cases. And this is something that is typical for the Arab world. I can see that, I mean, I have been in a lot of countries in the Middle East, and the representation of the traditional is something that I'm not sure if it is necessarily progressive or anti-colonial or whatever. It's a weird mixture of colonialism and tradition, which in many cases might be reactionary or conservative. It's similar to the Greek traditional, I don't know, the Greek traditional architecture. We have this representation of how the traditional architecture of the 50s, which is not traditional, it was not progressive. In many cases, it was a construction of the reconstruction phase. On the other hand, I believe that there is also a problem with the ultra-modernist, Western, European kind of progress, even in terms of architecture and construction and building. And I would like your opinion, because in a way this traditional notion that is condemning all our cities, even in Napoli, in its own, what is the tradition of the Neapolitan tradition? Most of the Neapolitan people that I know, they don't like this tradition of Napoli. But on the other hand, there are a lot of things that are still remain as sources of resistance somehow, in terms of how they are using the space, the common space, how they were using the water as a common resource. And I think that somehow we need to think, at least, or I would like your opinion, how a new reappropriation of what is about history or tradition or community of this kind of regions in the world might not be conservative and nationalist and reactionary, but it could be, I don't know, progressive, even in terms of sustainability and architecture and urban planning, but also in terms of political ideology, etc. Of course, I spoke a lot, sorry, but maybe some thoughts.
Anyone else? Question, comment? Okay, I have one. I think it was very interesting because Firat and Konstantina talked about a thing that has many similarities in a sense, or this notion of redevelopment after a crisis condition, either in Turkey and Kurdistan, or either in post-war Greece. And I wondered if you have time to elaborate a bit more about two issues. For Konstantina, I think that although your work focuses a lot on building construction and redevelopment of rural villages, I think that a thing that was also important in this area is all this debate about and policy about land reclamation in the rural areas. And if you have, how you have dealt with it, I mean, it was one of the most important policies in post-war Greece from 50s until the 70s. There's also a debate, let's say, that locals because I happen to work in some villages in a research project in Thessaly. There is this debate that during this period, that was also a period that the democratic condition was not at its best, of course, but also the locals believe that because the dictatorship, for example, had this ruling fist and could decide very easily policies, land reclamation moved very fast, and also things that didn't finish during the 70s finished before 20 years ago. And this was very important to the locals because apart from living in these areas, it was also important how to cultivate land. And I think that this correlation is also important. And Firat, if you could just, I'm not aware of the condition, I mean, in terms of policy in the area that you described, how was local authorities dealt with all this issue of reconstruction? Did they have a say? Did they, or it was everything part of the central Turkish government and they initiated all this project? And for the case of Napoli, which was, I think that, sorry, we didn't have more time to present us all these very interesting diagrams and plans. I want to be, the issue of reusing historical sources of water is something that in Athens we try to do it by the reuse of the old Hadrian aqueduct network. I'm sure that you have been aware of these projects, that we have been also involved in a multitude of ways. There is also, I think that always this interesting and difficult point of how people see it in different ways. I mean, in terms of politicians and local governments. In a sense, although it could be the cornerstone of a sustainable development of water management, it's not something that is usually is seen in this way. I mean, there's a huge discussion in Athens with water shortages, and particularly in the last months, and policies that could help in this direction using these water routes that were historic are not put as a priority. I assume that the same things happen in Napoli, but also in other cases. How do you work with local authorities or regional authorities? Because I assume that water management is not a local thing also. It has to do with many municipalities. It has to do with the region. So I think that this is very important, and it's also important for all of us that work in similar projects to understand how to navigate local authorities in a smart way in order to have something at least, because it's not something that, although it seems very common sense, it's not in many cases. Thank you a lot.
So thank you for your questions. They were very insightful, all of them. And of course, I will start with Thanos's comment on tradition. Of course, as you know, my answer would be that tradition is indeed a historical construction. And not only in modern times, but in every era. Of course, tradition was redefined and used in any reorganization of society. Its instrumental use was to exclude and include every time different groups of people and different definitions of nationality, etc. So I would say that there are always multiple traditions, and each time there are ways to filter down which traditions are useful for any progression in the society. So, for instance, in the case of the Suritsi city, the Kurdish traditions were diminished and excluded, etc. So you have this multiplicity, which implies not only in different uses within a certain group, but between different groups of people, whether these are defined by ethnic criteria or other sort of criteria. And of course, you always have this kind of violence, which Firat also described when you redefine tradition and you incorporate it in any new organization of the society. Now, what I also found common in all three speeches was not only, this conflictual relationship between tradition and modern times, but also the fact that what we see, and we get disappointed more and more, is that whatever was functioning in traditional economies, or if you wish, pre-capitalist economies, is whether not functioning anymore or incorporated into new capitalist ways of... so it's this real estate violence or this capitalist economy violence that, for instance, in the case of water in Naples, wants to use water in capitalist in a capitalist understanding of value, etc. So yeah, I do not believe I answered to all your rich and big question, but more or less this was the main points I wanted to make. And regarding the land redistribution, of course, we do have this, and again, it's a part of the answer I gave in the previous question, that you have property entitlements. It's a way of incorporating local communities into the capitalist way of organizing everyday life, in fact. And what also Firat, I think, observed is that it's not exclusion and dispossession, but in sort of giving them, and that's the way power works and power analysis, is giving them things in exchange, so to incorporate them into the system. So, for instance, in Greece and Turkey and other cities of the Mediterranean, this was a common pattern where you would make small owners of land, for instance, to real estate players in the big real estate party that took place after World War II. And so, in a way, this is a way of dispossessing, but also incorporating through property titles. So, of course, property is a key way of for small producers, etc., to have them back in the new organization of things. So yes, I'm sorry if it took longer than...
I don't see you there. Maybe we okay. Please, no worries. Okay, thank you. Yeah, here's yours. Thank you for the questions and comments. And I agree with Konstantina in that this duality between tradition and modernity doesn't work here, obviously. And then we need to find out some other conceptual and political ways to problematize this official rhetorics around such reconstruction processes, or around the notion of heritage in general, And yes, you're right, and from the very beginning, in the case of Diyarbakir, the official rhetoric around the reconstruction has been built on this, modernization of what is modernization of the tradition, right? On the one hand, you have this historic city, and on the other hand, you have these new amenities, flourishing in the historic city. But I think what matters more is to think of this notion of historic city, because any historic city is not given. We somehow, I mean, in our minds, in our ideas, we construct them first of all. They become historic city at one hand. Athens is a historic city because we construct it as a matter of heritage in the beginning. And Rome and Napoli and Istanbul and Diyarbakir, they become historic cities. So I think the question here, which makes me more interested, taking this heritage process or heritage making as something not given, as something, as a field of where broader political issues are at play. So in that sense, heritage making is a field of encounters, right? Encounters of ideas, imaginaries, contesting imaginaries. And I think this is paradoxically what matters in the case of Suriçi, because the destruction of heritage, of the historic city of Suriçi, has become possible at a time when it was becoming a heritage. So this process of heritage making and the unmaking of heritage has been the case in Suriçi in the last 15 years. And on the other hand, I must say that the Kurdish political movement's idea of heritage was also influential in this heritage making, in the end of which the monumentalization has become the opposite of the real, concrete, lived space of its inhabitants. Of course, it's obvious that the government, when was thinking of Suriçi as a place of civilizations, as a place of the first homeland of Islam as a religion in Anatolia, they have this very Islamic imaginary affiliated with this tourism economy, of course. So we have this tourism and very Islamic-centered, Islamist even idea of heritage. But on the other hand, the Kurdish movement, maybe since the mid-1990s, was making Suriçi itself as a historic city where Kurdishness was being built in, with all these references to early 19th century, 20th century Kurdish notables having some homes, sometimes reference to the multicultural, cosmopolitan past of the city in a very instrumental way, all these references to some Kurdishness. This is very typical, right? All sorts of nation building processes do need some references to somehow imagined heritages. So my point here is that this making of heritage within all these contested imaginaries, sometimes Islamist, sometimes Kurdish, I think ultimately has made Suriçi as an abstract space in Lefebvrean terms, where the monumentality has become, super over the very real social time and place of the real inhabitants. And in that sense, maybe to your question, Dimitris, of course, all these inhabitants, all these residents went on to struggle against these circumstances. I know that my presentation today was so state-centric in that sense. I was focusing on what the state did. But what is ironic or maybe unfortunate, I guess, all these households, all these inhabitants had to become once again, had to withdraw themselves to their own households to struggle against all these severe conditions, because they felt that they are so alone in the face of these conditions with the Kurdish movement's institutions, municipal or NGOs or the other sorts of institutions, become so obsolete and redundant in the struggle. So this time of ambivalences and this time of hardship were somehow overcome, if they could, through their own efforts, but with the expense of this loss of belief in the Kurdish cause to a certain extent. Of course, there are still supporters and enthusiastic supporters and activists of the Kurdish movement. They can't leave this idea, of course. But now I feel that there is this distance between the local inhabitants and the political elite of the movement, just because of this kind of perils of the heritage-making process. And all in all, even though we are so, and as critical scholars, as observers, we're so eager to support such causes, right, of the people without state, of the people, struggling against some authoritarian states. Obviously, we should do, but with some critical distance, I guess, considering the complexities and dilemmas of such political processes and struggles in the past.
So, about tradition, Thanos, I am the last Neapolitan. My mother is German, from Bavaria. My father comes from a bourgeois family. And in Naples, after the colonization from the north, the bourgeois became, attracted by Europe, by Italians, and the language has not been speaking in my family ever, our Neapolitan language. But I'm attracted by the underdogs, maybe. I've been working with Roma for more than 10 years around Europe. And at one point, living in Rome and looking how the capital is behaving with the south, I became kind of more, it's a Neapolitan, no? And moved back to Naples and tried to work for the city. And it was a time also when the COVID came, sorry to speak about that time, but as many others, I also started to see how around the world we were looking at pictures and how the environment was changing and going back to nature, right? And in Naples, we didn't see any change because the city is just filled with cement everywhere, no? And I started to, at that time, to be interested in that water. And I will try to answer, I don't remember the questions, to what you were asking, who we involve. No, we involve, because we are talking about stuff that at the first trial, everybody says, oh, what are you talking about, So we started to involve, first of all the private archives and libraries, because the state one, they are controlled by the state. The public ones, they are closed in Naples. So we couldn't get any information from the state. The state is kind of erasing the Neapolitan culture in all ways, many ways. First of all, the archives, we don't see anything. And with the maps, as I mentioned before. So we try to involve, even the older people, because they still remember the water flowing. People were telling us jumping from a bridge. Where is the bridge? We were looking for the bridge. The bridge is still called a bridge, but you don't see any arches of the bridge. It's filled with buildings. And, or a lake. My grandfather used to hunt around the lake. The lake is drawn. And there are few maps showing the lake, as I mentioned. So we try to involve everybody, like elders or communities, communities. People from Santa Lucia, the area there of the Acropolis, they still remember, and they come in the church, the main church. It's crowded. They are, suggesting a way to reclaim that water and the spring and reopen it. And although new generation don't know about that, the elders also didn't speak so much about, what they've lost. We involve the first main office dealing with the water from the Apennines to the sea. The water is a state issue, but then given to the region Campania to be given in concession. But, for instance, for the water there in Santa Lucia, there is a sign set there in 1731, which says that the water is a present of the king to the folk, and nobody can sell it or close it and whatever. So we have this ancestor, you know, we go to the tradition just because, I mean, it's an excuse to reclaim some stuff, you know, it's not something that I really feel. But looking at the past, I see how humans were interacting with the water, which today doesn't happen anymore. No, the water is given to you through pipes, and you just open and have it. You criticize when it's not coming out, but you know, I can tell you some interesting stuff. I have a friend working for IFAD, come si dice, la banca. Insomma, they support lots of projects, and he was in a meeting in some African city or village, and there were the girls complaining, saying, you know, you have built an aqueduct, and now instead of walking to the spring and having fun with my friends and gathering around the spring and chatting and laughing and living, now I'm closed at home, working every day, don't seeing my friends. So the water was still, even in the history of the people, of my older people, was a way to gather together, to exchange and to feel and beautiness and comfort and whatever. There were so many important things that we have lost anyway. No? We have lost, and I think through the water that we can redesign a city. You know, we can give more green, and we can also intervene in the question of the heating temperature, which can be lowered even 15 degrees, I guess, in the urban space. 15, yeah. No, really. There are evidences of, you know, just woods in the city that lowered the temperature of 8-10 degrees. There are lots of examples and research in that, Thanos. But because of the amount of water, cold water we have in Naples, there is more possibility to cool down the city. I'm not sure I've answered all the... See.
I'm sorry, but what you describe is like, for instance, for the case of the village of Africa, it's not just a sudden disruption or loss of tradition and the movement towards something new that you know, locals don't necessarily love. It's also the privatization of. Sure. In this case, water, or, you know, commons in general. So we should keep this in mind every time. Like, we've moved towards an era and a period where everything is privatized, including water and everything common. So this is not just the movement from traditional relations to contemporary anyway. It's also the fact that we are being we are left out from our access to, you know, something that was
resources.
Resources, exactly.
Yeah. This is what has pushed me to deal with the waters. It's like
exactly,
you know, the last or the most important resource which we can fight for.
The harsh reality is that the municipality or the state will accept your positions only if they get some money out of. I mean, this is the harsh reality that we have to face as it is, right? So I believe your project is amazing, and I would really support it. But in what kind of?
But I think, you know, we can even about involving again. Sorry, one has gone. But we try to involve even the condominium. Sometimes, you know, and a condominium has this. Access to the underground and to the empty today basins, and and we are trying even to involve just the people
this could
above,
work. Yeah,
because they
you're
can access to the water and they can use it for refreshing their homes, and so seeing how much they
But
can
it
spare.
also, I'm
because
sorry,
really
just,
this infrastructure, I mean, cooling infrastructure will happen to be for free during the summer. So instead of using the energy, you understand, to cool down,
absolutely.
you will
this could
have
work,
almost zero
perfect. It's just a
expenses.
small comment. I think your work also works as a political statement, like showing the possibilities and what we are allowed to do in real life. So it unpacks the possibilities and showing people what could be done and is not done because of. So I think it's very important.
Yeah, thank you.
So we can
keep
talking. Yeah.
organize this beautiful conference, and thank you again for all the work that you've been doing to organize these conferences. They're so hard, so really thank you to all of you. But Common Space is part of many European projects, including Ferville, which is a 4-year Horizon Europe project that looks at the relationship between the impact of inequalities, environmental, housing inequalities predominantly, on democracy, on people's ability to participate in politically. And we're doing this across 8 cities, London, Marseille, Paris, Brussels, Berlin, West Attica region, Giza, Dakar in Senegal, and Kalarash in Romania. And what we're trying to do is document, reflect, connect different ways in which communities, civil society organizations, residents, inhabitants come together, network, collaborate to address these inequalities. Today, we're going to have a panel that will discuss, in particular, environmental inequalities related to waste. And we had a couple of hours ago in the other building, one of our other panels with the West Attica Lab. I don't know if some of you were there, but I thought it was an incredible demonstration of also what Common Space is doing in West Attica, and all the cartographic work, all the evidence collected, the people's voices and narratives and biographies of how people are affected by all sorts of things in West Attica: the landfill, the oil refineries, pollution, deindustrialization, the new rise of logistics and precarity, and so on and so forth. So, thinking a little bit about the case and bringing it to other cities, today we're going to hear from Ismaila from Dakar, also from Romani Badir, who I'll present in a moment, from Cairo, and from Paloma Angers and Ahmed Zaza, from, who will talk about a case study in Giza. So, without further ado, I'll ask Ismaila to start. Agnès, Ismaila will speak in French. It's a bit, and Agnès will translate and present his presentation. And Despina, who is not here. Where is Despina? Despina, sorry, here. Maybe it's better, Despina, if you come and take my seat. No, it's okay, it's okay. Yeah? Okay. Yeah. It's better. Better if in. We can move a little bit. Come, Despina. Can you all move a little bit? Okay, so we're going to do the switch. This. So okay. Okay. Can't you voice Ismaila? Yes, he will talk in French, and she has to. Yes, she has to have the mic. She has Yeah. Okay.
It will be better, yeah, more simple, yes. Okay, okay. Can I turn that to... Okay. Mais personne ne le voit. C'est mieux si moi je le vois.
Hein?
It's better if
Okay.
I see him,
Okay.
because nobody sees it anyway. Merci. Ok. Vas-y, vas-y, je te dirai stop.
Voilà, bonjour à tous. Je suis vraiment aimé d'être avec vous en ce moment en présentiel, mais les circonstances ne nous l'ont pas permis. Et je suis vraiment ravi de faire une présentation de la décharge de Bobos.
Okay, so he's very sorry because he couldn't join. We just explained why. So he's greeting everybody and thanking everybody, and he will present the case of the landfill of Bobos in the periphery of Dakar.
Voilà, la décharge de Bobos est la principale décharge de la région de Dakar, qui est située à l'est de la banlieue de Dakar.
Okay, it is a main landfill in Dakar region and in the country located at the east of the region of Dakar.
Elle se trouve environ à 25 km du centre-ville de Dakar, au cœur d'une zone qui est fortement urbanisée.
It is located at around 24 kilometers from the center of Dakar in a very urbanized area.
La décharge a été créée en 1968 et elle s'étend sur 163 hectares et reçoit chaque jour des milliers de tonnes de déchets qui proviennent de Dakar
Okay.
et ses environs.
Okay, it was created in 1968, located on 163 hectares and receive every day thousands of tons of waste coming from the capital city.
Et autour de la décharge, une importante activité de récupération informelle s'est développée, faisant vivre de nombreuses familles.
Okay, around the landfill there is an important activity of garbage picker, waste pickers, informal that allow a lot of families to live from this income.
Et cependant, cette décharge pose de graves problèmes environnementaux, mais aussi sanitaires, que ce soit la pollution de l'air, les sols et des eaux, des fumées toxiques, mais aussi des risques élevés pour les populations qui vivent aux alentours de cette décharge.
Okay, so this, despite this, the capacity to live from the landfill, it is conveying a lot of risk on air pollution, on soil pollution, water pollution, and risk for the health of populations living around.
Donc, des projets de réhabilitation et de modernisation sont en cours pour réduire quand même ces impacts, mais aussi améliorer la gestion des déchets à Dakar.
Okay, some modernization and rehabilitation projects are under course in order to improve the quality of recycling, collecting, and everything in environment in Dakar. Okay, est-ce qu'on change de diapo? Yes.
Oui.
We can change the slide.
Voilà, et que cette étude vise à diagnostiquer les impacts de cette décharge sur la santé des riverains et sur leur cadre de vie en s'appuyant sur les résultats d'une enquête que j'ai menée par moi-même en tant qu'activiste auprès des habitants.
Okay, this is the result of a survey that Ismaila conducted on his own decision, not as member of Urbacen, pas en tant que membre d'Urbacen, hein, as an activist, and he did a survey he collected information about with 56 participants, residents of the surroundings of the landfill.
Slide suivant.
Peut-être diapo, slide, next slide. Okay.
Voilà, l'enquête a été réalisée auprès de 56 participants qui vivent aux alentours, 56 ménages qui vivent aux alentours de la décharge et que les données collectées portent sur les caractéristiques démographiques des répondants, la durée de leur résidence, leur perception des impacts sanitaires et environnementaux, ainsi que les principales préoccupations soulevées.
Okay. It was done, the survey, did collect information from 56 people, respondents, and it was about the quality of their perception of quality of life and pollution, etc. Yeah. Je réduis un peu parce qu'on a peu de temps en fait. Hein. Excuse-moi.
Ok, next slide. Et par rapport aux impacts sanitaires, on voit que l'augmentation des problèmes de santé, parmi les répondants, on a 83 des répondants ont constaté une aggravation des problèmes de santé et 17 n'ont pas remarqué d'impact significatif.
Okay, 83% of the respondents have confirmed that they felt an aggravation of health issues, and 70% didn't. Yeah.
Next slide. Et les populations vivant à proximité de la décharge sont quotidiennement exposées à de graves nuisances environnementales, notamment les odeurs nauséabondes et une forte population de l'air, une forte pollution de l'air due aux fumées et aux gaz émis par la combustion des déchets, ainsi qu'une présence accrue des insectes nuisibles qui favorisent la propagation de maladies.
Okay, so people that reside around this landfill are arguing that they feel daily problems like very big smells, toxical smokes, and also that affects the air quality, and also that new thing is that insects, nuisible, I don't know, surrounding this discharge, this landfill. And contamination of water as well.
Et ce qui est plus grave est que les quartiers environnants de cette décharge n'ont pas accès à l'eau potable. Donc, ils creusent des puits pour utiliser la nappe. La nappe qui est infectée par cette décharge parce que cette décharge se trouve dans un lac.
Ah, sur un lac, tu veux dire? Sur un lac?
Oui, oui.
Okay, this landfill is located on a lake, so the water ground is contaminated. So we have to consider that dwellers around don't have access to potable water, and they have to dig wells, but with contaminated water, in fact, as a result of the landfill.
Next slide. Et dans cette étage, il y a parfois des jeunes qui fouillent parmi les déchets et qui met en lumière une situation extrêmement préoccupante. Ils sont exposés en permanence à des risques immédiats tels que les brûlures ou bien des intoxications dues aux fumées toxiques.
And there is some people, young people especially, that are digging into this waste to find some sources of resources, and they find out that there is a lot of toxicity, they are burnt, they can get intoxicated by many substances. Okay, tu peux passer là.
Et des fois, les populations riveraines se réveillent sous un épais nuage de fumée toxique émanant de la décharge où le méthane s'accumule en profondeur ou bien même sous l'effet des fortes chaleurs, ces gaz s'enflamment spontanément et provoquant des incendies qui détériorent gravement la qualité de l'air et qui exposent les habitants à de sérieux risques sanitaires.
So you have two phenomena that appear sometimes, and there is smokes and clouds of methane that comes from the landfill itself, but otherwise you have some inflammatory gas that sometimes create explosions on the ground and create serious damage on the population surrounding.
Next slide.
2 minutes, peut-être on passe le petit film aussi. Ouais.
Et que les populations enquêtées demandent aussi et suggèrent la mise en œuvre des mesures sanitaires et de sensibilisation, notamment l'organisation de consultations médicales gratuites au profit des riverains, afin de diagnostiquer et de prendre en charge les maladies respiratoires cutanée.
Okay, so people are asking for legal or state medical care or visits to have repeated possible diagnosis of respiratory and associated illnesses or disease pathologies.
Slide suivant. Next slide.
Okay.
Et parmi les actions environnementales, donc, ils ont sollicité une réduction des émissions, et un suivi de qualité air et eau, mais aussi des barrières végétales. Cela veut dire faire des reboisements pour limiter la dispersion des polluants, mais aussi la valorisation des déchets, comme compostage et transformation énergétique.
Okay. Residents have been advocating for several solutions. The first one is to sort out, to have the solutions to sort and treat an ecological treatment of waste. The second one is to treat the quality of air and water, especially with vegetal barriers or implantation here.
Next slide.
Je crois qu'il faut. Ouais.
Ils ont aussi proposé des solutions à long terme, à savoir impliquer l'implication locale des autorités et associations dans les recherches d'alternatives durables, mais aussi un plan pour les habitants les plus exposés aux pathologies chroniques, mais aussi une réglementation stricte pour la gestion des déchets et une comité de suivi avec participation de la population.
I'm not sure I'm going to translate everything because I didn't. Okay, so they advocate for local implication of local authorities and associations in the research of sustainable alternatives, maybe progressive relocalization of some people and activities, especially for people concerned with strong pathologies, and then to have a legal framework that could enforce a more follow-up and resolution. Ok, je crois qu'on va passer le petit film. Yeah, okay. Now there is a small video just because I can say that Ismaëla, you didn't present yourself, tu t'es pas présenté. Ok, vas-y. Ok. Merci beaucoup. Super, merci. Merci beaucoup, Ismaëla.
Là, je suis en séminaire de formation et voilà, peut-être on aura l'occasion pour développer cette présentation. Et voilà. Et j'attends les questions. Peut-être si vous pouvez me l'envoyer par mail, je répondrai à ces questions. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Ismaila.
It was my fault for not properly introducing Ismaila, who is a computer engineer specialist in GIS based in Dakar, and he heads the mapping and data collection unit at the NGO Urbasen, which is one of the partners of the project Ferville. And he coordinates the activities for the Ferville project, focusing on participatory mapping and the co-production of urban data, and he's also an active member of Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team, and also is the president of OpenStreetMap Senegal, where he also works where he trains students in digital mapping and open data. So thank you, Ismaila. I'm sorry not to have you here. The next speaker is Romani Badir. Romani began working in his family's waste collection and recycling business when he was 4 years old, and I was very lucky to meet Romani in Cairo, he's the most knowledgeable person I know about waste and sorting and recycling plastics, cardboards, and other materials. He lives and works in Manshiet Nasser, also known as Mukatam, which is Cairo's largest recycling district, which is home to over 100,000 people and numerous recycling workshops. Romani is widely recognized by NGOs and international institutions as an expert in recycling and a respected representative of his community. As secretary of the Association of Garbage Collectors Community Development, he advocates for the rights and recognition of the Zabalin, the garbage collectors in Cairo. And he's been invited to international conferences in France, Belgium, South Africa, Vietnam to represent the Zabalin and their successful waste management model. So, to you, Romani.
Good afternoon. I'm Romani Badir, one of the Zabalin, the garbage collectors from Cairo. My grandfather came to Cairo in 71. I was 2 years old, and I began working at the age of 4 years old to collect garbage from houses with them. But at this moment, we didn't have electricity, water in our houses. So they counted only to reuse the organic to feed pigs, to feed some animals. Later, my father gave me the chance to go to school half of the day, and we got the electricity, so we began to build our houses and to do recycling machines to recycle the plastics, the metals, the cartons, everything. After I finished my studies, I studied the petrochemics, how to recycle, how to know the materials in its real name. We recycle it in our place in Mukatam, Manshiet Nasser, but each worker's got a special name for the material. They don't know the real name. If I'm talking about this bottle of plastic, it's 3 items, not only 1 item of plastic. It's polyethylene injected, it's polyester, and it's polyphenol chloride around this paper. So if I recycle all of those together, I lose all of them. I must separate, I must recognize the material to recycle it, but by its own. So I began to do a lot of social works in our area when I was asked by Fairville to cooperate for the project of Manshiet Dahshur. It was a great chance to teach the Nabashin there and to show them how to use even the very cheap items that they are throwing it, to show them the market in our area, at Mukatam area, which is the largest place, I can say, in the Middle East, which is recycling garbage. It's 5,000 tons a day. At least we recycle 90%. And the 10% we don't recycle because it's not, we can't recycle, it's just doesn't cover the hand workers. So to show the others the idea and to plant it in Manshiet Dahshur, maybe it will begin 1 step, 2 steps to show them to become just like us, like what we did. Around Cairo, the Zabalin, the garbage collectors are dealing with 11,000 tons a day. And the whole garbage coming out from Cairo is 20,000 tons. So hope that we can do something great with Fairville for this project in Manshiet Dahshur, and to show them and even to protect the health of people, because when we did our visits there, we found toxic items coming off the pharmacies which was thrown in the dump area, and the small kid was separating it, and it is very dangerous to get those items out of the pharmacy without burning. So maybe we gave for each pharmacy a safety box to put these items with it, and to deal to show the people there how to protect themselves from the dangerous items, and how to care about the garbage collection to be useful for us. For us, 1 ton of garbage means a life of 6 families a day, if I will guarantee it. Thank you.
The next 2 speakers, also from Cairo, are Paloma Ange, who is a research-focused project coordinator and socioeconomic applied researcher. She holds a master's degree in public policies from the University of Paris-Dauphine, with a specialization in evaluation and survey research. And her academic work includes research on international development and child protection policies. And since 2021, Paloma has worked with North-South Consultants Exchange in Egypt, which is one of the also partners of Ferville, focusing on development and humanitarian program evaluation, financial inclusion for marginalized populations, and community co-production processes. Along with Paloma, there is also Ahmed Zaza, who is a researcher and urban designer specializing in spatial and climate justice in urban planning, housing, and public spaces. He co-founded several organizations, including Ten Toba, applied research on the built environment. And through this organization, Ahmed Zaza has contributed to the publication of studies and manuals on participatory upgrading, and led co-production projects with marginalized communities in Egypt. Over to you.
Start. Good afternoon, everyone. We will be presenting a project that it's ongoing, where we are trying to tackle issues of inequality and hence democracy through a lens of waste management, or focusing on the waste management, especially in rural areas in Egypt. So I just want to... So we will be speaking about one of the villages in south of Giza. This village is called Dahshur. Dahshur is one of the oldest villages. We can easily say that it's one of the main seeds of Cairo, because Dahshur is part of the Memphis city that was built 3,000 years before century. And it started to grow and to expand to be like a village, a big village up till today. However, the relationship between the village and the heritage and the ancient monuments around it, it gives it still the dynamics of a historical village. And this is being reflected that a lot of people are working on tourism and so on. However, being also a village surrounded by agricultural land, a big part of the economic potentials of this village is coming out from farmers, and also it's being very obvious in the dynamics of the village, because all the crops harvesting and all they have like a big seasonal calendar for different crops, and of course this comes with a lot of ceremonies in the village and so on. The North-South Consultant Exchange have been working on this village since maybe 5 years now. They started a project for 8 years ago. I'm sorry. So they started a project focusing on enhancing the touristic potentials in the village, and they've been working very closely with the local community there. And actually, the village of Dahshur, it was chosen among the best 100 villages by the UN WTO for 2023. So in Egypt, we are 110 million inhabitants. So of course, our villages are not exactly what you would think about a village. Dahshur is an average village, and it has around 55,000 inhabitants, and it includes around even more than 4,200 buildings. This place, it's expanding a lot. So now it's even not clear to say it's a village as much as it's a peri-urban area. It's growing and to somewhere between being a village and an urban area. However, of course, the most problematic issue and the most obvious issue you will see in Dahshur is the amount of the piles of waste that you will be seeing everywhere, in front of the houses, in front of schools, in front covering canals, and it's really everywhere. There is a big problem for this, and there is actually a systemic structural problem concerning the marginalization of the villages in Egypt, and just looking at the villages as a source where we extract food and cheap labor. So there is no investments that are being directed to fix something, a horrible thing like what you just seeing on the photos. These are just examples. Yeah. So maybe Paloma.
Oh, then yes, maybe like this. Okay. Yeah, I will leave it, and I think it will show. So we started working on Fairville 3 years ago, and we were focusing on the waste issue. When we start to work on the waste issue, actually looking at what has environmental inequalities that the area is facing, it actually unfolds like the multidimensionality and the intersectionality of inequalities that Menchat Dahshur was facing. So first, the rural-urban gaps. So like politically, it's categorized as rural areas, but as you see with the demography, we cannot call it a village. It's actually a peri-urban agglomeration, but the status of the area is still under rural administration, which has a huge impact on the public funds allocated for this administration of its population. So, for example, Menchat Dahshur is part of Badrashin district, and this district had one budget to administrate 7 villages, but who are the same size of Menchat Dahshur. So you first see that actually the waste management problem, we're talking about uncollected waste. So the waste are not collecting from the houses, because also with the urban expansion of the area, it's like a lot of informal urbanization, so it's like very tiny street and so on. So no big truck can enter the streets. So what is happening mainly, it's the creation of 2 main dump areas where the municipality coming to these 2 main points to collect the waste. But they are not coming often. They have only one loader truck that they are actually using to collect the waste of all the 7 peri-urban agglomerations. So basically, when we talked with the head of the district, he told me, okay, I have 1 truck and I have 3 persons as a staff who's working about collecting the waste. So basically, 7 villages, I will send the truck once a week to one of them.
How many people is there? 7 villages.
So, yeah. No, yes, so 500,000 inhabitants to collect the waste with one truck and 3 staff. It's clearly we can see that the budget is not there, and the capacity are not there. And unfortunately, this issue about waste is just like one of the gaps for the public services in the area, because it's just one example, because they have the same issue with the school. There is just like primary and secondary school, no high school are in the Menchet Darchour. In average, it's classes of 50 students per teacher. They have no hospital, they just have like local clinic. But if you have any actually real needs, like health needs, you have to go to travel and see either a private doctor or going to an hospital within other areas. And the same, the houses are not connected to sewage evacuation, so they have no connection to evacuate the wastewater of their home. The water is not drinkable safely. So actually people are buying, there is like 4 filtered stations in Menchet Darchour, and people are buying to drink the water. They only use the water for like cleaning and cooking, because it will be, if they are boiling the water, but like so when we look at like the consequences, because uncollected waste creates like these huge dump areas, and it's also a rural area, so it's infiltrating the soil, the waste, since people, the 2 main waste dump are at the entrance of the village. One is next to like a school complex, 2 schools, a mosque, and a local market, and the playground for the children. And the other dump area is at also the entrance of the village, next to like a bakery, also another local market, and Marioteia canal, with an irrigation canal. So mainly all this waste is like infiltrated water, soil, and people who are not able to go to these areas to dump it there, they're actually burning the waste or throwing them in the irrigation canals next to their home. So it's actually, there is a lot of canals that are polluted, and also water are not actually arriving to the lands. So of course, the environmental inequalities has roots in actually already existing political and social inequalities, and in the same time is reinforcing the existing socio-economic and gender inequalities. Because even if it's a situation like all the inhabitants in this Menchet Darchour are affected, of course, by the environmental pollution, if you look at different scale, people are not affecting it in the same way. So if you look at, there is a different exposure to the most risky areas. So for example, if we look at the 2 dump areas where there is really this huge accumulation of waste, who is disposing the waste there? It's mainly women who are disposing the waste, and it's mainly women actually who are managing the waste of their home. So they are managing inside home the waste of their home, and then they are disposing it. Who is next to the dump area? The school. So the students are exposed actually 5 days a week to these areas, are playing around this area. And whose other people are really engaged with, are not engaged, but using this space and have direct contact with this dump, the informal workers. So waste picker, but not like, they are not organized at all as a Zabaline community in Menchet Nasser. It's really informal workers who have had not really a huge knowledge about waste value. So it's really like daily workers who are collecting daily and selling a small amount of waste with, by weight, most of the time not very valuable. So these persons are the most exposed, and actually it's another layer actually of being touched by these environmental inequalities. We can see also it has a lot of consequences on gender, because all this, like the division in the area, it's still that the paid work are mostly in the responsibility of men, and all the women are doing this unpaid work about care about the family and children and so on. And actually the situation is increasing, like a lot of responsibility for the safety of the children in home. When we were doing focus group discussion with the women, they are really impacted because the safety of their children is directly engaged, because there is also a lot of rats coming because of the waste are entering in the home and actually biting children and so on. And so like women are actually also mostly dealing with a lot of responsibility to face this issue at the house level. And it's also increasing their, the cost, like buying water and going to buy water for the family, because you cannot drink the water with, directly from home. And also you can see difference of adaptation of the population to capacity to adapt to this situation. Because of course in this village there is of course difference of incomes. So it's not a rich village, but there is still rich family. And even in there is difference of economy of livelihood. What happens, there is some private services of waste collection. So the people who can afford to have this and to have someone who's taking the waste have these services, and people who cannot afford to pay additional still stay in this situation of uncollected waste. And last point, and then I think we're going to move on. But so it's also directly impacting the livelihood of the farmers who are actually getting their incomes from agriculture. So of course, like with years, the quality of crops are decreasing and decreasing. So the livelihood incomes are directly impacted by the issue.
Yeah, so accordingly, we started a co-production process in the village. It's been now, I think, like almost 3 years that we've been working there. Mainly, we were trying that everything we'll be doing, it will be actually co-produced between as much as possible from local community. So we had community meetings and some trainings and a lot of focus groups. And as Paloma mentioned, the focus of women also became something that we were trying to expand in the project, because it wasn't like this in the beginning. But working, and I think this is a major aspect in co-production, because you can't plan from the beginning. You can't put a plan. So the plan is being developed along where you're working. We had trainings for co-producing maps with local communities and several meetings, so that we can know exactly, understand the whole case, and like Paloma mentioned, and also to think together what can be done. We started to produce several maps. These maps were trying to find out where are the main accumulation of garbage in the area. We tried also to do several types of analysis, like understanding where are the most densities in the area, the residential densities, because hence it will be producing more waste, focusing on the commercial activities and categorizing what type of waste do each activity is producing. So what commercial activities are producing solid waste, which are producing organic waste, medical waste, or no waste at all. From this, we started to reach like a strategy where we are following now, that we worked on creating an in-depth study focusing on different intersectionalities with waste management. A waste management strategy, this is hopefully the end product that we want to come out with, working with the local communities. This includes the whole collection system, transportation, piloting in central disposals, marketing, develop certain markets channels for underutilized waste streams, And of course, advocating and coordinating with the local authorities in the area, and so on. We've been working also on capacity building for the residents, CBOs and NGOs, through awareness campaigns, training programs, and enterprise evaluation. And while working also, there were byproducts that we started to focus on, even if it was totally out of our scope. Like exactly like Paloma was mentioning, the whole idea, the whole issue about how the budgets, the municipal budget is being distributed, and there's of course problems in this. Also sewage system in the area, yes, of course it's very connected to waste, but also trying to advocate and to like reach or help reaching the voice of the people to the local authorities as well. I will go very quickly with the outcomes up till now. So it isn't okay. So we've been working on one of the school complexes. There is a school complex with a big dump area in front of it. Of course, these schools are containing 4,000 students who are daily interacting with big, like all of this area. It's in front of these schools. So we've started doing workshops with the local communities, with the waste pickers and waste collectors, so that we can fix this. And we came out with a design. It was co-designed of a room that and how to design this room, how to have this room to have compartments inside, like to separate the waste and so on, and how, and of course a lot of very specific technical questions. So the bulldozer, how it will go inside to remove the municipality bulldozer, and all about questions, even going to the smallest details of how will most of these waste bags are draining water, so where will the water go? So there were slopes in the design linked to like a sewage system just for this. But while working on this, we found that it will be unsustainable if we just working on this dumping area and just leaving, while there is more to in this space. So we started to think about the projects as more of a complex system, where to start like doing integrated unit, where the dumping room is one of it, is part of it. So we started to discuss different projects. So around the dumping room. So this dumping room, we don't want it only to be in this area alone. So after it's being implemented, we want to create a manual for it, how to build it, how much exactly did it cost, and all the questions needed to be replicated. As well as looking at the dumping area, we wanted to secure the dumping area with other activities around it, so that the people won't throw outside of this dumping area. There are activities, and there are other people who are working on these activities, and they will try also to help controlling, letting the people abide to throwing in the room. So we were discussing plant nursery. And of course, working with in front of a school complex, we started to work with the school principals to how to also integrate their schools in the bigger project, starting from creating zero waste schools to doing plantation in the schools, and also as part of awareness, because part of the project is creating awareness campaigns. So how to do participatory art on the walls of the schools to create murals. These murals will be co-produced by the students, by the teachers, by artists from the locals and even outside of the area, to start promoting for issues concerning waste management, recycling, upcycling, and so on. Of course, this opened up a huge, or like a big breakdown for the stakeholders, and now we have to work with more stakeholders in the area. On one hand, of course, it's more complicated. On the other hand, it really secures and like a good co-production process. Yeah. Do you want to continue the outcomes?
I'll try to not take too much time. As Romani was explaining, so Romani joined us in the project because we wanted to work with the informal collectors, but it was not easy to make them come to the community meeting because they are a very marginalized population. So we involved Romani, and of course, and we start to go on the field, really it create more contact because Romani has a lot of things to share. So we started to do trainings for them. So they went to visit the recycling site in Manchester Nasr community, and Romani teach them about the whole system about sorting and how to recycle the different type of waste. So we did this training this year, and we are still working with them because one of the issues, for now, they cannot really implement what they have learned and discovered because at their level, they are working daily on the dump area itself. So there is no place to store the waste, start to sort it, and to accumulate it before transporting it to sell it. And so for now, we are in a process, so we are a bit stuck with this, and we are trying to see how we could support by fundraising and maybe by supporting them in getting equipment. But of course, this was not part of the project at the beginning, but now we are trying to co-create solution. It creates also now to see the next step. So it's nice to co-produce, but then sometimes there is also this kind of financial challenges. So sometimes you need also money to implement. So it creates another follow-up to really implement the solution you co-produce with the community. Last July we did a pilot for a month to see how we could improve the door-to-door waste collection, because as I was telling, there is some individuals, also collectors, but who own tricycle, who are proposing these private services. So we did a study with one of them during a month to see, to look at the waste that he was collecting, to see if he could make more money out of it, and in that case, don't need to actually ask for a high cost for these services. 1 minute, okay. So we did this during a month to see if we could find another way to make this door-to-door a private solution accessible. But this pilot actually didn't really work out. So we did also audiovisual training with the community. So because we will actually, by trying to understand how we can co-produce with marginal communities, we understood that the way to work, it's actually we need to give them the opportunity to be able to work with us. So it's also coming from giving something to the community, and trying to develop trainings was a way we find to get the people engaged in the process. And when we were working with, okay, so we can, okay.
Thank you very much. So you see, this third participatory lab conference has 4 themes: the right to the city, the right to nature, the right to commons, and the right to visibility. And I think what we've been trying to do with this panel on unwasting is to make visible these relations of and about waste beyond the technical solutions. So in a way, what we're trying to do is to ask ourselves, what does waste mean in our time and in some of our neighborhoods? And the last speaker is Despina Spanuti, who is a member of West Front, which is a social movement against the centralized waste management in the Attica region, fighting against the landfill expansion in Philly. And she's a chemical engineer with many years of experience and also a member of many socio-ecological movements in Greece. Despina.
Thank you very much. Ήταν πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέροντα αυτά που ακούσαμε και πάρα πολύ χρήσιμα και η αλήθεια είναι ότι δεν ξέρω πόσο ενδιαφέρουσα θα είναι η δική μου εισήγηση σε σχέση με αυτά που προηγήθηκαν, που ήταν πραγματικά συγκλονιστικά, δεδομένου ότι εμείς στην Ελλάδα, εκτός από το γεγονός ότι έχουμε πολύ κακές επιδόσεις στη διαχείριση των απορριμμάτων, δεν έχουμε καν το τελικό στάδιο, αυτό δηλαδή που είδαμε προηγουμένως, τα δικά μας τα σκουπίδια, ακόμα και με αυτή την ελάχιστη επίδοση που έχουμε στη διαλογή τους, δεν ανακυκλώνονται στη χώρα. Τα περισσότερα από αυτά εξάγονται, πηγαίνουν σε χώρες του τρίτου κόσμου. Θα ξεκινήσω κι εγώ. I think I must move there. Λοιπόν, ξεκινάω με ένα απόφθεγμα από ένα βιβλίο ότι ο σύγχρονος καπιταλισμός βασίζεται σε μια διαδική αντίθεση μεταξύ χρήσιμων και χαμένων ζώων, μεταξύ εκείνων που υπηρετούν δηλαδή το καπιταλιστικό σύστημα και εκείνων που αποκλείονται από αυτό και οι χαμένες αυτές ζωές πολύ συχνά ζουν με τα απόβλητα κυριολεκτικά, όχι μόνο μεταφορικά δηλαδή. Στην Ελλάδα, πολύ σύντομα, παράγουμε κάθε χρόνο 5,5 εκατομμύρια τόνους αστικών στερεών αποβλήτων και 7,5 εκατομμύρια βιομηχανικά απόβλητα. Αυτό που είναι ενδιαφέρον είναι ότι μέρος των βιομηχανικών αποβλήτων διοχετεύεται μέσα στα αστικά απόβλητα μέσω των επιχειρήσεων ανακύκλωσης. Υπάρχει μια πολύ πρόσφατη έκθεση, χθες ή προχθές ανακοινώθηκε, του Ευρωπαϊκού Ελεγκτικού Συνεδρίου σε σχέση με τη διαχείριση των απορριμμάτων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, που διαπιστώνει ότι η Ελλάδα μαζί με τη Ρουμανία είναι στις τελευταίες θέσεις όλων των καλών πρακτικών για τα σκουπίδια, δηλαδή στην ανακύκλωση, την επαναχρησιμοποίηση, την λιπασματοποίηση των οργανικών. Απέναντι σε αυτήν την κατάσταση, η κυβέρνηση αντί να φροντίσει να εντείνει τις καλές πρακτικές, εξήγηλε ένα σχέδιο που αφορά την δημιουργία 6 μονάδων καύσης σε όλη τη χώρα. Η χώρα μέχρι στιγμής δεν έχει αυτή τη μέθοδο διαχείρισης αποβλήτων και 56 μονάδες, επίσης, άλλες 56 μονάδες που θα παράγουν καύσιμο υλικό από τα σκουπίδια. Τώρα, ας δούμε λίγο σαν case study την περίπτωση της Αττικής, για να δούμε λίγο και τις ανισότητες. Όπως θα υπόθηκε και στο προηγούμενο εργαστήριο, πάνω από 50 χρόνια το σύνολο σχεδόν των αστικών στερεών αποβλήτων κατευθύνεται δυτικά. Πάνω από 90% των αστικών αποβλήτων οδηγείται προς ταφή σε ένα και μοναδικό χώρο, ενώ μόλις το 7% ανακτάται με οποιοδήποτε τρόπο, δηλαδή είτε λιποσματοποιείται είτε ανακυκλώνεται. Στη φυλή τώρα τι βρίσκεται? Στη φυλή έχουμε την χωματερή, που είναι χώρος υγειονομικής ταφής, δεν είναι απλώς εναπόθεσης, με πολλά προβλήματα βέβαια. Έχουμε ένα εργοστάσιο που κάνει διαλογή των σύμμικτων απορριμμάτων και κάποιου είδους κομποστοποίηση. Και έχουμε και έναν αποτεφρωτήρα που συλλέγει τα υγειονομικά απόβλητα από όλη τη χώρα και τα αποτεφρώνει. Υπήρχε το 2013, έγινε μια έκθεση από την Επιτροπή Αναφορών του Ευρωπαϊκού Κοινοβουλίου που διαπίστωνε ότι είναι τραγική η κατάσταση στη φυλή, ενώ μέχρι σήμερα η κατάσταση όχι απλώς από τότε μέχρι σήμερα, πρότεινε και κάποια μέτρα που έπρεπε να ληφθούν, από τότε και μέχρι σήμερα η κατάσταση όχι απλώς δεν βελτιώνεται, αλλά συνεχίζει να χειροτερεύει. Ένα από τα βασικά χαρακτηριστικά είναι ότι τα προβλήματα καλύπτονται από σιωπή, δηλαδή ελάχιστες έρευνες και μελέτες υπάρχουν για αυτό το τεράστιο οικολογικό έγκλημα, τη μεγαλύτερη χωματερή της Ευρώπης. Πριν από κάποια χρόνια, το Δυτικό Μέτωπο, μετά από δικαστική διαμάχη πολλών ετών, κατόρθωσε να υποχρεώσει το Δήμο να παραδώσει μια μελέτη, την οποία την είχε εκπονήσει και την είχε βάλει στο συρτάρι του, γιατί η μελέτη ουσιαστικά επιβεβαίωνε αυτό που όλοι ξέρουμε, ότι υπάρχουν τραγικές υπερβάσεις σε όλων των ειδών τα θεσμοθετημένα όρια των ρήπων, και επίσης αποτύπωνε μια απελπιστική περιβαλλοντική κατάσταση, όχι μόνο στην ίδια την χωματερή, αλλά και στη γύρω περιοχή. Το Δεκέμβρη του 2017 ανατέθηκε επιτέλους η διεξαγωγή μιας επιδημιολογικής μελέτης που εκείνη η Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή ήδη την είχε συστήσει από το 2013, και οι μελετητές ήταν ένα κονσόρτσιουμ από τα μεγαλύτερα ερευνητικά δημόσια ιδρύματα στην χώρα και πανεπιστήμια. Ήταν ο Δημόκριτος, ήταν η Εθνική Σχολή Δημόσιας Υγείας κλπ. Αυτή η μελέτη είχε deadline το 19, έπρεπε να παραδοθεί το 19, κάποια στιγμή παραδόθηκε, παρά το γεγονός ότι μέχρι σήμερα που έχουμε 25, 7 χρόνια μετά δηλαδή, έχουν γίνει επανειλημμένα κοινοβουλευτικές ερωτήσεις για να δημοσιοποιηθεί αυτή η μελέτη, ακόμα δεν έχουμε μάθει τι συμπέρασμα έβγαλε, γιατί η επιδημιολογική μελέτη θα έβγαζε συμπέρασμα για το τι συμβαίνει με την υγεία των κατοίκων στην ευρύτερη περιοχή. Τώρα, εδώ βλέπουμε καπνούς από μία από τις αναφλέξεις που γίνονται πολύ συχνά στη χωματερή της φυλής. Εκτός όμως από αυτές τις αναφλέξεις, υπάρχει καθημερινή ρύπανση. Υπάρχει μια μυρωδιά που απλώνεται στην ευρύτερη περιοχή που κατά καιρούς καλύπτει μεγάλο μέρος της Δυτικής Αθήνας. Υπάρχει η σκόνη και τα καυσαέρια, γιατί φανταστείτε ότι από όλη την Αττική, που είναι ένας πολύ μεγάλος χώρος, από την Ανατολική Αττική, από τα νότια προάστια κλπ. Όλα αυτά τα μέρη στέλνουν απορριμματοφόρα κάθε μέρα στη φυλή. Κάθε μέρα λοιπόν υπάρχει μια ατελείωτα κομβόια απορριμματοφόρων, τα οποία διασχίζουν τη Δυτική Αθήνα και πηγαίνουν στη φυλή. Τώρα, τι βλέπουμε? Βλέπουμε το γνωστό. Οι φτωχότεροι παράγουν λιγότερα απόβλητα. Έτσι, αυτό το βλέπουμε και σε επίπεδο Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης με τα στοιχεία που δημοσιεύονται. Το βλέπουμε και μέσα στη χώρα. Η Αττική, που έχει το μεγαλύτερο, το ψηλότερο κατά κεφαλή ΑΕΠ της χώρας, παράγει και τα περισσότερα απόβλητα ανακάτοικο. Και επίσης, με βάση τα ετήσια στοιχεία που δημοσιεύει ο ενιαίος σύνδεσμος που κάνει τη διαχείριση των αποβλήτων, οι πλουσιότερες περιοχές που είναι στα νότια παραλιακά προάστια και στα βόρεια της Αττικής έχουν σημαντικά μεγαλύτερες ποσότητες αποβλήτων, πολλές φορές είναι και πολλαπλάσιες, δηλαδή είναι μέχρι και διπλάσιες και τριπλάσιες ποσότητες αποβλήτων από ότι ανακάτοικο σε σχέση με τις μικροαστικές και τις εργατικές περιοχές του κέντρου και της Δυτικής Αττικής. Τώρα, στη Δυτική Αττική υπάρχει μια μεγάλη περιοχή που λέγεται Θριάσιο Πεδίο. Είναι μια περιοχή με εξαιρετική ιστορική σημασία από την αρχαιότητα. Σήμερα είναι ένας χώρος που συγκεντρώνονται εκατοντάδες νόμιμες και ημινόμιμες και εντελώς παράνομες δραστηριότητες μεταποίησης και αποθήκευσης αποβλήτων, από αποθήκες ανακυκλώσιμων, διαλυτήρια μετάλλων κλπ. Πάρα πολλές δραστηριότητες. Είναι μία από τις πιο μολυσμένες περιοχές σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο και εδώ και πάνω από 2 δεκαετίες έχουμε συνεχείς σχετικές καταδίκες και πρόστιμα από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, χωρίς βέβαια να έχει αλλάξει οτιδήποτε Εδώ βλέπετε 2 φωτιές που είναι σε αποθήκες ανακυκλώσιμων υλικών. Μία είναι στον Ασπρόπυργο και η άλλη είναι στη Μάνδρα. Αυτά είναι πάρα πολύ συχνά, δηλαδή αυτές είναι 2 τυχαίες φωτογραφίες, τέτοιες υπάρχουν, τα στιγμιότυπα αυτά είναι σχεδόν συνεχή. Στις αποθήκες ανακυκλώσιμων υλικών, οι πυρκαγιές που ξεσπούν δεν οφείλονται μόνο σε περιόδους που οι τιμές των ανακυκλώσιμων στις διεθνείς αγορές είναι χαμηλές και άρα δεν υπάρχει λόγος να πουληθούν, γιατί δυστυχώς μία όψη της διαχείρισης των απορριμμάτων είναι ότι έχουν γίνει ακόμα και αυτά ένα εμπορικό προϊόν, πράγμα που εμποδίζει απόλυτα την ορθολογική τους μεταχείριση. Αλλά ένας άλλος λόγος που οθεί σε αυτές τις αναφλέξεις είναι αυτός που σας είπα στην αρχή, ότι δηλαδή υπάρχουν απόβλητα τα οποία είναι τοξικά, είναι βιομηχανικά, είναι ακατάλληλα και παρόλα αυτά συσσωρεύονται παράνομα ως ανακυκλώσιμα και με αυτόν τον τρόπο διοχετεύονται πλαγίως στη χωματερή της φυλής ως υπόλοιμα ανακύκλωσης. Οι άνθρωποι που ζουν στις περιοχές, και βέβαια όταν δεν μπορούν αυτά να τα διοχετεύσουν, είτε ως ανακυκλώσιμα είτε ως υπόλοιμα, τότε τα καίνε. Καταλαβαίνουμε λοιπόν ότι οι άνθρωποι που ζουν γύρω από αυτές τις εγκαταστάσεις, όλη η Αττική επηρεάζεται από αυτές τις πυρκαγιές, αλλά ιδιαίτερα οι άνθρωποι που ζουν κοντά επηρεάζονται περισσότερο. Είναι εύλογο αυτό. Δίπλα στη χωματερή της φυλής υπάρχουν καταβλισμοί ολόκληροι ρακοσυλλεκτών, που ζουν δηλαδή μπαίνοντας μέσα στη χωματερή καθημερινά και κάνοντας ρακοσυλλογή. Και στη συνέχεια, πολλά από αυτά, σε αυτούς τους καταβλισμούς, καίγονται κάθε μέρα πλαστικά καλώδια για να αφαιρεθεί ο χαλκός. Τώρα, τι υπάρχει σε επίπεδο κινηματικών δράσεων? Μακριά από αυτή λοιπόν την αθέατη τοξική πραγματικότητα που ο μέσος άνθρωπος που ζει στην Αθήνα δεν την γνωρίζει καν, δεν έχει απασχοληθεί ποτέ με το ότι υπάρχει ένας ολόκληρος κόσμος, και μακριά από τους απόβλητους ανθρώπους που διαχειρίζονται τα απόβλητα, η υπόλοιπη κοινωνία προσπαθεί να κάνει? Να αποθήσει τη διαχείριση αποβλήτων μακριά από την αυλή της. Δηλαδή τα βασικά κινήματα που έχουμε στη χώρα που αφορούν τη διαχείριση απορριμμάτων είναι από περιοχές που είναι καθαρές μέχρι τώρα και κάποια στιγμή τους ανακοινώνουν ότι θα γίνει κάποια εγκατάσταση διαχείρισης στην περιοχή του. Γιατί το κάνουν αυτό? Δεν το κάνουν μόνο γιατί δεν μας αρέσουν οι δραστηριότητες και προσπαθούμε να μην είναι στη δική μας την αυλή, να πάνε στο γείτονα. Το κάνουν γιατί έχουν επίγνωση ότι υπήρχαν περιοχές όπως η Φυλή που καταδικάστηκαν διαβίου. Δηλαδή όταν ξεκίνησαν τους είπαν για λίγα χρόνια θα είναι και τελικά καταδικάστηκαν εντελώς. Οπότε καταλαβαίνετε ότι αυτό δημιουργεί ένα φοβερό προηγούμενο. Το 2010, πριν από 15 χρόνια, ανακοινώθηκε ότι θα γίνει μια δεύτερη χωματερά για να σπάσει, ας πούμε, να μην πηγαίνουν όλα στη Φυλή, στην Ανατολική Αττική, και έγινε επανάσταση, έγινε εξέγερση. Έγινε μια εξέγερση που πήρε τρομερά δυναμικά χαρακτηριστικά και βέβαια η πολιτεία έκανε πίσω και το έργο δεν έγινε. Ξανά έμεινε η Φυλή ως μοναδικός χώρος αναπόθεσης. Ακολούθησε μια περίοδος που υπήρχε έντονη κινηματική δράση, γιατί οπουδήποτε στη χώρα υπήρχαν τέτοια θέματα ξεσηκωνόταν ο κόσμος. Έγινε ξεσηκωμή στη Λευκήμη, στην Κέρκυρα, στην Θεσσαλονίκη, στην Ευκαρπία και στη Μαυροράχη, έγιναν στο Γραμματικό, στην Αττική, στην Ανατολική Αττική. Γίναν διάφορες τέτοιου είδους κινηματικές δράσεις. Παράλληλα όμως, με τη δική μας, τώρα θα το πω έτσι λίγο ευλογώντας τα γένια μου, με τη δική μας παρέμβαση κάποιων ανθρώπων δηλαδή που θέλαμε να σταματήσει αυτό το όχι στην αυλή μου, αλλά να διεκδικηθεί ένα άλλο μοντέλο, ξεκίνησαν ομάδες πολιτών, σύλλογοι, αυτοδιοικητικές παρατάξεις κλπ. Και ασχολήθηκαν στο να διαμορφώσουν εναλλακτικές προτάσεις. Τη συμπυκνώσαμε σε ένα μοντέλο που λεγόταν αποκεντρωμένη διαχείριση με διαλογή στην πηγή, με κοινωνικό έλεγχο και συμμετοχή. Και το 2015 που υπήρξε μια κυβέρνηση που ήταν αριστερή, τουλάχιστον στο αρχικό της στάδιο, το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Διαχείρισης που εκπονήθηκε στο πρώτο εξάμηνο του 2015 αποτύπωσε και υιοθέτησε κάποιες από αυτές, τις περισσότερες από αυτές τις κλιματικές επεξεργασίες. Ωστόσο, μετά δεν υιοθετήθηκε τίποτα από αυτά, απλώς γράφτηκε σε ένα χαρτί και ξεχάστηκε. Η κυβέρνηση συνέχισε να κάνει ό,τι έκανε και η προηγούμενη. Και το 2020 που υπήρξε καινούργια κυβέρνηση, ο νέος εθνικός σχεδιασμός άλλαξε προσανατολισμό, έδωσε εκ νέου την προτεραιότητα στο να έχουμε συγκεντρωτικές δομές για όλα τα σκουπίδια. Και μετά από αυτές τις εξελίξεις, οι κινητοποιήσεις περιορίστηκαν στο τοπικό επίπεδο και δεν έλαβαν ποτέ σοβαρές διαστάσεις. Υπάρχει ένα παράδοξο στις περιοχές της Φυλής, που η ρύπανση είναι τρομερή και γενικά στη Δυτική Αττική, στις περιοχές που είναι κοντά εκεί, δεν υπάρχουν αντιδράσεις έντονες. Αυτό οφείλεται σε πολλούς λόγους. Κάνω τώρα μια απόπειρα να εξηγήσω λίγο την κατάσταση. Καταρχάς, υπάρχουν οι άνθρωποι που ζουν σε κοινωνικό αποκλεισμό, που είναι κυρίως οι Ρωμά και οι μετανάστες, οι οποίοι ουσιαστικά δουλεύουν σε αυτούς τους χώρους και τα σκουπίδια είναι ο χώρος τους. Και αυτοί οι χώροι είναι οι χώροι που κατοικούν και εργάζονται, και οι χώροι που είναι ισότιμα, δεν είναι αποκλεισμένοι, είναι με στις κοινότητές τους, είναι κάπως προστατευμένοι. Η επιβίωσή τους λοιπόν συνδέεται άρρηκτα με την ύπαρξη της χωματερής, άρα αυτοί δεν αντιδρούν έτσι κι αλλιώς, γιατί εκεί είναι η δουλειά τους ουσιαστικά. Οι υπόλοιποι τώρα, που είναι μικροαστικοί και εργατικοί κυρίως πληθυσμοί, έχουν μια απογοήτευση και μια εμπειρία ότι από όλα όσα έχουν προηγηθεί και ό,τι κινητοποιήσεις έγιναν όλα τα προηγούμενα χρόνια, επί δεκαετίες, πήγανε κουβά, συνέχεια τους λέγανε ότι ο χώρος θα κλείσει και συνέχεια ο χώρος επεκτείνεται. Και βέβαια από κάποιο σημείο και μετά άρχισαν να συνηθίζουν και να αρνούνται. Δηλαδή προσπαθούσαν να ξεχάσουν, και αυτό το βλέπαμε και γίνανε κάποια ντοκιμαντέρ στην περιοχή και προσεγγιστήκαν οι κάτοικοι. Προσπαθούν να ξεχάσουν ότι ζουν εκεί, προσπαθούν να ξεχάσουν ότι είναι επικίνδυνες οι συνθήκες που ζουν, προσπαθούν να ζήσουν κανονικά. Και βέβαια η πιο βασική αιτία είναι η εξαγορά. Γιατί όλοι οι υπόλοιποι δήμοι της Αττικής πληρώνουν ένα φόρο στο Δήμο της Φυλής, προκειμένου να υποδέχεται ένα πολύ αδρό φόρο. Περίπου τα μισά από τα δημοτικά τέλη που πληρώνει ο μέσος κάτοικος της Αττικής πηγαίνουν στο Δήμο Φυλής ως ανταποδοτικά. Ο Δήμος Φυλής, λοιπόν, με αυτό το τεράστιο ποσό, εξαγοράζει τη σιωπή όλων των κατοίκων, γιατί χρηματοδοτεί συλλόγους, χρηματοδοτεί εργολάβους, χρηματοδοτεί μικροέργα, χρηματοδοτεί διάφορα πράγματα, ό,τι μπορείτε να φανταστείτε. Και με τον εξαναγκασμό, λοιπόν, των εξαθλιωμένων, των Ρωμά και λοιπά και των μεταναστών και την δωροδοκία των φτωχότερων, κρατιέται η ισορροπία του τρόμου γύρω από τη μεγαλύτερη χωματερή της Ευρώπης. Τώρα, υπάρχουν κινηματικές δράσεις και ενάντια στην καύση, που όπως σας είπα είναι μια πρακτική που δεν υπήρχε στην Ελλάδα, υπήρχε μόνο... Ναι, θα ολοκληρώσω σε 2 λεπτά, τελειώνω. Υπήρχε μόνο στην τσιμεντοβιομηχανία και εκεί υπήρχαν αντιδράσεις. Μια πολύ μεγάλη πόλη της κεντρικής Ελλάδας, ο Βόλος, από το 2014, είναι σε συνεχή αναβρασμό μέχρι σήμερα, με πάρα πολλές κινητοποιήσεις, δικαστήρια και συνεχείς, οι κάτοικοι δηλαδή έχουν συνεχή αντίδραση σε αυτό και αντίστοιχα υπάρχουν αντιδράσεις στην τσιμεντοβιομηχανία Τιτάνη στη Θεσσαλονίκη και στην ΑΓΕΤ στο Αλιβέρι της Εύβοιας. Είναι μία από τις ελάχιστες χώρες της Ευρώπης που, όπως σας είπα, δεν έχουμε ακόμα μονάδες αποτέφρωσης απορριμμάτων. Και γι' αυτό μπορεί να αποδοθεί καταρχάς στην αντίδραση της κοινής γνώμης. Πάντα, όσες φορές ετέθη το θέμα στην Ελλάδα, δεν είναι η πρώτη φορά. Είναι εδώ και 30 χρόνια που τίθεται και ξανατίθεται το θέμα να γίνουν μονάδες καύσης. Πάντα υπήρχαν αντιδράσεις. Και από την επιστημονική κοινότητα και από το τεχνικό επιμελητήριο παλιότερα και από τις περιβαλλοντικές ΜΚΟ κτλ. Στο συγκεκριμένο κυβερνητικό σχέδιο που έχει έρθει τώρα στο τραπέζι και ανακοινώθηκε το καλοκαίρι του 2025, έγινε συλλογή υπογραφών σε όλη τη χώρα από περιβαλλοντικούς φορείς και πολίτες. Βγήκε τον Αύγουστο, αρχές Αυγούστου, που όλος ο κόσμος πάει διακοπές στην Ελλάδα και όλα κλείνουν και δεν λειτουργεί τίποτα. Βγήκε σε διαβούλευση το σχέδιο, η μελέτη περιβαλλοντικών επιπτώσεων δηλαδή, που είναι το κομμάτι που βγαίνει σε δημόσια διαβούλευση. Υπήρξαν αντιδράσεις, παρατάθηκε μέχρι τα μέσα Οκτώβρη η διαβούλευση και εν τέλει σε αυτό το διάστημα, από το Σεπτέμβρη δηλαδή μέχρι τα μέσα Οκτώβρη, μέσα σε 1,5 μήνα, 6 περιφερειακά συμβούλια, τα οποία είναι τα στοχοποιημένα για να μπουν μονάδες καύσης, και πολλά δημοτικά συμβούλια γνωμοδότησαν αρνητικά. Στην Αττική και το Περιφερειακό Συμβούλιο, που είναι κυβερνητική η πλειοψηφία του, και το Δημοτικό Συμβούλιο Αθηνών γνωμοδότησαν ομόφωνα αρνητικά, όπως και η Περιφερειακή Ένωση Δήμων και πολλά δημοτικά συμβούλια. Όσοι δηλαδή μπήκαν στον κόπο να γνωμοδοτήσουν, γνωμοδότησαν αρνητικά. Στο ίδιο διάστημα γίνονται δεκάδες ενημερωτικές εκδηλώσεις και δημιουργήθηκε και ένας πανελλαδικός συντονισμός από φορείς και παρατάξεις, με στόχο να προωθήσει ένα εναλλακτικό μοντέλο διαχείρισης, αυτό που είχαμε περιγράψει. Στη συγχρονική στιγμή που βρισκόμαστε, τίποτα δεν έχει κρυφθεί ακόμα για το τι θα γίνει με τη διαχείριση των απορριμμάτων στη χώρα. Αν θα μπούμε δηλαδή στο μοντέλο που θα προδικάσει την εξέλιξη, ότι θα είναι στην ίδια κατεύθυνση που είμαστε σήμερα, με ελάχιστη ανακύκλωση και πάρα πολύ και σκουπίδια συγκεντρωτικά, τα οποία απλώς αντί να τα θάβουμε θα τα καίμε. Εμείς συνεχίζουμε.
Thank you very much, Despina. So I think, do we have 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Yeah, to collect a few questions and also comments. Agnes, who is the head of the project for Villa, I'll also give you, after you hear some of the questions and inputs, also time for you to maybe make a brief comment. Yeah? So please.
Hello? Okay. I have a question for with the green shirt. Yes, you, please. Ravan, I wanted to know if I understand there is a little budget from the state for the waste cycle or management. Is it like that? There is no, because you know that in Europe, let's say all the plastic, when we buy something with the plastic, we also pay for the recycling, no? And is it there? Then I have also another question for Greece, and it is, you know, I'm coming from Naples, so you know probably the history of the fight against the dumping places and the connection that very tight connection between state and criminality for the waste management. And I wanted to know if also in Greece there is some, and telling this, I'm telling you that the Roma apparently are free to live just in such places, and they are an excuse also to hide and waste polluted stuff. And then I have a statement saying like, I have the feeling like we have to go, that human being cannot go back. Always, when he fails doing things, he always tries to find a solution to go forward, even if sometimes there is no solution to these problems. No, they try always to fix the problem. But as I understood in Italy, for instance, looking at these plastic areas, where they stock all the plastic. At the end of the day, we cannot recycle all the plastic, and it's a way of recycling to burn every now and again all these dumping places. This is what happens in Italy, at least. We recycle some amount, but it's not possible to recycle all of
it. Should we take more comments?
Yeah, one or two, one more maybe, and then yes. Wrap up.
I have a question to Ahmed and Paloma regarding your case, because you said that you wanted to build this dumpster room, but you also said that there was an implemented sewage system, although the whole area was a bit cut off from actual sewage system. What was the idea to create there a coherent system?
What I understood from your question that I know before that you are receiving here amounts of money to deal with recycling, but in our area, no, we don't receive anything. We took it as our work, and I must tell you that the garbage collectors, the Zeppelin, the recyclers are working the whole year. We don't get a day of vacation off for any feast, for Noel, for anything. We are working every day. If I want to take a vacation for some hours, it's my son who is working instead of me. We are collecting, recycling more because it's our own small projects. If I work more, I win more for my family. If I do better quality of recycling, I win more because I'm selling those items to the factories later. If it's clean, if it's a good quality, I get more prices for it. So this is the idea. For me, I continue to do a lot of social works maybe I give between 60 to 70% of my time as a social work to help people to begin their own work, to recycle, to get more new ideas, and to do more quantities. In my area, Makatam area, Manshat Nasser, 5,000 tons a day. If you will give me or us another 5,000 tons a day, we will deal with it. No problem. Thank you.
Η συσχέτιση με την εγκληματικότητα ισχύει και στην Ελλάδα φυσικά, αλλά δεν επικεντρώνεται στο θέμα των Ρωμά. Η Ρωμά έτσι κι αλλιώς είναι μια αποκλεισμένη ομάδα, η οποία συχνά είναι παραβατική, αλλά στην πραγματικότητα τόσο η Ρωμά όσο και οι υπόλοιπες ομάδες ρακοσυλλεκτών, δηλαδή φτωχοί, άνεργοι Έλληνες, Έλληνες μουσουλμάνοι, μετανάστες κλπ. Είναι θύματα εκμετάλλευσης από τα κυκλώματα που έχουν σαν χαρακτηριστικά περισσότερο οργανωμένου εγκλήματος. Το αποτέλεσμα των ρακοσυλλεκτών στην πραγματικότητα αξιοποιείται από τις εταιρείες ανακύκλωσης τόσο για να εμφανίζουν επιδόσεις στην ανακύκλωση, όσο και για να διακινείται και κάποιο μαύρο χρήμα. Και βέβαια να εισπράττουν επιδοτήσεις. Ένα δεύτερο κομμάτι είναι αυτό που σας είπα ήδη, ότι μέσω των ανακυκλώσιμων υλικών και μέσω της διαχείρισης των αποβλήτων από ιδιωτικές εταιρείες κρύβονται απόβλητα τα οποία δεν έπρεπε να είναι εκεί, δεν είναι αστικά. Και υπάρχουν και διάφορες άλλες μορφές, δεν έχει νόημα να το πούμε τώρα. Κινείται πάρα πολύ χρήμα γύρω από τα απόβλητα και πολύ μαύρο χρήμα γύρω από αυτά, γιατί πολλές από αυτές τις δραστηριότητες είναι αθέατες. Τώρα, σε σχέση με την καύση όσων δεν ανακυκλώνονται, το πρόβλημα στην Ελλάδα και σε όλες τις χώρες που έχουν αρκετά διαδεδομένες δραστηριότητες καύσης, όπως έχει η Ιταλία, ας πούμε. Το πρόβλημα είναι το εξής. Στην Ελλάδα δεν μιλάμε για το υπόλοιμα κάποιας δραστηριότητας. Στην Ελλάδα τα πρώτα στάδια δεν τα έχουμε καθόλου. Όπως σας είπα, ανακυκλώνουμε μόνο το 7%. Αντί λοιπόν να μεγιστοποιήσεις όσο μπορείς αυτή την πρώτη διαδικασία, συγκεντρώνεις όλα σου τα χρήματα, τα διαθέσιμα, τα οποία τα παίρνεις από τους πολίτες, στο να κάνεις θηριώδεις εγκαταστάσεις, οι οποίες θα παράγουν καύσιμα συγκεντρωτικές απολύτως και αδιαφανείς και μετά θα τα καίνε κιόλας, ουσιαστικά δεσμεύοντας τη χώρα σε αυτό το μοντέλο. Στο μοντέλο δηλαδή τα μαζεύω όλα μαζί τα σκουπίδια και στη συνέχεια κάπου τα πάω. Είτε τα θάβω είτε τα καίω, μικρή διαφορά έχει. Γιατί το πρόβλημα όμως, ενώ με τις χωματερές κάποια στιγμή μπορεί και να τις κλείσεις, τα εργοστάσια καύσης είναι πανάκριβες μονάδες, οι οποίες προφανώς δεν θα κλείσουν. Έχουν ήδη από τώρα, ξέρουμε ότι θα υπογραφούν συμβάσεις, ότι θα πρέπει να τροφοδοτούνται με σκουπίδια για 30 χρόνια. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι αν εμείς κάνουμε περισσότερη ανακύκλωση, θα συνεχίσουμε να πληρώνουμε για σκουπίδια που δεν θα έχουμε να τα πάμε εκεί. Άρα είναι αντικίνητρο στο να γίνει ανακύκλωση, γιατί θα πρέπει να πληρώνει διπλά ο πολίτης. Αυτά. Να μην επεκταθώ κι άλλο, γιατί είναι ολόκληρο.
So the area, it's very absurd because there was a whole sewage network below the village, but this sewage network, it was never connected to the central pipe. And this was something this is what we were trying to advocate actually for the local authorities, is it's there, just connected. But specifically for the dumping room, it's lying over a filled previously sewage canal. So actually this would be very simple pipe just to take it and to connect it to the pipe underground, because already it's going. So in this case specifically, it can be easily done. Maybe replicating it will require always thinking about the sewage system for the area. However, just lately there is a new governor, and there was a promise that the sewage system for the whole village will be connected. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was a really fascinating. What? It was really a fascinating session. Thank you very much. There is, I think, a lot of similarities between the cases in a way. I want to have a kind of remarks on the fact that the first writings on environmental justice started in the US with the question of toxic waste, precisely in peripheries, in the 70s. So it's not a surprise that we come again to this, maybe later on in Europe, with these reflections. But we have also to see how we enlarge our reflections to other kind of peripheries of the cities, peripheries of the world. I know that, of course, you mentioned the case of Napoli, where there is an accumulation of toxic waste, illegally put by the mafias and the Camorra, and it's called the triangle of death. It's not for nothing. But we have also, we didn't mention nuclear waste. Coming from France, we know what is nuclear waste, and exporting it to other peripheries of the world. Also in Naples, but also in France. We have. I wanted to mention a kind of political statement or warning. There is a new deregulation on. I mean, things are not going better for the better. We have a new deregulation called Omnibus in Europe, enacted by Ursula von der Leyen very recently, that is deregulating the precaution measures for big enterprise and corporate companies in all environmental dimensions. You have to be very cautious about that because it concerns water, soil, toxic waste, pollution, plastics, everything. So everything we are advocating now for is in fact undermined completely by Europe under the pressure of the US and big corporate capital. Because what we didn't mention now is that most of the waste is produced by big corporations, big corporate capital, and we are encouraged to consume more and more, to have plastic everywhere, whereas we should start by thinking zero waste in our life, but it's made up impossible by this kind of entangled inclinations. So I think that we have to close. So thank you very much.
This is a 2-minute announcement. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Hello. I hope everyone is well. Thank you very much for attending, and I would like to welcome you all very warmly to our panel, which is entitled Climate Change and Urban Social Justice Struggles in the Mediterranean and West Balkans. It's a privilege to be here and to moderate today. My name is David Williams. I'm on the International Climate Justice Program of the Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung, based in New York. In our work, we kind of focus on international climate policy in sort of different multilateral spaces, one of those being the UN. So I've just returned from Brazil, from COP30, where the climate change negotiations took place. And I think it's fair to say that there was kind of a crisis of climate diplomacy on show in Brazil, despite the best efforts of the Brazilian presidency. We've seen a huge rollback in terms of climate policy, not just in more sort of authoritarian-leaning states, and you have to include the US in that, of course, as well, but also in more, at least superficially speaking, sort of progressive-leaning and democratic states. And I think in the previous panel we heard quite well how that encompasses the EU as well. However, I do think that the current rise in authoritarianism and the rollback in climate policy, which go hand in hand, does sort of invite us to center this panel in this sort of critical framing of treating climate change as an issue of power. Who benefits from the climate crisis? Who is most exposed to the harms? And how do we formulate a response? And how are resistance movements characterized? And I think these questions are particularly pertinent today as we commemorate the murder of Alexandros Grigoropoulos. And there will be demonstrations, I believe, forming as we speak in Athens, and we'll be trusting the locals to show us the way after the panel. With that, I think I would like to introduce the panelists of today. Sitting furthest from me is Léonore Chicot. Léonore is a university student, climate justice organizer, and member of the collective Climassimo, based in Lisbon in Portugal. She has been working on climate justice and climate deadlines, focusing on organizing and mobilizing students, demanding an end to fossil fuels in Portugal by 2030. She has coordinated several campaigns and was also part of the coordination team for the International Student Campaign to End Fossil Fuels. Sitting to the left of Léonore is Damir Arsenievich. Damir is an academic, activist, and psychoanalyst. He is the founder of the Zemlya, Voda, Zrak, or Earth, Water, Air platform for environmental humanities. His work is at the intersection of art, activism, and academia, working in Bosnian post-war communities. His focus is on the nexus between environmental violence, war trauma, and struggles for social justice. Sitting to the left of Damir is Abir Saksuk. Abir is trained as an architect and urban planner. She is the co-founder and co-director of Public Works, a multidisciplinary research and advocacy studio engaged critically and creatively with a number of urban and public issues in Lebanon. Her primary focus includes urbanism and law, property and shared space, and the right to the city of marginalized communities. And sitting to the left of Abir is Ahmed Zaza. Ahmed is a researcher in housing and urban planning, focusing on spatial and climate justice. He co-founded entities like Ten Toba to lead participatory research and co-production urban upgrade projects with marginalized communities. Academically, Ahmed teaches as an assistant professor at the Arab Academy for Science and Technology. Each panelist will be given around sort of 10 minutes to present their work and some of their ideas. Before we then open up, first I will pose a question to everyone, which we will discuss here on the panel, and then we'll open up for Q&A. So I would invite everyone to already start thinking about questions you may have, perspectives you would like to share during the inputs of our speakers. It's a pleasure to be here and to get to know you all and to learn from you. And with that, I would pass the floor to Damir to learn about the impacts of the energy transition and the increased demand for raw earth minerals in Bosnia, and how that's sort of affecting social structures and pre-existing power dynamics. So Damir, over to you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, everybody who's attending today, and thank you, my panelists. It's a pleasure to be here. I think it's important to think about this transition into so-called green capitalism from the Bosnian perspective, because it's a very particular perspective. Bosnia is kind of a non-EU hell surrounded by the EU paradise, right? It's one of those countries that are surrounded by the EU, but it is not in the EU, which means that there are lax regulations. It's considered to be like the economic, political, and environmental wasteland compared to this richness of the EU. So this is a kind of very particular exteriority of the European Union, and there are a lot of fantasies circulating there. But in addition to these kind of fantasies, there are more concrete aspirations, so to say, in relation to the extraction of rare earths and minerals in Serbia and in Bosnia. Because European Union is suffering from this electricity hunger, right? And currently there are plans to lower environmental standards in non-EU countries for mining raw materials. And lithium is one of the crucial raw materials found in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And with the Critical Raw Materials Act by the EU, there'll be this danger of unclean technologies and dubious investments being attracted here. So what we are well aware of is that we don't want to be losers of yet another transition. First, the transition into neoliberal capitalism in the 90s, when Yugoslavia was destroyed, and the war ensued, and now we don't want to be losers of this green transition into green capitalism. So all of this is actually, we talked yesterday during the plenary about scale, the question of scale, and I think it's important to think about these kind of different scales and why there is this. Bosnia is a puny country of under 3 million people, right? Most of the people have either exiled or fled or are forced to flee Bosnia to seek work in the EU countries. And it's a continued resource of cheap labor for EU countries, Germany in particular. So there is very particular production of antisociality happening in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So Bosnia lives this very and deeply antisocial peace that was brokered in the United States in 1995. So what we try to actually examine, activists and artists and academics, to examine this kind of extraction and this hunger for resources as one long uninterrupted history of violent transition, right? In which there are these sacrificial zones being created, in which populations are being completely sacrificed and left to... people are produced as waste. Nature is produced as waste. Relationships are produced as waste. So how do you stand up to this production of waste that seems to be profitable for some? So we are kind of daily made to be filters, to filter pollution for foreign companies that are extracting profit from us. So, we pay somebody's profits with our lives, with diseases, with them being burdened with extra costs of medicines that we can't afford. I'll just give you a quote by a guy who lives nearby one of the industrial zones near the city where I live in Tuzla. He says, children are born ill, people are ill here, and from the moment when you're born, you know what it is that you'll die from. So what kind of life is this, right? And particularly what kind of life in terms of extractivist policies this is. And of course this is all couched in terms of authoritarian politics. Milorad Dodik, one of the politicians, very authoritarian politician, rushed to offer to Donald Trump the extraction of rare minerals in exchange for his sanctions to be lifted, right? So we live in this kind of society in which politicians sell us our land as if we were chattel, right? So it's a very particular type of democratic slavery that's appearing, right? That you can sell people and land and more than human species to these new type of extractivist politicians. And of course there are ways to resist, but then that wasn't the question, and I'll come to it because I don't want to hog this, and I'm aware that I've been speaking for some time now.
Thank you very much, Damien. It's always really, I think, important, particularly for people whose governments are really sort of accelerating this so-called green transition, to sort of hear of the impact it has in different areas of the world, and how sort of colonial continuities are enforced through these kinds of structures. Working for an organization which has offices in many regions of the world, I can say that unfortunately this is a pattern that is sort of being shown, not just in Bosnia, but in many places. And I think it's really, really critical for progressive movements also to think about critically analyzing this and coming up with more just solutions. I would like to pass the floor to Abir to maybe speak a bit about the impacts of climate change. We've moved from the mitigation side now to the adaptation side. Maybe speak about the impacts of climate change in Lebanon, how the responses are sort of shaping cities, and maybe also a bit about your work with public works and how you've been approaching these issues.
Thank you, but where's the presentation? So I will be speaking about the case of Lebanon. When looking at what the different Lebanese governments have committed to over time, they have committed to a lot of international environmental actions by ratifying This might make it appear that it has actually taken seriously the harmful effects of climate change, but in reality, climate-related disasters in Lebanon have increased during the past 15 years through severe droughts, wildfires, heat waves, and floods. In fact, the number of flood incidents have tripled between 2015 compared to 2010. And there appears to be numerous gaps in addressing these disasters, but most notably I will be focusing on what we believe has been the chronic disregard for the contribution of construction and real estate to climate change in Lebanon. The case of Lebanon also demonstrates how occupation and colonialism have made it very difficult to imagine what climate justice, or even justice more generally, could mean and how we can achieve it. I will focus in the presentation on 5 key issues in this regard. The domination of the real estate sector. This graph shows the different economic sectors' share of Lebanon's GDP. And if we take the share of the real estate sector, the construction sector, and their related services, they amount to around 28% of the national GDP in 2020. And in fact, between 1990 and 2019, a lot of laws and regulations were passed to make an investment framework that favors land as a magnet for foreign investment. So land prices rose substantially, and building laws were tailored to enable developers to build more and higher. So if you look at the succession of how building laws have been changing from the 90s until today, it has enabled an environment of extreme urbanization. And besides resulting in an uninhabitable and unaffordable city, the disaster also manifests in disregarding its consequences on life in general, because large corporations leverage their economic and political influence and state support to excessively deplete the environment. And of course, this leaves behind a huge carbon footprint and ecosystems incapable of healing. Second, there's also a framework of neoliberal urban planning. This has taken shape in the fact that planning agencies insist on keeping Lebanese territories unregulated. So 85% of Lebanese land is unregulated, fostering chaos that benefits definitely the real estate sector. 65% of all decisions by planning councils disregard the national master plan, and nearly 43% of building permits nationwide are actually requests for exemptions from general regulations. And these exemptions are more often than not granted, and they're usually exceptions that would allow building on land that shouldn't be built, and so on. And there are numerous cases documented showing how this planning framework completely endangers biodiversity, forests, and disrupts entire ecosystems. Third, there's the issue of land enclosure through privatization. Since 2020 and Lebanon's financial collapse, numerous draft laws and plans have been put in the government to try to privatize public land and public assets. And this was all part of a public discourse that it is through privatization that we're able to save the banks and remove Lebanon from its financial collapse. But this direction to always lean towards privatization hasn't only been a trend in the past few years, it's actually rooted historically. Through our work, we've mapped what is called isqat, which are decrees to transform the state's inalienable public domain into its private domain, and then consequently it's easier to privatize it or close it down. So this is a map showing across time the number of isqat decrees issued in Lebanon. And of course, these processes of privatization and enclosing public and communal land has numerous impacts on landscapes and ecosystems and can lead to what a lot describe as a process of ungreening. Dispossession by extraction and pollution. The import of cement is not allowed in Lebanon. So all of the demand for cement is extracted and produced locally. This graph you see in orange, the greenhouse emissions that are resulting from the cement industry in relation to any other types of productions. In fact, the cement sector in Lebanon is monopolized by 3 companies. The price is double what it's sold in the region. It is an industry that makes a huge amount of profit. The 2 largest companies are in the northern coast of Lebanon, and they started since the 20s. And with time, they have been quarrying in lands that are not allowed to be quarried, just because they are very close to the companies. This is to see how much the quarries have been growing. They have been quarrying in lands that shouldn't be quarried and planned not as such, and not following any legal permit processes and any environmental. You can see 2 of the quarries that are next to the companies in the north. Entire villages have been completely extracted, and with a minimum of 3 million cubic meters of gravel and sand extracted annually, cement companies turn around 50 hectares of lands into quarries annually. And this is compared, of course, to the size of Lebanon, which is an extremely small country. 15 million square meters of land have been extracted until 2022. It's equivalent to around 3/4 of Beirut's area, just to imagine the size. And of course, the impact of the resource pollution and extraction on people and the environment, I will not go into it, but maybe later I can reflect on how people have mobilized. And finally, ecocide as a colonial tool. I still have time?
Yes.
So since October 8th, 2023, and the genocide in Gaza and the beginning of the attacks on Lebanon, we started in public works mapping the Israeli attacks by monitoring, through daily monitoring of media monitoring and several sources. And we've turned this daily monitoring into an interactive map that's accessible online. And this was very important to do at a point in Lebanon because the state was in a complete denial that we're in a state of war. And no data was coming out. This monitoring and categorization, we were looking at them through time, but also through forms of bombardment, types of attacks, what were the types of the targets, and also still monitoring since after the ceasefire. So we've built an archive of around 2 years of attacks and what this means on the built and natural environment. And because there was very little media attention on the matter, the maps were allowing us to produce readings regularly and to publish these readings and to try to contribute to a conversation on domicide and ecocide and herbicide that was taking place in South Lebanon, most notably. But here I will only speak about the environmental damage. So just to put it in context, South Lebanon has a very favorite climate and diverse ecosystem that make it an extremely productive agricultural land. A large percentage of olive production and other types of agricultural production comes from South Lebanon. Israel has burned around 22 million square meters of green land and caused huge environmental damage. And this happened primarily due to phosphorus bombings. So the mapping allowed us, because we were monitoring the attacks by also types of bombs, one of the readings that we were able to extract are phosphorus bombs. And then you can see in the circles the number of days that these phosphorus bombs were used, and noting that this is an internationally prohibited type of weapon. And you can see how they were all mostly concentrated in the border area, and it was intense, most notably from October 2023 to February 2024. Not only was white phosphorus used intensively, but in these same areas where the phosphorus bombs were used, the tool of detonation was used. So in the time of the intensified war, so in September, October of 2024, the Israeli army used mass detonation in 42 towns in South Lebanon. Mass detonation meaning entire villages would be wiped out in the click of a button. And so these two layers together, the phosphorus attacks and the use of detonation and bulldozing, indicate that actually ecocide was taking place in South Lebanon, which is still a debate if it's an international war crime, but it is definitely a large-scale, intentional destruction of the environment and land itself. There were no military targets. It was the intentional destruction of land and people's relationship to it, causing long-term harm that also includes the disruption of ecosystems and losses of biodiversity, pollution, and so on. And I also want to end on the fact that all the villages that you see in red and even more, these are part of the areas that Israel is prohibiting the return of residents to after the ceasefire. So there are still 5 occupied points, and the Israeli army has been targeting any attempt of return or of any acts of reconstruction and deliberately targeting any temporary houses being put in the area. So in this context, it makes the concept of justice extremely complicated and multi-layered, especially in its connection to climate justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abir, for bringing our attention to this really important perspective. It's not only the horrific genocide in Gaza being committed by Israel, but it's also the environmental destruction that comes with that. This year, the International Criminal Court will make the decision as to whether to include ecocide as one of its crimes. I'm not sure exactly when, next year, that is. Next year, the ICC will make that decision, and we'll all be eagerly awaiting the consequences of that. But also for calling our attention to the process of privatization in Lebanon and how that's accelerating issues of extraction and exposure to the impacts of climate change. And with that, I would also pass to Ahmed, who will, I think, also talk about the rapid real estate expansion in Cairo and the ecological destruction and social injustice which that brings with it.
Thank you so much. And just to stick to the 10 minutes, please excuse me if you'll find me rushing between the slides because there are a bit. Okay, thank you so much. So actually I think I will be continuing what Abir also started because there are very similar realities when it comes especially to this region, especially to Beirut and Egypt. So I'm focusing more on the real estate market as a sector, which is highly extracting resources, highly producing emissions, highly consuming energy and water, and so on. So I'm part of Tentuba, the co-founder of Tentuba. Tentuba is a company that was established in 2014. We are having 3 units in Tentuba, the research unit where we are trying to produce research focusing on spatial justice with the intersectionality with climate justice, economic justice, and so on. The second unit is the co-production where we are working very closely with local communities and especially in marginalized and deprived areas. And lately we've started the third unit, which is awareness and education, where we are trying to turn our research and our experience from the ground into different media so that we can reach wider circles of audience. So we're turning a lot of our work now into podcasts. We're preparing for it, but animated series, comics, infographics, maps, and so on. One of these projects that we are working on, and it will be out in January, is animated series for focusing on the intersectionality between urbanism and climate change. And there are several episodes where we are trying to tackle different aspects. So we're focusing on urban injustices, we're focusing on urbanism and climate change, what's happening exactly in Egypt. We are trying to I would say, debunk the idea of that green urbanism is a way out for what we are in now. This, of course, is not only focusing on Egypt, it's focusing on the region, what's happening in Saudi Arabia, Neom, what's happening in Emirates, and so on. And also the herbicide and the ecocide that are happening in Gaza is part of our latest research, because we were trying also to provide some scientific data to exactly what David was saying about the International Criminal Court, how to add to all the sufferings for who are still living. And this we're focusing on, again, aspects concerning urbanism, such as waste management, energy, water, sanitation, and so on. So focusing on the case of Cairo, of course, climate change is affecting cities. I won't go any deep in this. You all know we're having rise of sea level that might affect almost 30 million Egyptians by year 2050. Extreme heat, that it's trending between like these two maps between year 2000 and 2050, and how the extreme heat is exacerbating, and even the hot days and annual hot days are increasing drastically. But the problem here is that we are always trying to have input for what is the cost of urbanization on the climate change. Of course, in most of the discussions about climate change, mostly it's focusing about fossil fuel, plastic, transportation, and so on, where very little concern for, so what about real estate market? How exactly does it affect? So generally cities, active cities that are functioning already, they're responsible for 75% of carbon emissions. But this, it can be misleading, because this is all what's being produced is produced for these cities with all the energy and everything. However, the real estate sector is responsible for 40% of the carbon emissions, and it's estimated that this will be doubled 25 years from now. Construction sector only, it consumes 5% of the global energy. Cement, as only one building material out of hundreds, is responsible for 8% of emissions globally. This because the real estate unit, it doesn't appear from nothing. No, there is a whole supply chain for building one real estate unit. If you look around you now, we can easily count 50 building materials around us, starting from cement, steel, bricks, wood, marble, ceramics, glass, paints, isolation, and so on. And of course, these materials, they don't also appear like this. It's a huge process. Taking cement, for example, it starts by mining, by the mines and the quarries, where our explosion is the most used method for extracting the raw materials. And of course, it's each process of these, it requires actually a factory on its own. In Egypt, the construction materials industry are responsible for 23% of the carbon emissions, and cement only is half of these. So cement is in Egypt is responsible for around 11% of carbon emissions. Egypt today, it's 11th worldwide as the production capacity of cement, and number 23 worldwide in the production of steel. And at the same time, WHO had just published this map showing that PM 2.5, for those who doesn't know, it's the particle matters, these very tiny particles in the air, that it doesn't only have to be doing with pollution, it can be doing with being in a desert region. So there is a lot of dust in the air, but of course this dust, when there is a lot of usage of cement and a lot of construction, this dust is even increasing with cement dust. So now Cairo is exceeding Mumbai and Beijing, so where they were always leading the PM 2.5 rates. And of course, it's not only the construction materials. Having a real estate unit, it requires a lot of infrastructure, huge networks of roads, where, again, all of these are highly consuming energy and water and highly producing emissions. And the construction process itself, and even the demolition process, and also the marketing process, starting from all the billboards, the mega billboards, and even the global images that most of these expansions, urban expansions are happening, are of course trying to follow Dubai global image, that Dubai was following Manhattan global image in the desert, to have all of these glass towers and so on. So yeah, so this was Cairo in 1998. Speaking about a history that maybe more than half of us witnessed, actually. So I'm not speaking about Middle Ages. Cairo was looked like this, and the main problem was informal areas which were building on agriculture land. So a lot of agriculture land have been actually taken from all the urbanization, because informal areas in Egypt, they are forming 69% of the population are living in informal areas, and this is the only affordable option for if you are middle income or below. Informal areas can be the only affordable option for you. So of course, a lot of agriculture land have disappeared, and the numbers are really scary. In 2017, 85,000 acres of good agriculture land have been lost for urbanization. However, this what we thought that this is the problem, but starting from 2000 until 2023, the map expanded this way. This expansion, it was mostly directed or driven by creating desert cities directed only for the upper middle income, luxury housing, that mostly it looks like this, and of course with all what needs, with all greeneries, golf courses and so on, and we'll get into this. Most of these housing, not most, actually all of these housing, they are low rises, either villas or even if they are luxury apartments, they are ground floor and 4 stories maximum. And this expansion, it's still ongoing, and it's planned to look like this 5 years from today. All of these expansion, again, these are real estate projects that are being built more and more and more. And the question here is, for whom? Because when we look at the population on who's living where, like these new expansions in the desert are only accommodating 6% of the population. And as I was saying, 69% are living in informal areas. So now we are building a lot, but we're not building for anyone. The amount, look, Cairo has been expanded maybe 2 folds more, but these new folds, actually, they're not accommodating even 10% of the population. And it's not only Cairo. There are desert cities are being built all over Egypt. Any city, any existing city is now having a sister city, which is called the new city. So if you're having Aswan, there is new Aswan. Luxor, there is new Luxor, and so on. And of course, all of this, the market is really flourishing all the time. And you can see this in the streets with all the billboards that are now creating a new visual identity for Cairo. And these billboards, on one hand, yeah, it shows, of course, that the market is still ongoing. But on the other hand, also they are consuming huge energy and producing a lot of emissions, because these billboards are being lit at night, of course. One of the main marketing elements are golf courses to attract more people. We started to find that an average golf course requires 1 million cubic meter of water per year. This is a number, it doesn't mean anything, but it's, when we say it's equivalent to 12,000 people consumption in a year. So now it can make more sense. And it's not only golf courses, even in the new capital, it's in the middle of the desert. And as investment attraction, a huge, what's called the Green River. It's a 37 kilometers long park with artificial lakes and so on. Again, in the middle of the desert where the evaporation rate is really very high, and it of course will need a lot of water. A lot of real estate projects are being now, like Jérien, the one below here. This is a new real estate project where there is a branch of the Nile will be connecting the Cairo to Alexandria, and of course all of this branch, it will be a whole line for real estate projects. And the global image, as I was mentioning, the global image, the new capital, the new Alamein, they are all following Dubai scheme. And Ministry of Housing has just announced that the stations for the new capital for water, the water stations, they are with the capacity of 1.5 million cubic meter per day. This is almost equivalent to around 18,000 people to consume water per year. This is not only happening on the desert cities, but also there is an impact continuing with this global image in the heart of the city, existing city. So to turn it again into Dubai, again in Cairo, I'm using the same wording that was used in the presentation, for official presentation. So yeah, a lot of projects in the middle of the city. There is a plan for facelifting, and this plan is already ongoing. A lot of historical neighborhoods have been demolished already and are being built, different projects. So direct gentrification projects are happening everywhere, but not only the investment projects, also a lot of people lost their houses because of road widening projects that and bridges that started to penetrate all the neighborhoods in Cairo, of course, to serve again all the real estate expansion that's happening east and west of Cairo. So all the real estate is now impacting the heart of the city. Like tens, more than 50 neighborhoods have been demolished, either for investments or for road widening projects. And Cairo, between year 2020 and 2024, 131 new bridges have been built, and more than 100 roads have been widened. And of course, widening the roads and building the bridges, they don't come for nothing. Of course, they are substituting a lot of green areas in Cairo. Cairo, between year 2020 and 2022, have lost 910,000 meters square of green areas, which is equivalent to 120 official football fields. And of course, these roads, they are, of course, directly like attached to the houses, and of course, they are increasing the urban heat island and so on. This also, we can see it by mapping all the new gas stations that have been built in Cairo between year 2018 and 2022, which shows the stressing on the reliance of cars to be in Cairo. You cannot be in Cairo without using your car. So sorry for taking long. I think the main idea here is that, as Habir also was saying, the real estate market is playing the biggest role today in the GDP, and hence it's directing a lot of the family savings to invest in real estate today. Anyone has money today in Egypt, they only put it in real estate. This is a huge problem, and the government needs to very quickly diversify the economic potentials, other economic potentials that attract more of the family savings to go to sustainable agriculture, renewable energy, responsible tourism, other sectors that can start to take us out from this very fragile market that today the national economy is using it as the main pillar for the national income. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ahmed, for that really critical insight, sort of showing how these interrelated processes of urbanization and climate change are impacting people, but also benefiting some people. I think the need of housing is a very real need that many of us, I think, experience on a daily basis. But how it's done is really important. How it's provided, to whom is it provided? And with that, I would like to pass to Leonor. to maybe tell us a bit about the climate change impact in Portugal, how the climate justice movement is sort of responding to these, and maybe a bit of an overview on the current state of movements at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, and I'm very glad to be here with all of you in this panel. Well, as in many other countries in Europe, especially in the Mediterranean area, Portugal has been largely affected this past 10 years, with brutal frequency of catastrophes, climate change showing its worst impacts. And this is shaping deeply our cities, the rural areas, and the way we live and we feel the space around us. From the heat waves that only this summer killed more than 3,000 people, vulnerable people like elderly people, to the devastating wildfires that each year displace thousands of people all across Portugal, to the heat waves, and from the heat waves, the wildfires and the flooding that every winter also displaces a lot of people in the cities. And the interesting thing about this flooding is that part of it is caused because of the lack of capacity of the soil to absorb water because of the wildfires. So it's an eternal loop that keeps worsening the impacts of climate crisis. We are also facing a very big drought this past years in the south of Portugal, which is affecting local agriculture in a way that we've never experienced before, which is very frightening. Climate crisis, it's very real, it's here, and it's affecting those who said that would be affected much later on. And the reality is that if we don't pull the emergency brake to stop this climate breakdown, we won't be able to see civil society in the future as we think we would. And what is happening currently in Portugal is that there is no real response by our politicians, by our governments. In one hand, there is no response in terms of mitigation and how we will stop this crisis from happening, but there's also not a real response in terms of adaptation and the response to these communities that are being affected by the climate crisis. Every year, as I said, hundreds of people lose their homes, have to move far away from their homes because they are displaced in the rural areas, and this means that they many times have to leave their jobs, the places they lived for a long time, so they can go to public shelters, temporary shelters as they call it. And this changes the local economies too, which is something that is currently happening. In the big cities, like Lisbon and Porto, the reality for the ones living in the periphery of the city, which currently is the majority of the people because touristification and gentrification is a very big problem in these cities, are being extremely affected by the fact that they live in precarious housing and that the winters are very terrifying because flooding is a real problem, because lack of heating and energy poverty is a real problem, and also in the summer where houses are being hit by the heat waves, and it's impossible and unbearable for a person that lives in this place to actually have a dignified life. Every year, people that live in this precarious housing keep getting more poor, in a more difficult situation, and there's no response because our government is very little worried about these people, is worried about the companies that keep profiting from these disasters, including the paper companies that plant eucalyptus, that are a tree that is one of the biggest causes of wildfires in Portugal. So this is a conscious choice that is being made every single year. It's not a natural disaster that is happening, as they like to call it. Every year, our government keeps choosing to put their liberal policies in front of the life of these people, in front of our lives. And for that, I would like to say that us, as part of the climate justice movement, and me as part of a collective that is leading the climate justice movement in Portugal, we've been pushing this very clear demand on we need a just transition right now. We have no more time to wait. We have historical responsibility in Portugal to change and to cut emissions in a very quick way so other countries can have the time and the resources to do it. So we've been pushing in that sense for quite a long time. Well, when it comes to the climate justice movement, I would like to say just some things because, yeah, I think it's interesting to share. Well, the two main collectives that are part of the climate justice movement in Portugal, actually the only ones that are doing things right now is Climáximo and Fridays for Future Lisbon. Since 2019, with the big mobilizations on climate crisis that actually put it for the first time in many years, the climate crisis in the center of the public debate, this brought a lot of new energy to the movement, a lot of new people to the movement that wanted to join the struggle. And then after COVID, this mass mobilization decreased a lot. I think this is a very common situation, not only for Portugal, but for other countries among Europe too. Since then, even though our efforts in mobilizing never went down, the climate justice movement became a little bit harder to engage in the struggles that people were pointing at as central ones. And right now, facing this strategical crisis and this reality, we had to look back and try to understand how to move forward, how to change what we are doing in order to bring more people into this fight. And this is why this past year and a half, we made this strategical decision to stop with the mobilization approach as we were doing and start with a community organizing approach, because we understood that we needed to broaden the basis of the climate justice movement so we could move forward. So this is what we have been currently doing in Portugal. We've been organizing students, teachers, healthcare workers, and communities that are being affected by the climate crisis, so frontline communities that are facing this crisis in a very real way. So with this, I also wanted to say that part of our work and the work have been doing this past years, it was engaging with social struggles in our cities, doing the connection with climate crisis and the common analysis that social crisis, housing crisis, climate crisis, they all have the same root, which is this capitalist neoliberal system that is killing us all. So this is a work that we've been trying to do. We've been organizing with collectives that are organizing people in the periphery of Lisbon. We've been engaging in the housing struggle. We just had a big protest happening named A Planet and a House to Live. So we're constantly trying to do these connections because people try to separate the climate crisis from all these crises, but they're all the same. They have the same root, so they need to be fought the same way, in the sense of they are attacking us, governments, companies, they are attacking us constantly. So we need to unite, be a front line, and attack back. And we can't just separate each other when it's a common struggle. Yeah, so the coalitions are not only possible, they are necessary to win. And they are the ones that are going to push us forward. So this is a work that we've been trying to do.
Thank you so much, Leonor, not only for giving that perspective of the very real impacts of climate change in Portugal happening right now, and also how the climate justice movement is responding strategically to these different risks which are increasing. You also spoke about the need of pulling the emergency brake, which is becoming, ever more pressing, and yet electorally we seem to be moving in the opposite direction. So this is sort of one question that I had in preparing for this panel, which I thought would be really valuable to get your insights into. I've just we've just had a kind of a big moment in New York with the election of a very progressive candidate who has certainly caused many people internationally to sort of ask, what's happening over there? How can we maybe sort of make this relevant to our different contexts? So my question, I guess, would be whether how climate and urban justice movements can be combined to really represent working class interests. Whether that should be sought at the electoral level, is this relevant at all for your contexts, or should we more be focusing on social movements, other forms of collective power? I'd be really happy to hear your insights in that, and if you had some ideas for interventions or demands, what you thought on that.
Let's follow the pre-established order. See, I mean, from the context of Bosnia, I don't believe in this Trojan horse of kind of liberal democracy. I mean, what happens is that the peace agreement established a very particular pattern, kind of, ethnic-based and oriented, that completely neglected the citizenship. I think we need a different type of politics, a different type of theoretical concept, different type of political organization, different type of strategy, and different type of tactics. Because I think we are in the domain of a different level of struggle. This is a struggle for the reproduction of life that we are talking about. It's not about political representation. It's not about celebrating multiplicity of voices. It's not just about different narratives. This is about how life is sustained and maintained, and not to be put in a circulation of capital again, to be extracted. Because that's not what the fight is, because otherwise you're doing the double battle. You're recuperating little living labor that exists, only then to be extracted further, and then celebrating that as a victory. No, I think first and foremost, I mean, we are thinking about what happens. I mean, speaking from a long trajectory immediately after the war, Yugoslavia as a socialist country being wrung through this privatization, because war was about privatization, war was about private property, it was about the destruction of socially owned property, only then to be privatized. And, the war was fought for that, essentially, for a redistribution of capital in different guises. And this kind of privatization runs rampant through everything, and now through the privatization of politics. And this is why I don't think this works anymore. We've learned this through workers' protests in early 2000s. We learned this in 2014, where we had something called, wrongly, Bosnian Spring, akin to Arab Spring, where we went to the streets, we burned down government buildings, all the while we are told by the EU, you have to hold your politicians accountable. When we try to hold them accountable, they send riot police, and then EU trains riot police how to kind of beat us up, right? So you can't win. The system is rigged, right? So it requires, we move back to a different type of organization, really trying to work with people. I mean, I'll just give you one brief vignette. Just before coming here, there was a celebration of 30 years of this horrible peace. We lived this terror of peace. So just like before the celebration of 30 years of peace in Tuzla, where I live, there was found a big ring of prostitution of underage children in homes without parental care that the police force was organizing. And 2 days later, the house that like, you know, old person's home that houses old people got burned down with 15 people burnt alive. This is what peace is. This is the Bosnian peace, right? And in order for you to kind of exit this kind of torture that goes on by different means, you have to organize your capacities that are already depleted and that people are just maddened every day by this kind of normalized violence, right? Terror as every day. And the organization needs to take care of everything from mental health. And this is why I think, you know, how to respond to this. We were thinking, are we going to go and protest again? No. You know, you need to kind of make big pots of coffee and invite people to talk first, to kind of recuperate from this kind of shock and reconstruct what's happening to us, right? We need to find the way to rebuild these relations that are not just going to deplete us again in the streets for us to be beaten up again, and we haven't done anything. So it's really about the changing of the tactics. It's about building of these infrastructures of care, proximity, right, that are needed in order to regroup on the micro level, right? Because we can't, the stakes are too huge. And it's really about, if we reframe this as the question of a reproduction of life, different type of optics is engaged, I think. So this is what we are currently working through this platform called Healthy Tuzla, Zdrava Tuzla, right? Which is about how you recuperate the city politically, economically, environmentally, and mentally, right? So.
Thank you very much, Dami. That's really important. Are there any other perspectives that you would like to share on this question?
I think in the context of Egypt, it's dealing with any democratic process, I think it would be a bit problematic because already we're starting to lose this culture of having idea of a democratic process. We don't have the mayors elected, we have them assigned. Even there are ongoing parliament elections. No one goes to even to vote or anything because no one really care or think that this will do any benefits. I think here the main issue in my point of view is to start to really have counter narratives, because most of the projects that created a lot of evictions, forced evictions and forced displacement from a lot of neighborhoods, they were titled as renewal, upgrade, beautification, public benefit projects, and so on. So, and the problem that, of course, the people who are being evicted, of course, they are the ones who are really losing. However, this narrative is working for the most of the population. People are looking at these projects and really are being happy that finally those people who are living on neighborhoods with very high value overlooking the Nile are finally went another place that we don't care where did they go, and finally we're having a lot of investment projects. And the problem is that these projects no one is really benefiting from this. People are very happy with all of these projects, but who's benefiting? I think that creating like a proper counter narrative that can, and creating a lot of channels where these counter narratives can start to reach a really wider circle of the people, especially that our work is focusing on the city, is focusing on housing. It's something that it tackles each and every person in the city. So these people, they need to be the audience starting from this point, because a lot of our organizations, we are creating research that it's being circulated only among us, and it's turning into an echo chamber. So really redoing the whole narrative, redoing the whole structure of these scientific research, and represent them to other different community groups. I think it would be the most important now.
Thank you very much. Abia?
Yeah, I think what Ahmed said also resonates a lot for the context of Lebanon. Maybe I will just try to reflect a little bit on what's happening now in the post-war period, because I think one of the, and I also, in relation to what you said, I feel like it is not about how we unify people now or what demands we put. It's really about at least trying to make a sense of social solidarity, because Lebanon at the moment has never been divided ever in its history as it is today. I mean, following numerous crises and financial collapses and the port explosion and the recent war, I've never witnessed little social solidarity in this war as I had ever witnessed. In fact, and there's also a state that's completely there is a hegemonic narrative that we need to accept the occupation's condition and we need to move forward. This is our only way out. And so I do agree with Ahmed that it's very much a battle for narrative. And one of the ways we've been working, for example, on the issue of post-war recovery is that we're organizing monthly, we call them monthly open meetings. And through these open meetings, we're trying to bridge researchers, experts with communities who are affected, with journalists, with a wide spectrum of people from different contexts, because we're definitely producing a lot of knowledge. We're trying to push for a lot of policy reform, but we feel that if we do not at least sustain a conversation, and through this conversation to try to at least build a common narrative, we can't move forward unless we try to build a narrative together. And we see this and this is where we see the knowledge and data we produce, that we want to take it in this direction.
Thank you very much. Leonor, over to you.
Well, we come from this analysis that the capitalist system, the root of the climate crisis and global injustices won't be able to solve this crisis. And reforming it won't be able to solve it either. To stop climate crisis and actually put life at the center and not profits, we need to overturn the system in the short term. We've been trying for years to negotiate and to talk with our governments I've been to several meetings with our ministers and past government and this government, and the reality is that they won't change because it's not profitable. And so we, like in the context of Portugal, we know that we need to build a mass popular movement, a strong popular movement, that will be able to do this change that is very much necessary. In this sense, and also framing a little bit of like what is the political program, what is the political direction. So Climaximo has this political program that is basically a compilation of years of work from social movements, unions, academics, scientists, and so on, that is basically a program that is to give us to give the people and the movement a direction on how can we stop this crisis, what measures do we need to implement, what policies do we need to implement to win. This plan is basically divided it's a two-piece plan. It's divided in two parts, three major parts, actually. The first part with measures to stop all new death projects in Portugal, like the expansion of the airport and the building of a new one, the new gas pipeline that they are planning to build in Portugal, and so on. And to stop all the superfluous and luxurious consumption, and also cancel all the investments on fossil fuels. So this is the first part of this plan. So it contains concrete measures and policies that need to be implemented, so there is no more proliferation of new projects that are leading us towards collapse. The second part of the plan is to deactivate all the emitting infrastructures and activate a just transition plan. So how do we dismantle all the infrastructures that are causing this crisis, and how do we implement a just transition for all peoples in the framework of climate and social justice and historical responsibility. The third and last plan, part of the plan, is basically a direction and measures to build this new society. This is the part that is more flexible, in the sense that this needs to be constructed with the people and not only by the movement. What is the society that we want to build after we overturn the system? I invite you all to explore this plan. There's a version in English, and if you want, then you can speak to me and I can share with you the website. Well, I just wanted to add some more things. We currently use some of these concrete measures as our demands, our policies, what we are mobilizing towards, and there are some of them. They're chosen very strategical, in the sense that, exactly as you said, David, they are chosen in a way that people can connect with them, can feel that they are that these are their demands. So I just want to say two of them, so you have, you can understand what I'm talking about. So currently we have these two big demands that we're talking about, which are, on one hand, 100% renewable electricity and accessible electricity for all peoples until 2026, through public service of renewable energies. So the creation of a public service in Portugal on renewable energy. So this is accessible because, as I said before, energy poverty is a big problem in Portugal. And the second one is an investment plan for public housing to ensure energy independence and energy efficiency in all people's homes. So this is an idea of what kind of measures we are talking about. Measures for the people, by the people, and measures that are not putting profits in the center. The reality is governments and companies know that to stop climate crisis, they have to put life before profit. They're not willing to do that. They choose every day, every year, to condemn us to that, to condemn civil society to total collapse, and the alternative is the people. We are the ones that have to save ourselves. It is up to us to unite and build the popular power that we need to do the biggest change we have ever needed to do.
Thank you so much, Leonor, and to everyone. I think this question is important. I mean, I think the urgency of the moment that we're in really sort of makes it necessary to discuss ways forward and to be actionable, to have agency. And I think the responses that you gave really offer us pathways to become that. So thank you very much. I would now open the floor to questions from the audience. We have, I would say, around 10 or 15 minutes. I don't know if we have a microphone. I can walk around. And yeah. Okay, we have someone. Okay. Are there any questions? I can see 3 questions. We'll start with this person here at the front. I think there was a hand raised here at the front, was there? Yeah, just behind you.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Yes, Sarah. Thank you very much for this very insightful and precious contributions. I want you to address, I mean, of course, we need to have some hope and building on collective practices and mobilizations. But something that I didn't hear, and because maybe it's difficult, is and that we see at least in France and in all the world, I guess, is rise of repression towards environmental movements. In France, I think that we have more than 70 large projects called Grands Projets Inutiles, unuseful large projects, going from nuclear plants to big infrastructure, 70 contested, very contested, with very wise contestation, and they are heavily repressed. I mean, we are nearing death, I mean, some days at each time now. And I guess it's the same in many countries. It means that large corporate powers and feel threatened, and there is a growing political divide also around environmental threats and movements. And the extreme right is also building on the hate of environmentalists and making big coalition with farmers, hunters, and these categories of people against environment. So this is the current situation. In 5 years' time, we are facing a dramatic change in the alliance. So what can, I mean, we have to, maybe it's a hope in a way, because rising conflicts shows that there is threats, but in a way it's also very discouraging and demobilizing people because it's so violent. So my question is open. I mean, I don't know.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think we had one more. We'll take the questions first and then we'll respond collectively. I think that would be easiest. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentations. They've been very different from different contexts, also with different focuses, so it's a bit difficult. I was struggling a little bit on how to get this all together, and I came to the conclusion of the question regarding international global movement and international solidarity. In that sense, that I believe that all the struggles that you were talking about also have not only have a class dimension, this is all describing a class struggle, but they also have this international or global dimension in the sense of not necessarily only supply chains, but also profit chains. Who is profiting from the urban development in Cairo? Who is profiting from the destruction of the land, the agricultural land at the border to Israel? Who is benefiting from the destruction of literally whole of Bosnia? And so my question would be, how do you wish international solidarity to support the struggles, and to what scale you have these international connections already? And what would be your demands to international solidarity, and how we can organize beyond borders, let's say? Thank you.
Yeah, and then we have one. Thank you very much. And then we have one more here.
Thank you, everybody. I'm going to make this brief, but I just wanted to respond first to, I think, David Williams, and the convener, who'd asked about electoralism, and I was reminded of this quote from Rosa Luxemburg, that when a socialist enters government, it doesn't transform the government into a socialist one, but it transforms the socialist into a bourgeois minister. So I think we shouldn't expect too much from Mamdani being elected in New York. But my comment really, and I think there was like a common thread here which is underpinning it all, is about the political economy of this. And the word neoliberalism came up a few times, but I think we're in a kind of post-neoliberalism now, a sort of libertarian order that we see emerging not just from tech elites and finance elites, but even, governments in the US, for example, rolling back the state entirely. There's not even a minimal state, it's just being destroyed. And I was thinking also about this idea of disaster capitalism, that there are people benefiting from these bubbles, this transnational speculation, and how that manifests in each place. I had questions for each individual panelist, but I think I'm going to try and approach you all at the end to ask those, so I don't waste any more time. But I think, when we're kind of talking about policies and institutions, we forget that a lot of this is informal. A lot of this is happening. Governments and financial elites are connected, and it's not in our view. And the decisions that are being made and the policies we're seeing, the processes are even difficult to imagine how we could influence them, because it's all happening behind closed doors. So that would be my kind of comment, that perhaps like the electoralism argument kind of is a sideshow to what's really happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments and questions, which I think we could spend a lot of time discussing. Are there any more questions at this stage? Because I think we'll probably realistically only have time for one question round. So now would be your opportunity to ask before I ask the panelists to respond. Yes.
Can I have one question? Yeah, thank you. If we understand from your presentations, I understood that it's something that we usually say in the social movements, in the environmental movements, but we forget sometimes. And this is that the understanding of the environmental question as a social question. So I'm wondering, in this conjecture, in these current times, I guess there are winners and losers from the climate crisis, from the environmental crisis. And I'm wondering if we can name these winners and losers. And I'm also wondering if we, that I come from Greece, that is supposed to be part of the global north, that is supposed to be part of the EU and so on and so on, if we are the ones that are being benefited from the climate crisis against, again, the global south, Africa, Lebanon, Egypt, part of Egypt, and other cases all over the world. So my question is, it's obvious, are we talking about a new colonialization? Is the climate crisis itself being an instrument of new colonization of the marginalized places?
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, I think we have plenty to go on, and would ask which panelist would like to start to formulate a response. Leonor, go ahead.
So I'm going to try to be quick. In terms of responding to you, in terms of repression of the movements, at least in Portugal. So 3 years ago, for the first time since the revolution, a student was arrested in their own university to being on a protest against climate injustices. So this was the first time in 50 years. Since then, people, so like from my collective, have been arrested. So the total arrests were more than 60. So this is the situation right now. So yes, there's a lot of repression happening, something that was not happening before, also because we had elections and now we have a more far-right government, and of course that has a big impact, so as in many other countries. But yeah, so this is something that not only we need to prepare ourselves and the people that are willing to take this commitment of participating in actions many times that have certain risks, but we also need to use these arrests to show how the states and the governments are more interested in repressing people than solving this crisis. So this is like we try to use it strategically because it's happening, so we need to understand how to use it in our own profit in some way. In terms of international solidarity, I don't think we have much to ask in the sense of so we are like as Climassimo, like we're involved in a lot of different networks and platforms and coalitions at an international level. So because we know that this crisis it won't be solved in one country. We need to solve it globally, right? Even though we wouldn't end fossil fuels by 2030 in Portugal, this wouldn't solve the climate crisis. So for sure, we need to build not only international solidarity, but an international movement capable of responding to this crisis, which is something that, even though there's a lot of effort in doing so, there's also a lot of barriers in the sense of being able to construct this movement. I wanted to respond to this last question too, in the sense of who is losing and who is winning. So I think the response is pretty clear, and it also has to do with scales, pushing the subject from yesterday. I think there's a local and national scale, with clearly who is benefiting from this crisis are the big lobbies and companies that are profiting from them, since Galp, which is a major oil company in Portugal, and also, as I said before, Navigator, which is a paper company, and among many others, and the people that are losing are the same ones that are being affected by the climate crisis and are being displaced and thrown out of their cities, and so on. But this also has a global scale, and I just wanted to point that Galp, which is an oil company based in Portugal that has some infrastructure, refineries and so on in Portugal, is now exploring new oil in Namibia, in Africa. So this local scale is also a global scale, because the communities that are also suffering from this mass death projects are the ones from the global south. So this is all interconnected. The working class people is suffering. The global south is suffering, while the 1% and the big companies are profiting. And I think that's my answer to it.
Okay, I can continue with this. To your question about, if I understood you correctly, yes, there is a lot of oppression towards environmental movements, particularly and there are new alliances being formed, particularly on the far right, because the far right is a deflective way of drawing attention from the real losers of this kind of grabbing. But I think in terms of, I mean, what is it that we've learned from Bosnia? And you know, I think this is kind of visible from the genocide in Gaza, is that the production of death is profitable, and there is no, you know, there is international impunity. So all nations can be wiped out, right? Whereas you have the production of failed states that function politically like black holes for profit to be poured in, right, and funneled. So I think that's in the future we have changes in scale and velocity. And climate crisis is probably just another valence of colonization, and that colonization hasn't stopped, and there is nothing new about it. Perhaps it's just a new mutant version, just like a mutant version of neoliberalism. And possibly the only way that we can do it to have something properly is to stand with. So for instance, when the French ambassador comes to Bosnia to talk about the good ways of green transition, is to have French activists to really come and support people in Bosnia, and vice versa, perhaps, right? So it's these kinds of standing withs that we need to encourage, because I think we haven't caught up in these crossing of mental and physical borders that I think we need to learn to be better, because ultimately we are always already responsible for somebody else's extraction. And if we start with that, then, you know, our action will be different.
I'll just maybe quickly reflect on the question of global movements and international solidarity. We've been recently contemplating, when we were doing the mapping of Israeli attacks, and then we started thinking, what if our mapping doesn't stop at the Lebanese border? And what if we try to forget the borders of the nation states, and the mapping project includes Palestine and Syria? And what if this mapping also starts to map water resources and other types of resources? And maybe this reading could tell us something on how we could resist occupation collectively, because also what's become obvious is that this cannot anymore exist as a local scale resistance. But this also goes to also, I also wanted to mention, because Ahmed and Tantuba and Public Works have been working in the last few years. We've created a network, a regional network called the Network for Social and Environmental Justice. And I always feel how this network is very isolated from the rest of the environmental movements. So maybe one thing that would be useful is to be able to draw more connections among regional movements and international movements, and see how we could learn from each other's experiences. So this is actually a call for, if you have recommendations that to do this, it would be great.
Yeah, by continuing or adding to what has been said, I think also there is a growing in the movements for environment, and I think this is what's actually making a lot of systems being scared about this. A lot of countries, especially in the global north countries, have been for decades trying to market the idea that it's climate change is an individual responsibility. You need to use a paper straw, a paper cup, organic food, electric car, and so on. But and really throwing this responsibility for individuals, but every now and then, and recently Oxfam report was really eye-opening to see that an average person lifetime emissions equivalent to 3 days of one billionaire. And I think these types of comparisons are being now growing and growing, and I think the new generations are really very concerned about this and really angry about this. And this also, it goes to internationally, while seeing what's happening, that the whole discussions that are growing and reaching the idea of the loss and damage negotiations in the COP, for example. And it's really growing, and clearly the global north countries, they are really trying to run away from this responsibility, and there is a lot of pressure it's becoming. So definitely the way to use this will be violence. And I think it's of course, it's a good indication and a bad outcome, because the good indication that the discussions on environment is growing, the bad outcome, of course, is exactly what you, Agnes, mentioned, is the violence against this. And also take it to your question. Because it's either neoliberalism, post-neoliberal. We're speaking about capitalism in the end. It's a whole capitalist thing that it's really creating a lot of profit. Like, for example, in the case that I was presenting, we're trying to find when will the bubble burst, the real estate bubble burst. And really, as experts in this thing, we're always being frustrated how mistaken are we. Every time we are saying, oh no, it's within 3 to 5 years. Of course not. Capitalism is really very good in doing, generating new ways. So it started by a whole market that people are buying, and then of course now there is a surplus. So what are you going to do with the surplus? So it turned into a pyramid scheme where investors are buying from each others, and of course using the land speculation. And then after this, now it will be like a share in the global stock market, where you can buy 1% of a unit here and 5% of another unit here. And now this idea, it's being localized for new platforms where anyone can be just investing in real estate. All this time we're trying. Whenever we are understanding one system, it's already outdated, and there are already new systems there. So it's a struggle from our side as well, Yani. So I don't think I have any kind of response that goes on a constructive thing, as much as it's reading, yani, continuing to read what you have been commenting on.
Yeah. Thank you very much. If I could just add a couple of sentences to those really insightful questions. I think for us in our work, framing climate justice as a class issue is the real sort of key to this. Whether you're fighting at the local or national level, that means going against private interests, big corporations. Whether you're fighting at the international level, there it's calling for attention towards the global north, calling out Germany, calling out the US for historical climate debt, calling for a loss and damage fund which is adequately filled, and in the form of historical and current reparations. I think that kind of framing on every level that you're active in is really important. And I'm not saying that the electoral level is the only one which is important. I think far more crucial right now in many regions of the world are social movements and other forms of collective power. But I think the electoral level is one which it is worth engaging on, particularly right now. And I would hope that Rosa would agree with me, where she's still around to have this conversation with. With that, I'll end this conversation. Thank you all so much. It was amazing. And have a lovely rest of the evening.
Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους και όλους. Σας καλωσορίζουμε στην απόψινή ολομελιακή συζήτηση με ομιλήτριες τη Ντίνα Βαΐου, που είναι ομότιμη καθηγήτρια του Εθνικού Μητσοβίου Πολυτεχνείου από τον τομέα πολεοδομίας και χωροταξίας της Αρχιτεκτονικής Σχολής, καθώς και τη Λίζα Φιόρ, που είναι καθηγήτρια αρχιτεκτονικής και χωρικής πρακτικής στο University of the Arts του Λονδίνου, ιδρυτικό μέλος του γραφείου MARF Architecture and Art. Οι εισηγήσεις τους, σε μια σίγουρα πιο γυναικεία ματιά από τη χθεσινή Ολομέλεια, εντάσσονται βέβαια στο πλαίσιο της κεντρικής θεματολογίας που έχει το συνέδριο και ανέπτυξε χθες ο Γιώργος Βελεγράκης για τη χωρική δικαιοσύνη στην εποχή της κλιματικής κρίσης. Το θέμα αναπτύσσεται σε όλες τις επιμέρους ενότητες και συζητήσεις εδώ στο συνέδριο και περιλαμβάνει βέβαια πολυεπίπεδες οπτικές και προσεγγίσεις σε ένα πλαίσιο που κατανοεί το χώρο ως δυναμικό πολιτικό πεδίο και τη στροφή των αστικών σπουδών σε πεδία και έννοιες που συνομιλούν και με τις πολιτικές επιστήμες. Μιλάμε για την κατανόηση του χώρου ως πολιτικού και της πολιτικής ως χωρικής, θεώρηση που εμπεριέχει την αντίληψη ότι ο χώρος όχι μόνο δεν είναι ουδέτερος, αλλά διαμορφώνεται από και διαμορφώνει κοινωνικές σχέσεις και επομένως συμμετέχει ενεργά στη διαμόρφωση των όρων της δικαιοσύνης και της αδικίας. Η πρώτη εισήγηση θα γίνει από την Ντίνα Βαΐου με τίτλο «Το δικαίωμα στην πόλη ως σύγχρονο διακύβευμα». Η Ντίνα Βαΐου είναι ομότιμη καθηγήτρια, όπως είπα και προηγουμένως, στο MEP, με πολύχρονο διδακτικό έργο σε προπτυχιακό και μεταπτυχιακό επίπεδο από το 1982 στο 2018, τα ερευνητικά ενδιαφέροντα, οι πολυάριθμες δημοσιεύσεις στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό και οι εισηγήσεις σε συνέδρια περιλαμβάνουν φεμινιστικές κριτικές της μελέτης της πόλης, τα μεταβαλλόμενα χαρακτηριστικά των τοπικών αγορών εργασίας, με έμφαση στην εργασία των γυναικών και τις λειτουργίες του άτυπου τομέα, τις επιπτώσεις της μετανάστευσης στις πόλεις της Νότιας Ευρώπης, εντοπισμένες και έμφυλες όψεις των πολλαπλών κρίσεων και αντιστάσεις σε αυτές. Έχει συντονίσει ελληνικά και ευρωπαϊκά ερευνητικά προγράμματα ή την ελληνική συμμετοχή σε αυτά και έχει δημοσιεύσει βιβλία και πολλά άρθρα στα ελληνικά, τα αγγλικά και άλλες γλώσσες. Πιο πρόσφατα βιβλία, το 2021 «Η αθέατη εργασία των γυναικών στη συγκρότηση της πόλης», «Όψεις της Αθήνας μετά τη μεταπολίτευση» από τις εκδόσεις Αλεξάνδρεια το 2020 με την Ειρήνη Μίχα και άλλα πολλά. Οπότε θα της δώσουμε πρώτα το λόγο για την εισήγησή της «Το δικαίωμα στην πόλη ως σύγχρονο διακύβευμα».
Ευχαριστώ, Σοφία. Ακούγεται? Ωραία. Ευχαριστώ βέβαια την Common Space για την διοργάνωση και την πρόσκληση και θέλω ιδιαίτερα να ευχαριστήσω και τις διερμηνείς που κάνουν ευκολότερη και πιο ουσιαστική την επικοινωνία μεταξύ μας. Σήμερα βέβαια είναι μια δύσκολη μέρα, μια και χωρίς να το καταλάβουμε σχεδόν πέρασαν 17 χρόνια από την εξέγερση του 2008, η οποία ακολούθησε την δολοφονία του Αλέξη Γρηγορόπουλου από τον ειδικό φρουρό Κορκονέα. Υπάρχουν στο κέντρο της Αθήνας κινητοποιήσεις για την μνήμη της σημερινής μέρας. Εδώ πάντως θα μιλήσουμε για το δικαίωμα στην πόλη, έτσι. Όπως ξέρουμε, το δικαίωμα στην πόλη είναι ο ευρηματικός τίτλος του βιβλίου του Henri Lefebvre, που συμπίκνωσε ως πολιτικό σύνθημα τα αιτήματα και τις πρακτικές της χρονιάς ορόσημο 1968. Και είχε βέβαια πλατιά απήχηση στα πανεπιστήμια, αλλά και πέρα από αυτά. Στα 60 χρόνια περίπου που έχουν περάσει από τότε, έχει περάσει από πολλές επαναανακαλύψεις, αναγνώσεις, ενιολογήσεις και ερμηνείες, καθώς πολλοί διαφορετικοί κοινωνικοί δρόντες το οικειοποιήθηκαν ή το διεκδίκησαν ως σύνθημα και βάση κινητοποίησης ή και νομιμοποίησης. Έχει περάσει από περιόδους λύθης και απόρριψης για να επανέλθει ως σημαντικό θέμα σε πανεπιστημιακά συνέδρια και αίθουσες διδασκαλίας. Πέρασε ακόμα στην ορολογία εθνικών και υπερεθνικών οργανισμών, Μετά δε την παγκόσμια κρίση του 2008, απόκτησε μία νέα επικαιρότητα ως λόγος και ως βάση κινητοποίησης σε διάφορες γεωμετρικές κλίμακες. Εγείρονται λοιπόν πολλά ερωτήματα που έχουν να κάνουν με το περιεχόμενό του σε μεταβαλλόμενες συγκυρίες και σε διάφορα συμφραζόμενα. Στην απόψινή μου παρουσίαση θα επιχειρήσω ένα θεωρητικό αναστοχασμό με βάση τη δουλειά του Henri Lefebvre και την εξελισσόμενη σύλληψή του για το δικαίωμα στην πόλη ως κραυγή και ως αίτημα που φέρνει κάτι πρόσθετο πέρα από την ικανοποίηση βασικών αναγκών, κάτι ίσως ανατρεπτικό. Δουλεύοντας την παρουσίαση αναρωτιόμουν τι περιεχόμενο μπορεί να έχει σήμερα το δικαίωμα στην πόλη σε μια συγκυρία σαν αυτή που ζούμε, όπου περισσότερες από 60 πολεμικές συγκρούσεις ανά τον κόσμο ισοπεδώνουν πόλεις. Για ποιον το δικαίωμα στην πόλη μπορούμε να μιλάμε και με ποιους όρους? Τι είδους συναντήσεις, διαπραγματεύσεις και συγκρούσεις μπορούμε να ιχνηλατήσουμε? Θα επανέλθω σε κάποια από αυτά τα ερωτήματα στο τέλος της παρουσίασής μου. Το δικαίωμα στην πόλη, όπως εκφράστηκε στο ομώνυμο βιβλίο, αποτελούσε την ανταπόκριση του Λεφέβρ στην κρίση των πόλεων της δεκαετίας του 1960, μετά από μια περίοδο ανασυγκρότησης του παραγωγικού ιστού και έντονης ανοικοδόμησης που ακολούθησε τις καταστροφές του Δεύτερου Παγκοσμίου Πολέμου. Μια περίοδο οικονομικής ανάπτυξης χωρίς προηγούμενο, κατά την οποία διατηρείται με αντιφατικούς τρόπους η ελπίδα και η αυταπάτη πως είναι δυνατή και εφικτή η οικοδόμηση ενός κόσμου χωρίς πολέμους, αλλά και κοινωνικά πιο δίκαιου. Η οικονομική ευημερία, η πολιτική ανάγκη για ένα αντίπαλο δέος στο τότε Ανατολικό Μπλοκ, οι κοινωνικοί αγώνες και οι διεκδικήσεις των εργαζομένων οδήγησαν στη Δύση στην ανάπτυξη αυτού που ονομάστηκε κράτος πρόνοιας, με διαφορετικές εκδοχές βέβαια σε διάφορες χώρες, αλλά που δημιούργησε συνθήκες σταθερότητας και εξασφάλισης, τουλάχιστον για τους κεντρικούς εργαζόμενους, μέσα από την διαπραγμάτευση και τη συνένεση κεφαλαίου, συνδικάτων και κράτους. Για τον Λεφέβρ, η κρίση των πόλεων συνδέεται τότε με την ομοιογενοποίηση των τρόπων ζωής, όπως αυτή καθορίζεται από την κυριαρχία του φορντισμού και την επέκταση ενός γραφειοκρατικού κράτους κατευθυνόμενης κατανάλωσης, όπως το ονόμαζε, το οποίο είχε φτάσει να απικιοποιήσει πολλές πλευρές της ζωής στην πόλη. Πλευρές που συνδέονται μεταξύ άλλων με τη μαζική παραγωγή κατοικίας στον περιαστικό χώρο, στα χωράφια για παντζάρια κατά το ιδίωμα των πολεοδόμων της εποχής. Αλλά συνδέθηκε και με την ανάπτυξη των μέσων μαζικής μεταφοράς, τη γενικευμένη εκπαίδευση, την πρόσβαση στην υγεία και την πρόνοια, όλα όσα αποτέλεσαν στη συνέχεια κοινωνικά δικαιώματα και μέρος της ιδιότητας του πολίτη στον αναπτυγμένο κόσμο της εποχής. Παράλληλα με τα δικαιώματα αυτά, ο Λεφέβρ αναδεικνύει το δικαίωμα στην πόλη ως δικαίωμα σε μια μη αλωτριωμένη αστική ζωή, σε μια νέα κεντρικότητα, σε τόπους συναντήσεων και ανταλλαγής, σε ρυθμούς ζωής και χρήσης του χρόνου που δεν θα ανταποκρίνονται μόνο σε ανάγκες επιβίωσης, αλλά και σε εκείνο το πρόσθετο που αντιστοιχεί στην ανάγκη για αναψυχή και υπαιχνίδι, για το απρόοπτο, την ποικιλία, την επαφή, την ανεξαρτησία, την επικοινωνία, τη δημιουργική δραστηριότητα, την πληροφόρηση, του συμβολισμού, στη φαντασία. Σημειώνω εδώ σε παρένθεση ότι αυτό το βιβλίο έχει μεταφραστεί σε πολλές γλώσσες, μεταξύ των οποίων και στα ελληνικά από πολύ νωρίς, από το 1977. Και κάποια αποσπάσματα που διαβάζω είναι βέβαια από την ελληνική μετάφραση. Θεωρεί λοιπόν ο Λεφεύρ την πόλη προνομιακό πεδίο για την ανάδυση νέων κοινωνικών υποκειμένων που θα διεκδικήσουν δικαιώματα και θα αναζητήσουν νέα πρότυπα καθημερινής ζωής, όπως αυτά προβάλλονται εκείνο τον καιρό από τα τότε νέα κοινωνικά κινήματα της νεολαίας, των γυναικών, των ομοφυλόφιλων, εθνοτικών και φυλετικών μειονοτήτων και πολλά ακόμα, τα οποία αμφισβήτησαν τη συνένεση κεφαλαίου συνδικάτων και κράτους και επανεξέτασαν κάθε αυτονόητο και στερεότυπο, προβάλλοντας προτάγματα για νέες ποιότητες σχέσεων, αμφισβητώντας τις σχέσεις εξουσίας και διεκδικώντας τη διεύρυνση των ορίων της ατομικής και συλλογικής αυτονομίας. Ήδη από την αρχική επεξεργασία, το δικαίωμα στην πόλη συνδέθηκε με την έννοια της κεντρικότητας. Το κέντρο της πόλης ως τόπος της εξουσίας και πεδίο συλλογικής έκφρασης, αλλά και πολιτικής συμμετοχής. Το δικαίωμα στην πόλη προτρέπει λοιπόν στη διεκδίκηση του αστικού χώρου ως δημόσιου χώρου ζωής, ως τόπου όπου πραγματώνεται μια ανανεωμένη αστικότητα χωρίς τους αποκλεισμούς της καπιταλιστικής κοινωνίας και τους χώρους και χρόνους που αυτή παράγει ως μέρος των αναζητήσεων για μια ριζική κοινωνική αλλαγή. Κατά την προσφυλή μεθοδολογική πρακτική του Λεφεύρ για συνεχείς επανεκτιμήσεις και επαναπροσεγγίσεις, approximation όπως έλεγε, το περιεχόμενο της έννοιας αναγκαστικά θα πρέπει να μεταβάλλεται και να προσαρμόζεται στις διαδικασίες που διαμορφώνουν την πόλη. Στις επόμενες επεξεργασίες του, λοιπόν, συνδέει το δικαίωμα στην πόλη με το δικαίωμα στη διαφορά, ως ένα μέσο αμφισβήτησης των ομοιογενοποιητικών δυνάμεων του καπιταλισμού και ως αντίθεση στις διαδικασίες αποκλεισμού και απομόνωσης σε αυτό που ονόμαζε περιφέρειες κοινωνικές και χωρικές, οι οποίες παράγονται με αποκλειστικό σκοπό την κοινωνική διάκριση και την περιθωριοποίηση. Οι διαδικασίες αυτές αποδιαρθρώνουν το περιεχόμενο της ιδιότητας του πολίτη, του citoyen, και την αποσυνδέουν από τον κάτοικο, τον citadin, όπως τον λέει, που συχνά δεν έχει νόμιμη εκπροσώπηση και αναγνώριση, ούτε πλήρη πρόσβαση σε κοινωνικά και πολιτικά δικαιώματα. Στον κόσμο που έχει προκύψει μετά από το 1989, απέχουμε βέβαια πολύ από τα συμφραζόμενα που κινητοποίησαν το Λεφεύρ στα λεγόμενα 30 χρυσά χρόνια που ακολούθησαν το Δεύτερο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο. Η νεοφιλελεύθερη παγκοσμιοποίηση στις διάφορες εκδοχές της όχι μόνο είναι στη ζωή μας, αλλά θεωρείται φυσική τάξη πραγμάτων. Το κράτος πρόνοιας έχει συρρικνωθεί και αποδιαρθρωθεί και μάλλον αποτελεί πλέον αίτημα και όχι αιτία του προβλήματος της πόλης. Η κανονική εργασία και ο μαζικός εργάτης της εποχής εκείνης είναι πλέον μακρινή ανάμνηση μέσα στην επισφάλεια και την ακραία εκμετάλλευση. Οι αυταπάτες ή το όνειρο για συνεχή πρόοδο έχουν χαθεί και σε κάθε περίπτωση αμφισβητούνται από την άποψη της βιωσιμότητας του περιβάλλοντος και της κλιματικής κρίσης. Τα πολιτικά και κοινωνικά δικαιώματα που διεκδικούσαν τα νέα κινήματα της δεκαετίας του 60 απαξιώνονται, αν και έχουν συμβάλει σε σημαντικές αλλαγές που για κάποιο διάστημα θεωρήθηκαν κεκτημένα, ενώ νέα κινήματα αναδύονται προβάλλοντας με τη σειρά τους διεκδικήσεις αναγνώρισης και πολιτικές ταυτότητας. Παρ' όλα αυτά, φαίνεται πως το δικαίωμα στην πόλη διατηρεί μια διαχρονική γοητεία και επικαιρότητα ως έννοια και ως αίτημα που εμπνέει κινητοποιήσεις ανά τον κόσμο. Στη δεκαετία του 2000 αποτέλεσε σημαντική θεματική στα παγκόσμια και ευρωπαϊκά φόρουμ ενάντια στην νεοφιλελεύθερη παγκοσμιοποίηση. Παράλληλα, το οικειοποιήθηκαν διεθνείς οργανισμοί και θεσμικοί δρόντες σε εθνική και τοπική κλίμακα. Σημειώνω εδώ το πρόγραμμα του ΟΗΕ για τους οικισμούς, το Habitat δηλαδή, προγράμματα της Διεθνούς Τράπεζας για την Ανάπτυξη, αλλά και την πλατφόρμα για το δικαίωμα στην πόλη, τον Ευρωπαϊκό Συνασπισμό για το δικαίωμα στην κατοικία και στην πόλη, ακόμα και τη σύνταξη της Παγκόσμιας Χάρτας για το δικαίωμα στην πόλη. Η κεντρικότητα βέβαια έχει διαβρωθεί από τις λειτουργίες του χρηματιστηριακού καπιταλισμού και την κτηματαγορά, ενώ το δικαίωμα στη διαφορά το οικειοποιείται πλέον και η νεοφιλελεύθερη ατζέντα. Όπως γράφει ο Λεφεύρ ήδη το 1968 για το ιστορικό κέντρο της πόλης, δεν είναι πλέον τίποτα άλλο από αντικείμενο πολιτιστικής κατανάλωσης για τους τουρίστες, τους εστέτ που διψούν για θεάματα και γραφικότητα, τόπος θεάματος και κατανάλωσης, αλλά και επενδύσεων σε ακίνητα και κατασκευές. Κλείνω τα εισαγωγικά. Ακόμα όμως και στις συνθήκες αυτές αναδύονται σε τοπική και ευρύτερη κλίμακα αντιστάσεις ή ακόμη μορφές προσαρμογής και επιβίωσης που διεκδικούν δικαίωμα στην πόλη, στις συνθήκες που διαμορφώνουν οι επιθέσεις της ακροδεξιάς πολιτικής, η λιτότητα και εκπτώχευση για τους πολλούς, οι μακροχρόνιες και πολύπλευρες κρίσεις που πλήττουν τις πόλεις. Τα πεδία δράσης είναι πολλά, αναγκαστικά με έμφαση στις μέρες μας, στις βασικές ανάγκες, αλλά και στα αποψηλωμένα πλέον κοινωνικά δικαιώματα. Πρόσβαση στην τροφή, την κατοικία, την υγεία, την εκπαίδευση, την αξιοπρεπή εργασία, τον ελεύθερο χρόνο, το παιχνίδι. Ας θυμηθούμε εδώ τις πρωτοβουλίες αλληλεγγύης μέσα και μετά την κρίση του 2008, τα κινήματα για την αξιοπρεπή κατοικία και ενάντια στους πληστηριασμούς και πολλά ακόμη. Οι πρακτικές τους παρήγαγαν νέες μορφές επαφής, ανταλλαγής και υποστήριξης σε χώρους υλικούς και εικονικούς. Συνέβαλαν στην συγκρότηση δικτύων δημοσίων χώρων και μικροκεντρικοτήτων, έστω και εφήμερων και αμφισβητούμενων, γύρω από τις οποίες δημιουργήθηκαν προσδέσεις με τον τόπο και αίσθηση του ανήκειν μεταξύ ομάδων και ατόμων που οι πολιτικές λιτότητας απέκλειαν από τη θέση τους στον κόσμο. Αμφισβητήθηκαν δυναμικά ιδιωτικοποίηση του χώρου, περιφράξεις, τρόποι διακυβέρνησης και διαχείρισης. Τέτοιου είδους κινήματα, τοπικά ίσως, διεκδίκησαν δικαίωμα στην πόλη και δικαίωμα στη διαφορά, προεικονίζοντας εναλλακτικούς τρόπους παραγωγής, χρήσης και διαμοιρασμού υλικών πόρων και υπηρεσιών σε ένα επιθυμητό μέλλον. Η εγκατάσταση μετά το 1989 μεταναστών κυρίως σε κεντρικές περιοχές των πόλεων του πρώτου κόσμου διαμόρφωσε νέα δεδομένα και αιτήματα ζωής σε κίνηση και έθεσε με διαφορετικούς όρους το ζήτημα της κεντρικότητας, της ορατότητας και του δημόσιου χώρου ως κοινού τόπου συνευρέσεων μεταξύ ξένων. Οι συναντήσεις σε χώρους της καθημερινότητας οδήγησαν σε εξοικείωση με τους άλλους, σε μια συγκατοίκηση μαζί και χωριστά, η οποία δεν περιλαμβάνει μόνο συνένεση και ειρηνική ανταλλαγή, περιλαμβάνει και συγκρούσεις, αδιαφορία, όπως και σχέσεις δύναμης που παράγουν αποκλεισμούς στις αλληλοτομίες φύλου, κοινωνικής τάξης, εθνότητας, τόπου προέλευσης, πολιτικής τοποθέτησης. Οι κάτοικοι ζουν σχεδόν διαχωρισμένοι από τους πολίτες μέσα σε συνθήκες ρατσισμού και ξενοφοβίας που διαμορφώνει η άνοδος της ακροδεξιάς σε παγκόσμια και τοπικά. Συνένεση, συγκατοίκηση, σύγκρουση περιέχονται στην αντίληψη του Λεφεύρ για την πόλη και τον αστικό χώρο, όπου συνυπάρχουν συνήθεια και εξαναγκασμός, αντίσταση και αγώνας, σε ιδιαίτερες στιγμές και στον καθημερινό χώρο και χρόνο, εκεί όπου διαμορφώνονται κενά τα οποία οι κάτοικοι μπορούν να αξιοποιήσουν για να συγκροτήσουν νέους χώρους και πολιτικές δυνατότητες, ένα ανανεωμένο δικαίωμα στην πόλη. Ο ίδιος ο Λεφεύρ το 1989, στο τελευταίο δημοσιευμένο κείμενο 2 χρόνια πριν πεθάνει, προβληματίζεται για την πόλη και το δικαίωμα σε αυτήν, όταν η αστικοποίηση είναι πλανητική, το χρηματιστηριακό κεφάλαιο δεν δεσμεύεται από την εγκατάσταση στο χώρο, όπως παλιότερα το βιομηχανικό, ο υλικός χώρος της πόλης γίνεται μια τεράστια μηχανή αρπαγής πλούτου μέσα από συγχωνεύσεις και εξαγορές, επιθέσεις στα συνταξιοδοτικά ταμεία, ιδιωτικοποίησης κοινών πόρων, real estate. Οι παλιοί κάτοικοι αποθούνται σε όλο και πιο μακρινές περιφέρειες. Υποστηρίζει λοιπόν ότι η κεντρικότητα έχει γίνει αμφιλεγόμενη έννοια, καθώς τα κέντρα των πόλεων είναι πλέον πολλαπλά και τα ιστορικά κέντρα έχουν μετατραπεί σε χώρους θεάματος και κατανάλωσης, ενώ οι κάτοικοι αποσυνδέονται όλο και περισσότερο από τους πολίτες. Για ποιον το δικαίωμα στην πόλη, λοιπόν, μπορούμε να μιλάμε στις σημερινές συνθήκες που αλλάζουν με γρήγορους ρυθμούς και όπου έχουν ανατραπεί όλα όσα συγκροτούσαν τον κόσμο που αναδύθηκε από τα ερείπια του Δεύτερου Παγκοσμίου Πολέμου, στον οποίο αναφερόταν ο Λεφεύρ. Με ποιους όρους η πόλη παραμένει πεδίο, μέσο και στίχημα συνεχών αγώνων και συγκρούσεων όλων εκείνων που από διαφορετικές πλευρές διεκδικούν δικαίωμα στην πόλη και δικαίωμα στη διαφορά, συγκροτώντας αντιστάσεις στην προσπάθεια του κεφαλαίου και των κυρίαρχων κοινωνικών ομάδων να ελέγξουν και να ιδιοποιηθούν την πόλη. Μπορεί η πόλη να παραμείνει χώρος δυνατοτήτων και πολλαπλότητας, όπου διακριτές διαδρομές και πραγματικότητες διασταυρώνονται και μπορούν να βιωθούν, όπως μας έμαθε η Ντορίν Μάσεϊ. Οι πολεμικές συγκρούσεις ανά τον κόσμο, με πιο κοντινή μας την γενοκτονία στη Γάζα, τροφοδοτούν συνεχώς ροές προσφύγων προς προορισμούς οι οποίοι κλείνουν τα περάσματα και τις δυνατότητες εγκατάστασής τους. Δημιουργούν μεγάλους ή μικρότερους αριθμούς περαστικών κατοίκων ή κατοίκων τους οποίους οι πολιτικές της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, για παράδειγμα, τους τοποθετεί σε χωρικές και κοινωνικές περιφέρειες, όπως τις περιέγραφε ο Λεφεύρ, σε μια συνθήκη αβεβαιότητας και επισφάλειας με μεγάλη διάρκεια και περιορισμένες προοπτικές, σε απομονωμένα κάμπ και χώρους εγκλισμού και κράτησης κάτω από απάνθρωπες συνθήκες. Μπορούμε να μιλάμε για δικαίωμα στην πόλη μπροστά στα εκατοντάδες κάμπ και χώρους κράτησης που είναι διάσπαρτα στον ευρωπαϊκό χώρο. Μπορούμε να μιλάμε για δικαίωμα στην πόλη στα ερείπια της Γάζας. Ξέρουμε πολύ λίγα για τις συνθήκες στο πεδίο και ίσως δεν θα μάθουμε πολύ περισσότερα στο άμεσο μέλλον, πέρα από την αδιφάγω επέλαση του διεθνούς κεφαλαίου. Η συνεχιζόμενη παρά την εκεχηρία καταστροφή των υποδομών και της παραγωγής, οι νεκροί, τα ακροτηριασμένα παιδιά και τραυματίες χωρίς πρόσβαση σε υπηρεσίες υγείας, οι αλλεπάλληλοι χάρτες για ένα εφιαλτικό μέλλον, η καταπάτηση κάθε έννοιας δικαιώματος οδηγούν σε μια επιστροφή στη συζήτηση για τη γυμνή ύπαρξη ατομικά και συλλογικά, για την ικανοποίηση βασικών αναγκών σε νερό, τροφή, στέγη. Το κάτι παραπάνω που ο Λεφέβρ αποδίδει στο δικαίωμα στην πόλη βρίσκεται ίσως μόνο στην πολύχρονη επιμονή του και αντίσταση των Παλαιστινίων, στις απίστευτες αντοχές και αγώνες για τη συνέχεια της ζωής τους στον τόπο. Εδώ ίσως η ιδέα της αναγκαίας ουτοπίας, πάλι εκφρασμένη στα γραπτά του Λεφέβρ, μπορεί να μας συνδέσει με ό,τι θα μπορούσε να είναι το δικαίωμα στην πόλη και η απελευθερωτική δυναμική του. Ουτοπία όχι ως αναζήτηση ενός τόπου που δεν μπορεί να υπάρξει, αλλά ως αναζήτηση ενός τόπου που δεν υπάρχει ακόμη, αλλά επιτρέπει πειραματισμούς με τα όρια του εφικτού. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ την Τίνα Βαΐου για αυτό το σύγχρονο και βαθύ διάβασμα του Λεφέβρ. Θα δώσω τώρα το λόγο στην Λίζα Φιόρ, που είναι ιδρυτικό μέλος του γραφείου MUF Architecture Art και καθηγήτρια αρχιτεκτονικής και χωρικής πρακτικής στο University of the Arts του Λονδίνου. Η Λίζα Φιόρ, μέσα από μια δυναμική σύνδεση θεωρίας και πρακτικής, προσεγγίζει το θέμα της κλίμακας και του σχεδιασμού του δημόσιου χώρου με έναν εξαιρετικά ενδιαφέροντα τρόπο. Το MUF αποτελεί ένα διεθνώς αναγνωρισμένο αρχιτεκτονικό γραφείο, όπου η αρχιτεκτονική και η τέχνη συνυπάρχουν δημιουργικά. Τα έργα εκτείνονται από αστικά σχέδια και στρατηγικές μεγάλων κλιμάκων μέχρι μικρές προσωρινές παρεμβάσεις, τοπία και κτίρια, διατηρώντας μια συνεχή συνομιλία μεταξύ λεπτομέρειας και στρατηγικής. Με ιδιαίτερο ενδιαφέρον για το σχεδιασμό δημόσιων χώρων και τη διαδικασία μετατροπής των χώρων σε δημόσιους, συνεργάζεται με τις τοπικές κοινότητες, αξιοποιώντας τις δυνατότητές τους, ώστε να παραχθούν ποιοτικά και βιώσιμα αποτελέσματα. Με εκπαίδευση στην αρχιτεκτονική, η Λίζα Φιόρ φέρνει στο προσκήνιο τη βαθιά της εμπειρία σχετικά με τη σχέση ουσιαστικής και υπεύθυνης συμμετοχής με επιτυχημένα και βιώσιμα δομημένα έργα. Τα έργα του γραφείου, όλα δημόσιοι χώροι, καλύπτουν ένα ευρύ φάσμα από αστικό σχεδιασμό και master planning έως δημόσιο εξοπλισμό, κτίρια, τοπία και διαμορφώσεις δρόμων. Το μότο να αναγνωρίζεις την αξία του υπάρχοντος, να καλλιεργείς τις δυνατότητες και να ορίζεις αυτό που λείπει. Ή στα αγγλικά, value what's there, nurture the possible, define what's missing. Το έργο του ΜΑΦ έχει αναγνωριστεί στο Λονδίνο και διεθνώς, με πολλές διακρίσεις, συμπεριλαμβανομένου του European Prize for Public Space. Σε εμάς, στην Common Space, φαίνεται εξαιρετικά ενδιαφέρον αυτή η σύνδεση στρατηγικής, οπτικής και λεπτομέρειας και θα της δώσουμε το λόγο φυσικά για να δώσει την δική της ματιά.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to this incredibly ambitious but welcoming conference. And I think there's great confidence in the sort of the openness and richness of it. I also want to say thank you to the speakers who I've been lucky enough to listen to, and I particularly appreciated the honesty of many of them, talking about the fact there is no easy solutions, and sharing both what did work and what did not work, thinking particularly around the complexity and challenges of co-production and how co-producers can also be co-explorers, and how and the challenge for power to be shared by funders and clients. Somehow co-design is something that tends to not have power, not have status, and designer and citizen is left to try to sort of do something rather than co-client and write the brief. I'll try to stay with that honesty. I'd also like to give a huge thank you to Dina. I have a little tiniest sense of what it is to have been one of your to be a student, and I know that there are a lot of students amongst the organisers. I feel that the presentation, and particularly thinking of Lefebvre's 1989 comments of the sheer complexity of trying to make a contribution as a designer, sits well with what I'm going to present today, which is perhaps the notion of the limits, of being aware of the limits, but still trying to make moments of resistance, and those tiny, that the resistance perhaps holds possibilities for the future. And I really appreciated where Dina leaves us. Again, no easy answers. Just to contextualize, most of our work is in London. A lot of our work is in East London. The centre expands to take up the places where people once lived. The right to the city is very particular in London because there is a history of rights to the commons, to common land. But common land was never a free-for-all. Instead, particular rights are afforded. So here, you have a right to dry your clothes in this open area. Here you have a right to graze your cattle. Here you have a right to practice sport. And what is, I think, so interesting is that there are rights of movement, rights of way, which crisscross these different activities. And so that idea of a structured coexistence, a place for more than one thing at a time, sits as a paradigm that is an ambition in our work. London is in a constant state of flux, moving very fastly as illustrating the description that Dina made. Spaces are being lost, and simultaneously attempts, both institutional and citizen-led, are made to safeguard them. This is one of the sorts of spaces where we work. We are currently working on the design for this. And some spaces persist in being a place that balances civic life. So here, in front of a town hall, Hackney Town Hall, a municipal town hall, the building is simultaneously hosting a wedding, but also there is an encampment of tents for disinvestment to Israel. And so that the idea that investment is coming to this square, and our responsibility to ensure that the investment doesn't lead to displacement, that investment doesn't lead to an erasure of use, and the necessity that one as a designer is hyper-aware of that existing value. And some of the things that we're doing, not showing you any drawings, hard to project here, are just small moves like paving in one surface so that this territory, this hot territory of civic space is one place, introducing long benches against this wall, which is historically protected, so that citizens can become both performer and audience to the important moments that are happening. The writer, the late writer, Catherine Schonfield, describes the public realm as a place where we experience democracy, but it's also the place where we can practice it, in the negotiation and coexistence of taking up space. And if one form of experience democracy is negotiating and sharing space, the other is the negotiation and give and take of bringing that space into being. And that is perhaps another responsibility of the designer, is to design the space to make the space. There are ways for the designer to contribute and make themselves useful, but also to know when to recede and to make space for others. This is a sort of double work, which was the title of this talk. A double work is used to describe the additional labor of thinking ahead for others. It's usually ascribed to domestic labor and to the emotional work of thinking about implications to come, usually undertaken by women, but not exclusively. This is the diagram that we have within our practice when we have to make the decision of whether to take part in a project. Because all our work is taken in commission, tendering for public commissions, and our research is the work we do to interrogate, refine, and expand the brief. Because of the sheer expensiveness of investment in built projects, most projects sit down at the bottom in this territory of complicity. Is messy work. And the role is to think about how one can move from complicity to contribution, to starting with the compromises we make, and stay above that line to make a meaningful contribution to the public sphere. This means that every project must come with the double work of the necessary research. Simply, research is the means to get yourself out of the situation you find yourself in, because briefs for public space are often generic, they are top-down, they project alternative visions for the future. The brief is often incomplete, and the work is necessary to understand site, situation, and users. As Alberti, 16th century, whoops. What's happened? Go back one. One slide back. They're going in the opposite direction. I'm doomed. Isn't there another slide with Alberti? He was there before. Okay, maybe we'll find Alberti. Next slide. We saw it earlier on. Can we squeeze? This PDF is not your friend. No. Okay. Up a little. Up a little. Small. There we are. That's a quote. So this is what Alberti reminds us. Alberti says it's not enough to consider only the indications which are obvious and plain to see, but the less evident should also be noted and taken into account. So consider the detail. Next slide, please. Oh, I should do that. I think it's probably better you do it. So on the left is not our drawing. It's one of these generic projections of someone else's vision for place. In this case, Whitechapel. A new station is coming, and that is seen as an opportunity. Our drawing was the one on the right, where we applied our shadows. And it's that application of the knowledge we hold as professionals to be able to describe the consequences of other people's big plans. Next slide. Slide to go. It works really nicely in London, this presentation. Okay, that's an image. Okay, we're a bit bigger. No, the one with the little rectangle. Should I do it on my laptop or something? Okay, all right. Can we just, all right, I'm just going to relax. I'm going to relax. Okay, our next slide is a slide of a wedge of wood to keep the door open. I think to recognise also as designers, we're not representative of the places we're working if we're designing other people's public space. And so it holds on us to recognise, even though if sometimes it doesn't feel like it, our privilege, and to open the door to others, to make space at the table, and sometimes to get up and give your chair. Next slide. The next slide, going back to mentions of 68, is this photograph from Paris, where a poster states, "The creche is in the director's office." That recognition that use transforms meaning, and the sheer movement of a body, in this case a baby, into the place of decision-making is transformative. The director's desk becomes a little house for the baby to play in. And I think it's important for us to remember how important use is. Because if use changes meaning, making spaces need not just for use, need not just initiating, and we saw a lot of tactical urbanism describing new uses for space, but also there's a role to protect existing uses. Shall we see if we get back in place now? Let's see. Shall I try doing? Okay. Okay. Full screen? Yeah. Okay, let's see. Okay. This is, so now this is a project by us.
Control L. Δεν είναι εδώ.
It's nice. It looks great. I think it's good. Or preview. Okay, this is a project for us. The notion of anticipation, that designing for occupation, that you're not quite sure who it's going to be, but as clear as a big sign, you can see that someone's expecting you. In this case, a carer and a small child, or in the case of a mountain, rocks where every sharp edge has it's been smoothed for adventurous exploration. And I think I'm just going to very quickly tell you that this project, which is in East Croydon, on the very edge of London, I went for a site visit, and there were 2 children climbing over the rocks. And their parent told me that she had been moved from her home because of domestic violence, and this was the place she brought her children to ground themselves in nature, in the middle of the city, that somehow to lie on these rocks. Next slide. It's a health warning. That's the next slide. That it's not easy. Next slide. This is an image of Barkingtown Square. It's the only winner of the European Prize for Public Space. We're very proud of this. It had lots of awards, lots of press, lots of visits. Very deliberately, we built a ruin because to mark a moment of change and to also employ existing skilled labour amongst much change. Just lift far quickly. We're going to just move. Okay, so we made this new square. It had multiple places to be. It had places to sit under the tree. It had places of performance of everyday life. It was deliberately designed with generosity. This year, 5 of the 6 benches were removed. This is the image below. There is now only 1 bench to sit because of anxieties about homeless people sleeping after 15 years in place with no investment at all. to take care of it. And so in this time of austerity, the thinking about the rights of the city is to think about maintenance. And I'd just like to say, due to being so inspired by the sheer energy in this conference, I'm going to try to get the benches back into the space. They've been taken round the corner. They're sitting outside the back of McDonald's. So thank you for that. I'm now going to just move quite fast through other methodologies to try to protect the fragile possibility of the coexistence of different people within a project. Me or you? Yeah, okay. Thanks for your patience. This has never happened to me. I'm sure it's my fault. We'll have a discussion afterwards about how. It always wants to be on the right, doesn't it? Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter. I mean, Dina, you didn't have that many slides. I'll just talk. Okay. I'm going to maybe we just put each slide in the center. Should we just do that? Otherwise people will get fed up. Do you want to try opening it in preview? Oh, do you want my laptop? I don't know. What do people think? Should we try? Should we just try really quickly? Yes. Yeah, just try. And if it doesn't work, it really doesn't matter. I can.
You have an HDMI.
What can I say? Do we have an interval?
No.
I really appreciate the pairing of work.
Lisa, just here. Έχει όμως.
Do you have an HDMI?
It's a Mac, so I'm not sure.
Do you have an HDMI adapter?
No.
So
I only got a C.
No.
This is C. Okay. No, I do own one, but I didn't bring it today, stupidly. All right. Let's just go. I think everyone's going to leave and be fed up otherwise. So you're not going to leave. Have the drinks. I think it's a beautiful, for me, a beautiful pairing. That the challenge of, you know, what are the rights of the city in times of extremis, but also, you know, being encouraged that it's worth making an effort for the different forms of being disenfranchised. Yeah, what's that?
Adapter.
Oh, you got an adapter? Oh, that's very chic. It's like somebody having a Swiss Army knife, isn't it? Amazing. Okay, I now have to.
Might be broken.
Oh, okay. That's so beautiful, our alma mater. I'm going to quickly open it before everyone sees my desktop. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Andreas. I hope I can be helpful tomorrow to your. Andreas is giving a talk tomorrow evening, so I'll be in the front row, with a glass of water. And so let's quickly move through it. So these were the slides. What? No, this one. It's like this one. No? Oh, great. Yeah. Okay. No. Okay. Let's just see. Let's just see if it's. No. All right. Okay, we tried. All right. I think, this idea of adjusting, in a sense, is the challenge for the designer. You know, when you work in those complex situations. So, so when I talk about the disenfranchised, I do think this includes those who don't vote, the marginalised, the older, those who find movement difficult, those without money, the spaces in our cities to have no money, to be able to drink a glass of water, are less and less. So here we are. Okay. So I'm just going to now talk about some methodologies, without too many slides. But the first is the way that one can build methods with others. Yeah, great. And so these principles, value what's there, nurture the possible, then define what's missing, are the opposite to most large-scale plans for our cities, which tend to start with an application of what is deemed to be missing and a vision, and ends with a list of design moves, design guidance to achieve it. These three principles were developed over a year through discussions with around 80 patient local citizens. It was developed for Dalston, where we're still working, where public space was extremely limited, and local individuals and community were furious to be heard. Anger is a form of commitment, and they were committed. We found ourselves as intermediaries between funders and expert citizens, and skills we brought was first describing value back to decision makers who could see nothing of value there. They just saw a poor place that needed putting on the map. And interestingly, it was mapping itself which was the means by which we could describe the rich fabric of community activities and open spaces. Mapping soothes the anxious, and we've seen lots of maps in the last 2 days. It makes complexity seem calm and two-dimensional. And it's only really on reading the small print or understanding the analysis that the challenges can be seen. And then we worked across the area, brief by brief. 76 projects were identified, from 5,000 euros to 7 million euros. I think I fixed it. So. Have you? You're a genius. At all scales. And the briefs that came up, grey became green. If people want to look at Dalston Garden, Eastern Curve Garden, that's a huge success, ridiculously successful and still happening. But here's an example of a brief which would never have been written without community involvement. The requirement by a collective who looked after, who had some responsibility for an open square, was they wanted a playground which wasn't fixed, because they wanted to be able to have events. And so the playground, which wasn't fixed, ended up being much cheaper than a permanent playground, but it required having a play worker. So this playground sits in a mirrored box. When it's shut, there's something to play with. And 3 afternoons a week, its contents are brought out and take up the square. It should be said that this square is somewhere which is a place of peer-to-peer support for very vulnerable members of the community, some distressed, some self-soothing with alcohol and other things. And the play rather than pushing them out, just shifts. It shifts and it adds another experience to it. I think something that's very interesting is that we've been working there for 15 years. So these are new photographs of 15-year-old pieces of plastic that's still played with. The children rearrange, it gets rearranged every time it's used. But also over that time, a stakeholder had very little power, now has power and has become our client. And so we're beginning to be able to realize some of the most complex and politically loaded elements of those 76 projects, namely honoring the people involved in a very significant nightclub, very significant for black music history, which was demolished. So things are slow, and by hanging around in place, one can sometimes resolve what was not resolved. When you're spending money, stealth investment can avoid displacement and gentrification. This is the Brixton Recreation Centre. It's a 1980s sports centre in South London. And what was interesting about it was it is a site of struggle. It was scheduled for demolition, and community members, as their act of resistance, wrote a statement of value as a historic building. And once it was listed, it could not be demolished. We were the first people to come in as professionals after that had happened. And in a sense, our first job as intermediaries was to help the owners of the building learn to love what they have. Another tension was we had come from the outside, and as a resident said, when money is spent, it's just spent on outsiders rather than us. We were lucky in a way because it was the beginning. This is what an unloved public building looks like. So this was 3 years after it was listed not to be demolished. It's by the architect George Finch. The windows here, fantastically, are a swimming pool, and the water is at the same level as the railway line. So it's sort of a moment of hope to build a public building at that scale. And when the first week, we had this new commission. It was March 2020. And by April, this building, which was scheduled for demolition, had become the site for emergency food for 1,000 people. And I think the necessity of having spaces that are big enough for the unexpected to happen was demonstrated in the pandemic. So, oh, whoops, wrong hand. And those concerned citizens had been hanging in there. So when it was left to rot, the sort of things that happened were somebody removed all the signage and added some very superficial lighting. This idea of cheering things up with this unloved building. And I think that's something to watch in Athens. When people start making gestures of cheerfulness, you know what's happening next. So these energetic community members, when the signs were taken off, they protected them and they took care of them lovingly for 10 years. So this notion of a brief developing, our brief was to regenerate, create workspace, and instead we took it very much as a historic project, a historic structure, and the requirements that perhaps all built projects should be seen as historic structures, that you must understand the existing in order to make proposals. So spaces that had not been used for 30 years became new workspaces, and at the same time we recognized the limits of our ability as designers, and so we're able to make a commission to local public historians and also paid training for local people to be trained in oral history gathering, so that the care and articulation of value of the historic fabric was balanced with intangible histories at the same time. So that group is now constituted. We tested designs in place. So this was lighting the building, taking up space for play. And it was completed last year. And I'm happy to say that is the same restored signage, which was kept in the room. All the little shops got new shop frontages. Each shop had a graphic designer working with them, so there wasn't evenness. And an example of stealth was the windows that we replaced for the shops. We made them look the same as before, even though they were now double glazed. Because if they had been restored to the dark brown to match the rest of the building, gentrification would come next. I'm aware that I've taken longer because of technical reasons, so I'm just going to tell you, I might not show everything because I'm aware of time. Yeah, I'm aware of time. But I have used less than 30 minutes. I've got like 10 minutes, but 8 minutes. So I might not show you everything, but I'll show you my email. The next thing I think is really important, and this is a lovely example of these new workspaces in use. So we cut big windows to bring daylight into these spaces which had just been for storage. And 2 local organizations who were facing being moved out of the neighborhood are now in place. This is 2-storied spaces, and they're beginning to use the street. And so that the ambition that by taking care of a building, lighting it to celebrate it as landmark, is also to share that light with the streets itself, has become extended to an intentionally non-hostile architecture. The indent of the window is just big enough for someone to squeeze into the reveal and keep out of the rain, or have a cigarette or chat. And similarly for the lighting to do its bit for the street. I think the next rule is that from the bespoke and particular can come the universal. I believe there's a fallacy in an idea of neutrality, that you have to not upset anybody. So in the end, it's better just to have rectilinear stone or concrete benches. And in a sense, interference with buildings should be removed with just some very carefully placed trees. The idea that differences can be smoothed out and that a space which belongs to no one belongs to all, I believe, is not true. So quickly, this is an example of this. This is a very small piece of green space. It is called Outab Ali Park. When we first went there, it seems as if nothing was there. But in fact, this is a place with multiple identities. It was the site of 4 churches, including one from the 10th century, which had been demolished and then bombed. It was named after Outab Ali, who was a garment worker who was murdered by racists. And in the corner, there is the Shahid Minir, a monument to those who fought for the Bengali language. So this very small piece of ground holds a lot of meaning, and perhaps the project was the bringing forward, foregrounding that meaning. So we applied for money to do the extra double work in order to understand what this square of grass actually held, and were able to have a public archaeological dig, so research in public with the Museum of London. And the finished project marks 2 of those churches, but with deliberation, the edge of the profile is 45 centimetres above ground, i.e. the height of a chair. So I suppose this is another act of anticipation. The white stone is my partner, business partner, Catherine Clark's imagining and reimagining of the unknown Whitechapel. The Shaheed Munir monument is reclad and given a landscape setting. And it has become, it was always a place of meeting for important demonstrations. But it's also the place where 3,000 people come on at midnight on International Language Day to pay their respects. And so this elevation of one history of the church becomes a staging and route for the others. And there's just the example of 2 demonstrations where, again, history becomes a platform for protest, but also a place just for gathering to be alone together or together. The next example is a housing scheme. It was a site where there had been previous housing. In this point, we started with the trees. There were large trees around the site, collaboration with AKA Architects and Joe Gibbons, and we drew the root zones and made them sacred so that all building footprints had to sit behind those trees. So the trees came first. The second research was who was going to live there. It's in Clapton, Stamford Hill, where there is a majority observant Hasidic Jewish community. And so we both met individuals and went to their homes to understand these culturally specific requirements for walls long enough for your books, but also a space where you can sit and eat, particularly the men, under the sky. And lastly, some families with 8 children. And so we developed elements together, the design team, such as balconies with frames, so that on this particular festival, it can just take it up. But I think what is relevant, that it is a mixed tenure scheme, is that other people who are not observant can hang their wind chimes or grow plants up them. And so I think this idea that care for detail actually allows for imaginative appropriation rather than flattening out anything to work with. And I'm just going to whiz, and the play that sits between it is 13 very, very different ways to play to encourage children to move between the 4 courtyards, and also the whole scheme turns inside out so that play is also extended to the street for those that pass by. That's the new project. I think I'm not going to talk anymore because I don't want to take up more time. I'll just tell you what I'm not going to talk about. I'm not going to talk about, and I think in Writes the City, the role of the street is really discussed. Not going to talk about that today, even though inhabiting streets, taking them from cars is deeply pleasurable. This is Street Interrupted. And also to remember everybody, you don't have to have that many ideas. An idea can be taken from one place to the next. So in the case of a second housing scheme where a tower had been demolished, there was the opportunity to reinstate a street. And for this street, unlike the master plan, to be open to everybody. Because the first stage of the master plan had closed courtyards. We were able to sort of steal some extra space by making the route into a play street. And what was interesting was anxiety around what that would mean has turned into a requirement to have play everywhere in the second phase of the master plan. So whereas the first phase had closed courtyards, the second phase has open ones that everybody can use and a small park in the centre. So I think those of you who are involved in more temporary activities, the value of a one-to-one exemplar cannot be underestimated. And I'm not going to talk about what it takes to give a right to be without spending money. That in Ruskin Square, this is on the way to the Home Office that everyone claiming asylum has to walk through. It hadn't been accessed for 10 years. It was called Ruskin. John Ruskin, has anyone heard of him? Yeah, from the 19th century. He wrote about everybody, everything. He also made a book called The Stones of Venice. And they used him because his grandmother had a pub in the area. So the notion of rebranding is that the past is a sort of form of distancing. The client was very frightened about the neighbourhood. And we persuaded them first to make a garden, then introduce cricket, because in fact there are a lot of young refugees, and then to build each piece of public space as a permanent fixture. And there we are, back with our mountain. Thank you so much. Thank you for your technical energy. Thank you for your technical energy. You know what you're going to be doing tomorrow. Thank you. And yeah, sorry for the chaos. Look, this is called double work. That's double work. Dina is noticing the water is on the table and she's protecting the laptop. Yeah, double work. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ και τη Λίζα Φιόρ που παρά τις τεχνικές δυσκολίες τα καταφέραμε στο τέλος να ολοκληρώσουμε. Δεν ξέρω αν έχουμε το χρόνο για συζήτηση. Μόνο αν υπάρχει έτσι κάποιο σύντομο σχόλιο ή κάποια ερώτηση. Αλλιώς νομίζω ότι θα πρέπει να ολοκληρώσουμε εδώ και να κρατήσουμε τον προβληματισμό μας και να τον διοχετεύσουμε στις άλλες συζητήσεις του συνεδρίου. Υπάρχει κάποιος που θέλει να ρωτήσει κάτι σύντομα ή να σχολιάσει κάτι? Ναι, το είδα.
Yes, hi. Thank you both for the presentation. I would like to address a comment to Liza. It was very inspiring seeing your work. I have so many thoughts. I'll try to make it short. I thought we spoke briefly yesterday, and you mentioned like something like a phrase like "the power is in the brief," or something similar. And I think I saw that today in your projects. And I think it's a great challenge what you're doing. The fact that like you stick to the brief and you try like to work with it and see like where can we take it, or what can we do with it, and how can we work with the program instead of working with the materialities. And I really appreciate. I think it's a great lecture for architects and designers to see like the two images you showed. Like this is not our drawing. This is our drawing, and you just put the shadows on. Like, and I think that's great to showcase how the responsibility of the designer, as you said, is to be aware of somebody's big gestures or big plans. And I think that's something to think about as architects and designers. And the other thing was mostly about, how you work. I'm pressured about the time now, but it's mostly about how you work with the program, and also like another interesting thing that we could see in your presentation that you couldn't talk about probably was like the building that you put like the old labels and stuff that were presented by the community. It could be very interesting to see like a before and after. It would be basically the same thing. So I could hear like architects thinking by seeing these hypothetical pictures, so what did they do? You know, because we're very used to working with what we see, work with the materialities. So I think it's very interesting that your work is not something that we could visit the building and see the before and after pictures, but instead it's something that works under the surface, like it's the undertext that you work, and I think that's great.
So, yeah, thank you so much. I mean, although in fact you couldn't use the storage spaces to be a photography workshop because there were no windows. So I suppose that idea of taking those principles we learnt in Dalston and value what's there, then nurture the possible, then define what's missing. And what was missing was daylight. I didn't have time to talk in detail formally. We actually made second windows so you could see all through the building, but in a sort of sense of the spirit of what was there. I mean, one thing, the other health warning about this work is often our clients who just wanted, they made a brief to make a new public square. They didn't say, oh, we want to spend 5 months just exploring what's here. And there's always a very dangerous moment around month 4 where our clients are just like, what are you going to do? What's the vision? And we have lost the job. So in a sense, when we think about that wedge, you're both wedging the door open to bring other expertise in, other voices, but you're also wedging it shut so you don't get sacked before you've got to that point. So I think that's the second health warning, is maybe making models or doing something so people feel that, as Dina said, people are hooked on progress. And so in that quiet time of understanding the nature of what is there, you sort of have to produce something, I think we have learnt. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε για το σχόλιο. Θα ήθελα να δώσω το λόγο στην Τίνα, αν θέλει κάτι να σχολιάσει άλλο. Και αλλιώς, όπως είπα, το συνέδριο είναι μια συνεχής διαδικασία που μπορούμε να συζητήσουμε. Έχετε άλλο ερώτημα? Τώρα, εντάξει, δεν ξέρω. Άντε, πες το, άμα δεν κρατιέσαι. Εντάξει, δεν είναι στο δικό μου χέρι, παιδιά. Το πρόγραμμα τελείωνε στις 9. Αν θέλει το κοινό, να το συνεχίσουμε. Πείτε μας.
All right, so thank you both for the wonderful inputs. This is just, I guess, a more philosophical question about Dina, because, and back to the questioning of the right to the city and its relevance to today's context. And also in an effort to tie to yesterday's plenary discussion on scales and all the input that we have been getting the past couple of years with the genocide in Gaza and how it revealed the shared struggles that we have, which are also evident in the cities, in the people that we know in the urban social movements that transform to adjust each time. As we see it in Athens, how the local urban social movements have changed to react to austerity, to react to the housing crisis, to the public space crisis, to the public health crisis, and how they also connect to other social movements elsewhere, to indigenous movements, to the rise to territory, to their territories in I don't know, in the Amazon jungle and all of this, that we have been looking throughout these today's sessions as well in earlier discussions. I'm just wonder your thoughts on whether maybe the right to housing and all these rights kind of are there to address the same against the adoption of this economic model that we have been imposed as the very specific type of development that is being imposed everywhere. So everyone struggles against that, and therefore, maybe in the end we claim, all these movements are claiming for a universal and collective right to be, or I don't know how we're going to call it in the end, if it's the right to the city, the right to housing, the right to territory, the right to nature, or if it's something new that is coming out of all this collective struggle. Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure I quite understood what is at stake in this long... in any case, can I speak in Greek? Λοιπόν, νομίζω ότι το δικαίωμα στην πόλη, και αυτό προσπάθησα να πω, έχει νόημα όσο κάποιοι το επικαλούνται ως ιδέα γύρω από την οποία αγωνίζονται για διάφορα ζητήματα που έχουν να κάνουν με την πόλη. Αν δεν υπήρχε αυτό το ενδιαφέρον, δεν θα χρειαζόταν να μας απασχολεί για ποιο λόγο διατηρεί αυτή η έννοια μία επικαιρότητα και σήμερα. Την επικαλούνται όμως τόσο πολλά κινήματα, όσο πλέον και διάφοροι θεσμοί που προβάλλουν αυτό το ζήτημα. Τώρα, το τι σημαίνει δικαίωμα στην πόλη είναι και κάτι που το προσδιορίζουν κάθε φορά οι αγωνιζόμενοι. Δεν νομίζω ότι μπορούμε μέσα από το γραφείο μας και εκ προημίου να πούμε αυτός είναι ο ορισμός, άμα δεν εμπίπτεται τελείωσε, δεν αποτελείται τέτοιο κίνημα. Εξάλλου ούτε ο ίδιος ο Λεφεύρ που επινόησε αυτό τον όρο σκεφτόταν το δικαίωμα στην πόλη σαν κάτι που θα είχε το ίδιο περιεχόμενο και την ίδια δυναμική για πάντα. Ο ίδιος πάρα πολλές φορές σε επόμενα γραπτά του μιλούσε για το πώς αυτό πρέπει να προσαρμόζεται κάθε φορά στα δεδομένα της συγκυρίας και στον τόπο στον οποίο αναφέρεται. Επομένως, αυτή είναι νομίζω ένα μέρος της απάντησης. Το άλλο, το αν τα κινήματα ανά την Ιφίλιο δικτυώνονται μεταξύ τους, έχουμε και παραδείγματα που δικτυώνονται και άλλα που δεν δικτυώνονται καθόλου ή παραμένουν εντελώς τοπικά. Σήμερα υπάρχουν οι τεχνολογικές δυνατότητες να δικτυωθούν. Τα χρόνια εκείνα προφανώς δεν υπήρχε, έπρεπε να πας κάπου. Δεν άνοιγες το λάπτοπ και έβλεπες τι κάνει ένα άλλο κίνημα στην ζούγκλα του Αμαζονίου. Έχουμε μία πολύ μεγαλύτερη και πληροφόρηση και συνδεσιμότητα. Το τι ακριβώς σημαίνει αυτό δεν είναι εύκολο να το πεις, αλλά έχουμε μία γεύση του πράγματος από τα κοινωνικά φόρουμ σε όσο βαθμό τέτοια οργανώθηκαν, είτε σε ευρωπαϊκή κλίμακα, είτε σε παγκόσμια. Αλλά βέβαια και αυτά δεν σήμαιναν πάρα πολλά πράγματα μέχρι τη στιγμή που οι άνθρωποι βρέθηκαν με το ίδιο το σώμα τους σε συγκεκριμένους τόπους για να διεκδικήσουν συγκεκριμένα αιτήματα. Δεν γίνεται ούτε μόνο διαδικτυακά, ούτε πλέον εντελώς αποκλεισμένα ο καθένας στο κομματάκι του. Οι προοπτικές είναι ανοιχτές, μπορούμε να πειραματιστούμε με τα όρια του εφικτού και τις αναγκαίες ουτοπίες για να πάμε παραπέρα. Ξέρω αν αυτό απαντάει στα ερωτήματά σας, αλλά τουλάχιστον είναι κομμάτι αυτού που εγώ κατάλαβα.
Υπάρχει κάτι άλλο?
I think that's a great answer, because somehow that context is everything, and so simultaneous site location specific actions have resonance. You know, one can have resonance with another, but the notion of being embedded in place kind of makes meaning for those wider networks of collective activity, which I think is why this is such a great conference, because we're getting to see people trying to do their thing in different places. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.